Chapter 1794. He didn't immediately recognize Yi Qian. It wasn't until Yi Qian said, "Thank you. I'm sorry we're late." Qin Xiu couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. He could tell that the figure coming out of the light was a female soldier. Standing in the middle of the huge craggy mountain, she gave him a unique and cold and arrogant visual impression. All of a sudden, the image fiercely crashed into his heart, making his mind tremble. They had never met before, but his heart trembled. This was something he had never experienced before. Then, her voice suddenly came. It was so familiar. It was so familiar that he knew who she was even before she finished speaking. Walking out of the light, splitting the darkness apart. It was so sudden that it knocked on his heart. "Yi Qian," he said in a low voice. His elegant voice had a touch of imperceptible gentleness. "Why are you here?" So it was her. She was the girl he had first met in the southern province that year. Later, she was the one who had led him to his uncle's office with a poor sense of direction. Later on, she had accompanied the leader to Pakistan for a visit. Because of the staff's mistake, they had only prepared one set of uniform for her. When he found out, he had wanted to put in a few good words for the staff. At that time, he had told her, "Preparing an extra set is a responsibility for your work." The smart girl had immediately understood and stopped talking. Now that he had met her again when he needed help the most, even if his heart trembled, he accepted it calmly. Qin Xiu was an outstanding man who would not make things difficult for himself. Since he was young, there had never been anything that would make things difficult for him. Seeing her smiling at him, there was only tenacity between her eyebrows. There was no trace of timidness on her delicate face. The smile on his elegant and beautiful face deepened. The feeling of knocking on the door of his heart was so wonderful that he really couldn't bear to reject it. Especially Yi Qian, a girl he had an affinity with. The veteran who had shoveled snow all the way here walked over. He didn't hear Qin Xiu's low voice. He walked over and smiled brightly at Yi Qian. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. You came quickly. There weren't any delays on the way, right? I thought you'd arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who knew that you'd arrive in less than 10 hours? Thank you for your hard work." Third-grade sergeant, 17 years in the army, hidden soldiers. "I'm reporter Qin from the news department." Suppressing his surprise, Qin Xiu immediately introduced him to Yi Qian. At the same time, he told Yi Qian about his current identity so that Yi Qian, who knew his true identity, wouldn't reveal it. They were pressed for time. Once everyone was gathered, they would have to start the rescue operation immediately. Therefore, they had to speak quickly. When Yi Qian heard this, he lightly nodded in understanding. Earlier, she had guessed that Qin Xiu might be hiding his true identity to make it easier for him to do things. Now, she was even more certain. He was afraid that she would accidentally let it slip, so he took the initiative to introduce himself as a reporter. Seeing this, Qin Xiu couldn't help but smile. She was a very smart girl who could always make people smile involuntarily. This was an open-minded Tibetan soldier, and also a genuine Tibetan. His Mandarin was a little stiff, and there was also a mixture of different dialects, which made people feel happy listening to him. Looking at this Tibetan soldier who wasn't affected by the avalanche and was instead grateful, Yi Qian, who was in awe, saluted him. "You're the ones who have worked hard. I'm very sorry that we're late." Even the regiment commander in the army would call a third-grade sergeant old squad leader. Yi Qian hadn't even been in the army for a year, so he couldn't be rude. Chapter 1795. Only then did Kang Bing realize that the person standing in front of him wasn't his brother, but a female soldier. "Oh, so it's a female comrade. Ha ha ha, not late, not late. But you're definitely not a military doctor from the military station. I haven't heard your voice before. Did you just get here?" The veteran who had been on the Tibetan line for more than 10 years could tell from her voice that she wasn't a military doctor from the military station. From 30 miles barracks to Shenzhen Bay outpost, there was no military doctor that he didn't know. As long as he opened his mouth, he would know who was in which military station. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I'm not a military doctor. I just joined the rescue team temporarily. Sorry to trouble you." 30 Miles Barracks is far from us. There aren't many people in the military station. You just happened to meet us, so I can only ask for your help. Kang Bing was good at talking. Although his Mandarin wasn't very good, it didn't affect their communication at all. After a few words, J5 and the others got out of the car one by one. Under the light of the lights, Kang Bing could tell that these brothers weren't from any military station. He didn't need to ask for confirmation. He could tell just by looking at their skin color. The situation in the car is temporarily unknown. It's been 7 hours since the accident happened. So far, we haven't heard any movement in the car. The driver sitting in the car said in a low voice. His dark purple face was full of worry. After so long, there was still no movement. He was really worried that the people in the car had been thrown out. Qin Xiu stood beside Yi Qian the whole time and said softly, "There's been no movement for 7 hours. I'm starting to suspect that they've all been thrown out of the car. But it's also possible that the veterans in the car ordered them to stay put for the time being and wait until dawn." There were also 10 people in the car in front. 30 Miles Barracks had arranged for an experienced driver and 2 veterans who often went on the Tibetan line. If they weren't thrown out of the car, then they were temporarily comforted by the veterans, or they were still unconscious. Fainting for 7 hours wasn't very likely. Liu Yuan and Wei Jiayue immediately relaxed. Previously, reporter Qin had asked them to hold the edge of the car so that the whole car could be moved to the inside of the car to observe the situation. They had nodded because they had no choice but to do so in a situation where there was no rescue. Now, there were several rescue personnel, including a female soldier, so they didn't need to climb into the car to observe the situation. "We need to confirm if the rear panel of the carriage is loose or damaged before we drag the entire carriage up." In the plan to hide the soldiers, there was still a need for them to climb into the carriages for inspection. The 2 female soldiers who had just heaved a sigh of relief were now on tenterhooks again. It couldn't be them again, right? His gaze fell on the female soldier who came with the male soldier. If someone really had to go up, they would probably let this female soldier go. Yi Qian could not ignore the fearful gazes that swept past him from time to time. Both J5 and Qin Xiu thought they should send people to check the carriage first. Before that, Qin Xiu planned to let the 2 female soldiers take the risk. Yi Qian guessed why the 2 female soldiers were so scared. When the 2 of them carefully looked over again, Yi Qian looked up and gave them a reassuring smile, telling them not to think too much and to leave the rescue to them. Looking at their pale faces and frozen limbs, it was already pretty good that they could still maintain a bit of calmness to save themselves after suffering such a great shock. Chapter 1796. Liu Yuan didn't expect to be caught looking at them. She hurriedly revealed an embarrassed smile. When Yi Qian stopped looking at her, she whispered to Wei Jiayue, who was also embarrassed, "Why do I feel like that female soldier seems to know that we are afraid of climbing into the carriage? Why else would she smile at us? She must have found out, so she smiled at us and told us to relax." Wei Jiayue lowered her head as she spoke. She was extremely cold, so she tightened her thick winter clothing. She deliberately avoided Yi Qian's gaze and turned her body slightly. "Don't be too embarrassing. We have to agree to whatever they want us to do later. Trust me, with them around, they definitely won't let us do dangerous work." They were all female soldiers, so they couldn't be too embarrassing. No one paid attention to what they were whispering to each other. They gathered together to quickly discuss the best rescue plan. While shoveling the snow, rescue them at the same time. When the ice on the road has been removed, if there are still people trapped in the carriage, start the tow truck. In less than 2 minutes, the best rescue plan was finalized. Originally, Qin Xiu and the Tibetan soldiers had discussed picking up the people in the carriages one by one. Now, they maintained his rescue plan and sped up the shovel truck so that the tow truck could start dragging the carriage in front back onto the road. However, because the 2 carriages were separated by a small mountain of snow, the safest method was to first pick up the people trapped in the carriages one by one and then carry out the towing operation. However, even if they rescued the people one by one before towing the carriages, they still had to check the situation in the carriages first. Only the light and agile female soldiers were suitable for the male soldiers' weight. There was no need for the 2 artistic women to take the risk. J5 directly said to Yi Qian, "You are light. Fasten the rope around your waist. We will pull you. Climb over the roof of the carriage and enter the carriage to check the situation." Just as Wei Jiayue said, the rescue team had already arrived. How could they let the two female soldiers who had been trapped for 7 hours under -20 to -30 degrees Celsius enter the carriage? After fastening the rope around his waist and putting on a sturdy rescue rope, Yi Qian gave an okay sign to his comrades. Without any fear, he placed his hands on the top of the carriage and climbed up easily. The driver in the car said, "If the car shakes, I will tell you immediately. Don't hesitate, get out of the car immediately." So far, there was no movement in the cabin. The glass in the cabin was frozen. Otherwise, he could have used the searchlight to observe the situation in the cabin. There was no need for the female soldiers to take the risk. "Don't worry, we're here." Longhawk and Sparrowhawk stepped on the bumper in front of the car to maintain the stability of the car and prevent it from tilting due to excessive weight. Even if he had many comrades, he still needed to have the courage to go and check out the situation in a carriage that was suspended in the air as if it would fall into a bottomless abyss in the next second. Liu Yuan thought that she was famous for her boldness in the regiment. However, when she saw the female soldier, whose eyebrows and eyes were exceptionally exquisite, climb up, she immediately raised her hand to cover her eyes, not daring to look directly at her. Although Wei Jiayue didn't cover her eyes, she couldn't help but squint her eyes. She didn't dare to look directly at him. In less than a minute, she had climbed up to the roof of the carriage. She turned her head and said to the male soldier behind her, "Everything is normal. Loosen the rope." In order to ensure Yi Qian's safety, her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade didn't directly let Yi Qian pull the rope. Instead, they had to loosen the rope a little so that she could climb up a little. This was to prevent them from immediately pulling Yi Qian back if the carriage really fell. Chapter 1797. Loosen the rope. Loosen the rope. Long Eagle, who was staring at Yi Qian's figure, spoke without turning back. J5 and the others immediately loosened the rope a little to allow Yi Qian to move forward. A soft sound came from the top of the carriage, as if an extremely light animal was walking slowly on top. The carriage, which had been very stable all this time, trembled slightly, startling the people lying in the carriage. Their pupils shrank rapidly. "Is it a snow leopard?" someone asked in a hoarse voice. It used to be a delicate voice, but now it was trembling like the wind. She asked the soldier beside her in horror, "Is there a snow leopard here?" Mazadaban was a huge natural wildlife park. The common large animals were wild yaks, Tibetan antelopes, wolves, snow leopards, and so on. Only wolves and leopards would appear at night, and when wolves appeared, they would usually be able to hear wolf howls. Now that the surroundings were extremely quiet and there were no wolf howls, they guessed that it might be a snow leopard. "It's possible. Don't move, continue to lie down. I'll knock on the glass again to see if the driver has woken up." The person sitting in the innermost part was the rescue team leader. They were all experienced in entering and exiting Tibet, so when they woke up and found the carriage hanging on the cliff, they would immediately remind them to maintain their original posture and not move to avoid affecting the balance of the carriage. The rescue team leader, who was in the innermost part, carefully raised his hand, picked up the dagger that he always carried, and gently knocked on the thick ice glass again. He did not dare to use too much force. Previously, when he used a little force, he could feel the carriage falling backward, which scared everyone in the carriage and made them break out in a cold sweat. It was difficult for the driver to hear the sound of the dagger knocking on the thick ice. Moreover, he was leaning against the steering wheel, so it was even more impossible for him to hear anything. The rescue team leader knocked a few times, and suddenly the carriage shook violently, startling a few sleeping soldiers awake. "Don't move. Don't move." The Tibetan soldier reminded the two male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment who were awakened. He felt the female soldier beside him was so nervous that she was trembling all over. He could not help but comfort her in a low voice, "It's okay, it's okay. We've endured for 7 hours. It'll be fine if we endure until dawn. The people at the military station must have cleared the road. We'll be out of danger tomorrow. Marminute, don't move. Stay by Brother Gongar's side." A female soldier who was trapped close to the rear of the carriage said in a low voice. Her hands were tightly gripping the iron legs of the carriage. The hair on her forehead was frozen because of her sweat. In the entire carriage, she was the closest to the rear of the carriage. Fortunately, the entire carriage was flung out horizontally. She hit the other side of the carriage and slammed back into the carriage. Only then did she avoid being flung out of the carriage. "Juri, don't say anything. Hold on tight." Ma Min's voice was hoarse from crying as she reminded her comrades. She, who was also lying in the cold carriage, felt so cold that there was no warmth in her heart. When she spoke, her tone was particularly stiff. "There's movement above. It might be the snow leopard." "Snow leopard?" Juri was shocked. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and her teeth couldn't help but chatter. "Not necessarily. It could also be the person who saved us. Leader, please don't knock on the glass first. Listen for any sounds. How are our instructors doing? Do you feel better?" "I'm fine. Juri, don't talk too much. Ma Minute is right. You're in the most danger now." One of the rescue team's instructors spoke in a low voice. When he was flung out of the carriage, his right arm had slammed into the folding seat. Even now, it was still very painful. It was very likely that his arm was fractured. Chapter 1798. The wind in the cliff whistled. Yi Jian, who was crawling on all fours, didn't hear the voices in the carriage. She moved bit by bit. Everyone could only see her figure from the searchlights on both sides. Every time she crawled, the carriage would make a slight trembling sound, which made everyone who was standing on the spot nervous. "Crawl slowly. Focus on spreading out. You must be steady," Zong Bing reminded her occasionally. He was naturally afraid that the carriage would lose balance and cause everyone to fall off the cliff. Yi Qian nodded gently. She took a deep breath and inched towards the edge of the carriage. The carriage's wheels made a creaking sound. Even though the sound was very soft, it was exceptionally clear to the ears. Hearing such a sound made one's heart skip a few beats. "I don't dare to look." Liu Yuan raised her hand and said in a trembling voice. She turned her back to the carriage and covered her ears, afraid that she would hear something bad. Wei Jiayue stood for a while longer. She watched as the female soldier, who was much stronger than them, approached the edge of the carriage. She pursed her lips and silently turned around. "She's already moved to the edge. Half of her head is out of the carriage." As she spoke softly, she heard Liu Yuan take a deep breath. She was shocked by the female soldier's courage. It was the first time they had seen a female soldier who wasn't afraid of sacrificing herself. The sky was dotted with cold stars. The north wind whistled along the way. It blew from the mountains that had stood tall for countless years. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were passing through. It made the hearts of the people who were walking tremble. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were used to marching on a snowy night in the highlands. Every year, they would have marching training. They would set off at dawn and walk until dawn the next day. They would only take a short break before setting off again. This time, the patrol plane even sent them to the Kuda military station. When the station found out that they were on a rescue mission, they were so happy that they immediately sent a truck. After waiting for 3 hours, they jumped onto the truck. They didn't need a car to guide them. Xia Jinyuan drove them directly to Mazadaban. "Only our Q King would dare to drive at this speed, and only we would dare to sit in it." Han Zheng, whose body was so bumpy that he looked like he was sitting on a spring, shook his head as he spoke. He maintained an inexplicable smile as he communicated with his comrades. G3 glanced at him a few times. Every time he wanted to ask him why he was smiling so smugly, he would patiently endure it when he saw Z7's look of waiting for him to ask. The strange smile on Z7's face started when Q King found out about the name list of the members of the Arts and Crafts Department. In that case, the reason for his infuriating smile was because of this name list. Could it be that there was a female soldier he liked in the Arts and Crafts Regiment? Was that why he was laughing the whole way? This was a possibility. As such, G3 simply stopped asking. He was the only one in the entire car who had confirmed their relationship and was planning to get married next year. The rest were all single. Q King did not choose anyone who was married or had a partner. Originally, he would not have chosen anyone. It was only because his driving skills were not bad that he was chosen. Not only was Han Zheng trying to hold back his laughter, he was even humming a song. The more he looked, the more he felt like he was meeting his beloved girl. G3 nudged V8's shoulder and lifted his chin in Han Zheng's direction. He whispered, "I'm afraid there's someone he knows in the arts and crafts department." The smile on his face never stopped. Chapter 1799. He's someone who has girlfriends everywhere. He's already dated more than 10 girls, so it's not strange that he knows someone in the art troupe. V8 did not really want to discuss such a sad topic. Other people dated more than 10 girls, but he broke up with them in less than half a year. So far, he was still single. The difference in the number of girls he dated was too great, so he did not want to continue talking about it. Han Zheng was secretly happy to be alone. From time to time, he would knock on the glass and mouth to T6, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. "Tell Q King not to be too anxious. Qing Neo might have already arrived by now. She might even have rescued the people from the art troupe. Tell him to calm down, don't be anxious." T6 conveyed his words to Xia Jinyuan, who had a serious expression and was focused on driving. "Z7 is right. Q King, you're driving a little too fast. The ice will get worse at night. It might not be safe even if the wheels are equipped with ice teeth." He had to drive faster because there was a rather troublesome woman in the art troupe. The handsome and serious Xia Jinyuan secretly gritted his teeth. Du Jiari. This woman was born with a glib tongue. She had the ability to turn white into black and black into white. One sentence from her had many hidden meanings. If someone offended her, this woman would smile sweetly and say that it was fine and she would not be calculative. But in the next moment, she would quietly make things difficult for that person until he or she would never be able to turn over a new leaf. She was capable and ambitious. She was a person who would seek revenge. However, he really did not dare to compliment her true nature. Now that something had happened and she had to wait for 6 to 7 hours, even if the rescue personnel risked their lives to rush over, based on her personality, she would definitely report it to the higher-ups after the incident. In the report, she would definitely sincerely thank the rescue personnel who participated in the rescue. Then, she would list a series of shortcomings that needed improvement and directly punish a large number of people. If he did not know about this and Yi Qian was not involved, then he would not care so much. Now that he knew about this matter and Yi Qian was involved, he had to step in and teach her a lesson. He had to teach this woman a lesson. She should not think that she was made of jade and that she was the most noble person in the world. Xia Jinyuan stepped on the accelerator a little more and said to V8 in a low voice, "There's a very troublesome person in the art troupe. She doesn't care about the lives of others, but she's very protective of her own life. The rescuers risked their lives to save her, but in the end, they still have to take the risk of being punished by her. I have to go over and take care of the situation. I don't want to get Qing Neo involved." As soon as he said this, V8's eyes immediately turned cold. "Biting the hand that feeds you. That's right. That's the guy." Xia Jinyuan smirked coldly. This guy just happened to have the surname Du. The Du family and family Xia had never been on good terms, but they had a close relationship with the former Mrs. Xia who abandoned her husband and children in pursuit of love. Yi Qian did not expect to rescue a snake beauty. She climbed into the car and turned on the lights. When she lowered her head and looked into the car, the lights on the windbreaker hatch shone into the car first. Then, she heard countless voices coming from the car. The clearest sound was a woman's delicate voice coming from below her head. "Everyone is here. Our instructor's arm is fractured. Please think of a way to save our instructor first." This was the first time Yi Qian and Du Jiari met. Before they even met, Yi Qian could already tell that Du Jiari was a difficult person to get along with. Chapter 1800. Although her voice was delicate, there was a hint of questioning in it. She didn't even have the basic courtesy, as if everything that others did was natural. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Qian's mind was naturally sharper than others. In addition, she had lived carefully in the eyes of others in her previous life. She could distinguish what kind of words others said and what kind of tone they used. Even though this trapped female soldier had taken the initiative to ask to save the instructor who needed saving the most, Yi Qian could tell from her faint impatience that this was a female soldier who knew how to express herself. Is it true that other than the instructor who has a suspected fracture, the rest of the people don't have any obvious external injuries or pain? Yi Qian didn't answer her question, but confirmed it again. She needed to know the exact situation in the carriage, so much so that she needed to know everyone's condition. Du Jiari, who had lost all feeling in her hands, began to call out names on instinct. She said, "Instructor, when I call out a person's name, I ask him to tell the rescue team outside if he has any problems. This way, the people outside can confirm that we are fine, so that they can start the rescue as soon as possible." When Yi Qian heard this, her brows furrowed slightly. This female soldier's words were really unpleasant to hear. Her words were sarcastic, and there was a hidden meaning behind them. Her rough words didn't sound like there was a problem, but when you thought about it carefully, there was a big problem. The situation was urgent. The carriage was suspended in the air, there was no telling if there would be more avalanches, and the instructor was injured. Everyone desperately wanted to be rescued, but the rescue team didn't do it immediately. They had to call out names to confirm everyone's condition. What kind of rescue was this? This was called delaying. When she said this, everyone in the carriage, including the Tibetan soldiers, became serious. They already had some complaints about Yi Qian. If Yi Qian was really an ordinary female soldier, they might have to thank her for her thoughtfulness. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, said loudly, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I just need to know if anyone is in obvious pain, external injuries, or bleeding, so that we can cooperate to rescue the injured first." This explanation made everyone in the carriage feel better. Naturally, they had to cooperate. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Other than our instructor who was seriously injured, the rest of them didn't feel any severe pain or bleed. It was just that when the carriage was thrown out, everyone was knocked out for a few hours. I'm Du Jiari, a female soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Thank you for your hard work." Du Jiari immediately apologized, and very cooperatively summarized the situation in the carriage in one sentence. The art troop's instructor said, "That's right. Other than me, the rest are only lightly injured. I am Gao Hong, the instructor of the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Be careful and don't rush." The female soldier outside was right. They had to cooperate with each other. In the face of Du Jiari's apology, Yi Qian curled his lips, his eyes cold. J5 and the others knew that other than the instructor who was injured, the rest of the people in the carriage were fine. They all let out a sigh of relief. The next step was to get the people trapped in the carriage out one by one. The front wheel was blocked by rocks. Next, a sturdy climbing rope was tied to the wheel. The other end of the rope was tied to a construction shovel taken out from the toolbox. Next, the shovel was placed horizontally behind two huge rocks that had been blown out by the snow to create a resistance force. All the preparations were in progress. 5 minutes later, the instructor was slowly pulled out from the trembling carriage. Chapter 1801. The carriage was shaking so much that it made creaking noises. The entire carriage was shaking up and down. Yi Qian had been lying on the roof of the carriage the whole time. She pulled the rope tightly with both hands and slid the wheels so that the instructor could slowly pull her up to the roof of the carriage. "I'll slowly back up. You can slowly crawl forward like me." At this moment, the usually calm Yi Qian was slowly being pulled up by the rope as the instructor held onto the edge of the carriage with both hands. There were beads of sweat on her forehead. As she spoke to the instructor, she slowly moved backwards with her arms outstretched. The instructor's arm was fractured, so her movements were inevitably restricted. Fortunately, there were comrades from the Snowfield Brigade pulling the rope from the front of the carriage. The instructor only needed to maintain her posture like Yi Qian. There was a layer of ice on the carriage. As Yi Qian moved forward and backward, she smoothed the surface of the ice a little. The slippery ice reduced the resistance and sped up the instructor's progress. "Steady, steady. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more." Yi Qian retreated to the junction between the carriage and the front of the carriage. She pulled her arms back and tightened the rope around the instructor. After working together with her comrades for about 15 minutes, they finally succeeded in rescuing the first trapped person. As long as they successfully rescued the first person, it meant that this method worked. The creaking noises stopped when the instructor got out of the carriage. The shaking of the carriage also returned to normal. The J5 quickly laid on the ice to check if the front wheels showed any signs of slipping. After looking carefully, she stood up and said happily to Yi Qian, "The wheels are not slipping. We can enter the second rescue round." What they feared the most was that the wheels would slide off the cliff during the rescue. Even if they used a rock to hold them back, they still couldn't be at ease. Now that they had rescued the injured and the wheels were still in their original state, it was undoubtedly good news. Yi Qian, who was lying on the ground, let out a sigh of relief. She didn't stand up, but she gave the J5 an OK sign, indicating that they could enter the second rescue round. "Good job." The old Tibetan soldier who was supporting the instructor gave Yi Qian a thumbs up and praised loudly, "You are a female soldier that we admire. You are amazing. Very, very good." Qin Xiu, who was standing on top of a pile of snow, looked at the slender figure who had successfully rescued instructor Gao from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. A faint smile appeared on his elegant and handsome face. Every time he saw her full of sunshine and fearless. She was very brave, but she always knew how to act according to her capabilities. A girl who knew how to act according to her capabilities would know how to move forward. He wouldn't go overboard either, just like how a glass of water wouldn't be filled to the brim. He had to grasp the scale just right. When the water was full, the moon would overflow, and when the moon was full, it would be a loss. This girl, who should be in her first year of university, seemed to understand this principle quite well. Therefore, she and Du Jiari went back and forth, knowing when to stop. From the capital to the northwest of the border, Du Jiari's way of dealing with things had surprised him. Madame Qin had said that she was a good wife for her husband and children, and had urged him to take good care of her and try to make some progress. He took Madame Qin's words to heart. For people like them, they didn't marry the person they loved, but a wife who would be helpful to the whole family. Along the way, her calm and collected demeanor had made those dissatisfied soldiers suffer losses again and again. It was as if they had to suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness. She had only used a few taels to achieve 1,000 catties, and the leaders of the rescue construction approved of her. They had criticized the few female soldiers who didn't get along with Du Jiari several times. Chapter 1802. From this, he could see Du Jiari's methods. Just like what Mrs. Qin said, the second daughter of the Du family was indeed suitable to be a wife. But in the end, such a capable person met Yi Qian and was suppressed with just a few words. This was the first time he heard her take the initiative to apologize and admit her mistake in front of the leader. From this, it could be seen that not only was Yi Qian meticulous, but he was also very strict. He could immediately tell that Du Jiari's words, which seemed to be helping her, were actually secretly trying to trip her up. When she heard Du Jiari's apology, she didn't say anything like it's okay. Instead, she just smiled and remained silent. This was to tell Du Jiari that she didn't want to make a fuss about it, so please behave yourself. Using silence to reply was far more effective in intimidating Du Jiari than speaking. It couldn't be denied that this was a girl with a pure heart and knew how to protect herself. Du Jiari wanted to take the opportunity to step on her and gain a good impression in front of the leader, but this move was useless. Pull it tight. Pull it up. Pull it up. The J5's voice came from the front. They were now starting to rescue the second trapped art troop soldier. Men were heavy to begin with, so when the art troop soldier's hands grabbed onto the carriage, he could see the entire carriage sink. The J5 was so shocked that he repeatedly ordered the male soldier to pull the rope harder. Qin Xiu, whose heart sank along with the carriage, locked his gaze on Yi Qian even more tightly. His thin lips, which had always held a gentle smile, were pursed into a straight line, exuding a coldness comparable to frost. His gaze was locked on Yi Qian, but he didn't realize that the danger he was facing was no less than Yi Qian. The pile of snow that Qin Xiu was standing on was the pile of snow that everyone was trembling with fear when they walked past it. He was in charge of the front carriage. Once the carriage in front started to slide, he would immediately tell the carriage behind to retreat and pull the front carriage tightly. Standing here was equivalent to standing on the edge of a cliff. His toes were less than 10 centimeters away from the edge. "You will be safe." Seeing that she had successfully rescued the male soldier, Qin Xiu, who had a faint smile in his eyes, calmly retracted his gaze. He chuckled softly and said, "A smart girl who knows when to advance and retreat will always have better luck than others." Finally, the rumbling sound of the car starting could be heard from the quiet back of the car. The temperature was so low that the hidden soldiers in the car had to start the car several times before it started. Listening to the sound of the motor in the wind, it inexplicably gave people a sense of security. The back of the car had already shoveled nearly half of the snow. Li Jinyan glanced at the tall figure standing at the top of the pile of snow and sped up his shoveling speed, throwing the snow into the car shovel by shovel. After 40 minutes of shoveling snow, he and a few soldiers from the military station had already shoveled out a path more than 3 meters long for the rear cars. As long as the front cars needed to be towed by the rear cars, they could immediately retreat. Time flew by. Xie Jinyuan asked V8 again what time it was. Only then did he realize that he had already been driving for more than 2 hours. When the car climbed onto a high slope, V8 pointed ahead and shouted, "Q King, there's light up ahead. We're almost there." They were indeed almost there. After parting with Yi Qian for nearly 10 hours, they could finally meet up on the Tibetan route in Mazadaban. Similarly, Qin Xiu also saw the sound of a car's high beam flashing by on the high slope in the distance. The military station had sent reinforcement. The rescue operation was almost at the end. Once the last trapped soldier was rescued, the rescue operation would end. At this point, reinforcements wouldn't be of much use. Most of them were shoveling away the snow from the broken Tibetan route and restoring the route to normal. Chapter 1803. In a situation where communication was inconvenient, the military station only knew that 20 people had lost contact and did not know the rescue results. They continuously sent reinforcements to increase the number of reinforcements to ensure safety. The communication base station and satellite base station in the northwest of the border had entered the final phase of construction. By June, the various military stations would be able to maintain communication through the satellite base station even if there was a snowstorm. Once the truck driving along the Tibetan line had an accident, it could also immediately contact the various military stations through the satellite phone in the truck to request for help. The lives of the soldiers at the northwest border of our country had always been perfect. Even the barracks had been modified several times so that the soldiers who came back from patrolling and sentry duty would not suffer from the cold. Everything would be fine. As our country's national strength improved and our military strength strengthened, everything here would be fine. Qin Xiu flashed his headlights 3 times in a row at the truck driving from afar. If the soldier sitting in the passenger seat saw it, he would quickly respond by flashing his headlights 3 times in a row as well. There's someone standing on top of the truck. His position happens to be on the ring road of the Tibetan line, so it's impossible for there to be high ground. The initial judgment is that the high ground is a pile of snow caused by an avalanche. V8 quickly analyzed the situation. At the same time, the truck's headlights flashed 3 times. Xie Jinyuan did not say a word. He only nodded slightly to indicate his response. His lover was not far ahead. As for him, no matter how anxious he was, he could not speed up. They were now going downhill. No matter how fast he drove, he was afraid that the truck would drive straight down the cliff. The soldier on the truck saw him. Qin Xiu, who was about to look away, suddenly heard a miserable scream coming from the truck. His fingers trembled in shock as he quickly turned his head to look. The truck was sinking. Drive, drive. The moment J5, whose expression changed drastically, opened his mouth, Qin Xiu, who had been paying attention to the situation, had already gestured to the truck behind. The Tibetan soldier, who had been watching Qin Xiu closely, saw this and shouted at the driver, "Drive, drive." The truck soldier, who was tense and ready, changed gears to the brake. The entire process was completed in 3 seconds. The truck's wheels rolled over the gravel road, and with a loud boom, the truck drove several meters away. Yi Qian gripped the truck's pole tightly and shouted at the last two female soldiers, "Hold on tight. Don't panic." The car shook. The driver in front held the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car that was falling down the cliff to the side of the road. Ice had been added to the wheels. With a few loud clangs, the sharp ice cubes fell out of the gaps between the wheels. The members of the Snowfield Brigade glared at Yi Qian angrily and shouted, "Hold on tight. If anything goes wrong, let go immediately." Zhong Bing yelled at the driver, "Get ready to jump out of the car at any time, do you understand?" The door of the driver's seat was half open. Once it was necessary to abandon the car, the driver could immediately jump out of the car. Liu Yuan and Wei Jiayue were frightened and immediately hugged each other. They also wanted to scream, but they didn't dare to. The female soldiers who were still in the carriage didn't scream in fright, so they shouldn't cause trouble. The preparation work was done very well, and they cooperated very well with each other. The half-tilted carriages were adjusted again as the front of the carriages were pulled up. At the same time, the carriages that were originally suspended in the air were pulled up by about 30 centimeters. Due to the fact that the rear car was not being towed vertically, there was no way to drag the entire car up. If they continued to drag it, the front car would be forcefully twisted to the side of the cliff, which would make it easier for the entire car to fall off the cliff. Chapter 1804. In the end, there was such a thrilling scene. The Special Forces members of the Shuiyu team were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. If Yi Qian had confessed right here, they wouldn't care what the consequences were. They would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. Qin Xiu looked at the upright carriage. His heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and cover his chest. When he opened his eyes again, he looked down at his feet. The two ropes that could be seen had sunk deep into the snow after being dragged by the rear carriage. It wasn't safe for him to stay here. He needed to go down. The Tibetan soldier below looked up and shouted at Qin Xiu, who was standing high up, "Reporter Qin, come down quickly. It's not safe for you. Come down quickly." When the ropes sunk into the snow, it was equivalent to cutting the accumulated snow in half. If the upper layer of snow fell down, the entire layer of snow would fall down with it. Qin Xiu, who was standing on top, would fall down the cliff with the falling snow. Qin Xiu responded and carefully stepped on the snow as he slowly descended. He had only taken a few steps when the place where he had been standing was covered by a large piece of snow. Then, at least 3 square meters of snow fell directly to the cliff. Qin Xiu, who heard the sound behind him, pursed his lips. He didn't look back and quickened his pace to rush down. The Tibetan soldier saw the snow above him peeling off layer by layer and sinking down. The snow piled up to the mountain was falling down in large chunks. Even though he was a veteran who had been on the Tibetan line for 17 years, he was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, Reporter Qin wasn't a coward. He knew the situation behind him wasn't right, so he didn't look back and just rushed down. Qin Xiu, who was rushing down, was in a sorry state. When the snow under his feet loosened, he threw himself forward. He started with a more ferocious posture like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Then, he ended with prostrating himself on the ground and fell down hard. Although his posture wasn't very elegant, Qin Xiu didn't care too much when he saw the small avalanche on the originally tightly piled up snow. His life was more important. When the people in the rear saw that the accumulated snow had caused another avalanche, the female soldiers were so scared that their faces turned ashen, while the male soldiers were slightly calmer. "Reporter Qin, are you all right?" Fu Hui was so scared that her knees went weak. She stuttered as she spoke. Li Jinyan looked at the collapsed pile of snow. The original cold Jun Yang became colder and colder. The people standing on it should have some skills. Otherwise, how dare they stand in the most dangerous place? She had to have the confidence to stand up there. As for whether something would happen, he said to the 5 female soldiers who were as frightened as birds, "There's a 50-50th chance that something would happen or nothing would happen." When the female soldiers heard this, tears came out of their eyes. Li Jinyan glanced at him and then walked away. She had to see for herself to know whether or not something was wrong. What was the use of crying? Qin Xiu didn't know that he had caused the 5 female soldiers to cry for no reason. He pulled the rope tightly together with the male soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade. He had to pull it tighter. He couldn't let the girls on the carriage be in any danger. It was easy to save the female soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment because they knew how to balance themselves. Yi Qian pulled the rope tightly and helped the last female soldier out of the carriage. Like before, he reminded her, "Relax your body. Look up. Take a deep breath and exhale gently. Don't lower your head." Her voice sounded even better than when she was in the carriage. It was clear and gentle, like the hot spring water in winter. It was so warm that it warmed people's hearts. Du Jiayi, who was pulling the rope tightly, narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 1805. The interaction between people was actually about fate. First, they had to be compatible with each other. Then, they had to be compatible with each other. When these two things were compatible, it would be the fate of the two people. Listening to the gentle voice that was filled with strength, Du Jiayi felt that she was not destined to be with this female soldier who had been lying on the carriage for almost 3 hours. She had not met her yet, but just by listening to her voice, no matter how gentle and moving she was, she could not like her. She even had a faint feeling of disgust. It was very strange. She had always liked to see if someone was compatible with her before deciding if they could become friends. But this female soldier, she already disliked her even before meeting her. Perhaps it was because she did not take her words seriously when she crawled over earlier, so she needed to confirm it again. In any case, even if she saved her, she could not like her. That's the last trapped member. Yi Qian, pull the rope tight. The J5, who had been keeping a close watch, was so nervous that he could not see anyone else other than Yi Qian's figure. There were only 11 minutes left until the 3-hour deadline. Female soldier Yi Qian had been lying on the swaying carriage for a full 2 hours and 49 minutes. The carriage was suspended in the abyss, and the bone-chilling cold wind kept blowing. His limbs were stiff from standing by the roadside, and Yi Qian, who was lying on the carriage, was facing the cold wind head-on. Her hands, feet, ears, and even the tip of her nose must have been frostbitten. When the Snowfield Brigade entered the Highland winter training, the most common thing they did was stand in the wind for 2 hours. When it was over, they wanted to move their legs, but their limbs did not listen to their brain. It was as if they were immobilized. If they were like this after standing on solid ground for 2 hours, then Yi Qian, as a female soldier, had been standing in the wind for almost 3 hours. Other than admiration, he respected her for being able to persevere until now. He respected the female soldier's perseverance. Yi Qian could hear what the J5 said. She raised her hand slightly and made an okay gesture. Once again, she tightened the rope. First, she slowly pulled Du Jiayi, who could not use any strength and could not hold onto the edge of the carriage. She needed to pull Du Jiayi up so that she could at least place her arms on top of the carriage. Du Jiayi's mental fortitude was not bad. She could still chat with Yi Qian even when her feet were in the air. She tightened her grip on the rope and relaxed her body. She raised her head slightly and looked at the female soldier who had yet to say tired. Her cheeks were red from the wind and she said to Yi Qian, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. You were the one who pulled all of us up for 3 hours. Does your arm hurt?" It was a very ordinary conversation, as if it was just a casual topic to relax. However, Yi Qian, who was very defensive, was already on guard against her. Therefore, he only smiled at her and listened to her without replying. Yi Qian's experience from his previous life told him that when interacting with people like her, he definitely needed to remain silent. As long as it was not a question that he had to answer, it was best to smile and use his silence to let her know that he did not want to talk too much. Du Jiayi, who was waiting for Yi Jian's reply with a smile, narrowed her eyes again. She lowered her head to hide the displeasure in her eyes as her shoulders were now parallel to the carriage. The moment she lowered her head, her originally relaxed body suddenly tensed up. With a look of horror on her face, she quickly looked up, not daring to lower her head again. She was suspended in the air, and below her feet was a bottomless abyss. Just one look at it was enough to make all the cells in her body scream. Chapter 1806. Don't lower your head. Slowly extend your hands and place them on top of the carriage. Take a deep breath and place your center of gravity on your arms. Don't be afraid. The male soldiers are pulling on the ropes in front of the carriage. They will pull you all the way to the front of the carriage. Yi Qian naturally noticed the fear in her eyes and knew why she was frightened. The searchlight on the windbreaker had emitted a snow-white light. Du Jiari couldn't help but close her eyes and avert her gaze. Without a doubt, Du Jiari was a very beautiful and elegant civilian soldier. She had a beautiful oval face and a pair of classical willow leaf eyebrows. Although her eyes were closed, her eyeliner was long and it was obvious that she had a pair of bright eyes. At this moment, although her eyes were closed, the arrogance and confidence between her eyebrows were still soaring. This was a female soldier who liked to put herself at the center of everything. No wonder when they first met, she spoke as if she was giving orders. Yi Qian, move back. When the J5 saw that the last female soldier had half of her body pulled up, he immediately ordered Yi Qian to move back. After he finished speaking, he immediately stared at the wheels. The muscles on his face were tense, as if he had entered a battle. Every part of his face exuded a fierce aura. Du Jiari, who had finally climbed up, slowly opened her eyes. She saw that the female soldier was slowly moving back with her arms and legs spread out. Meanwhile, she was being pulled up bit by the ropes. There was the weight of two people on top of the carriage. Even though they were both light and graceful female soldiers, the roof of the carriage creaked because of the weight. This was a sound that made one's scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over their body. Because of the wind in the carriage, they couldn't hear it. But now, they could hear it clearly. Every sound was enough to make one tremble in fear. Du Jiari, who was as stiff as a rock, knew that her face must be deathly pale. She also knew that her expression must be very, very ugly. She would never show her ugliest and most cowardly side to others, nor would she let others know about it. But now, she was seen clearly by a female soldier. The embarrassment in her heart was more than just a little. She wished she could make the female soldier close her eyes and not look at her again. There's ice on the roof of the car. If you spread your arms and legs like me, not only can you spread your body's center of gravity, you can also maintain your balance. Yi Qian had been watching Du Jiari the whole time. He saw the stiffness on her face, and he also saw the moment she opened her eyes, a haze flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yi Qian wasn't a meddlesome person, and he wasn't very curious either. He didn't pay much attention to why there was a haze in the other party's eyes, and only did his duty to remind her. At the same time, Xie Jinyuan had already arrived at the back of the car. He jumped out of the car and covered his face, revealing only his sharp eyes. Li Jinyan looked at the familiar figure who was completely covered. It took him a few seconds to realize who it was. He said to the 5 female soldiers who were so cold that they looked like they would faint at any moment, "The 5 of you, go rest in the car." They really needed a good rest. Their feet were stepping on the cold gravel. No matter how they moved, even if they stomped their feet, there was no way to warm their feet. They didn't even want to move their lips. They quickly nodded at him to express their gratitude. Then, one by one, they moved their frozen feet to the car that had just turned off. Han Zheng was the first to jump out of the car. At a glance, he saw the 5 figures who, although dressed in swollen clothes, had the figures of women walking towards him. His eyes lit up, and his gaze swept across the 5 figures like an X-ray. He was looking for his target. Chapter 1807. The first one wasn't. She was a little short. The second one wasn't either. Her walking posture wasn't right. The third, fourth, fifth. None of them were. They didn't have the aura Du Jiari had when she walked. That noble, including his mother, had said that the second daughter of the Du family had a classy aura. Even if she wore clothes that cost 10 or 20 yuan, she would still look luxurious. To him, that was called arrogance. It couldn't be called classy at all. You must be frozen. Hurry up and rest in the car. The water in the thermal flask hasn't cooled down yet. Hurry up and drink some warm water to warm your stomach. Han Zheng went up and helped one of the female soldiers who walked like a pretty girl from a humble family. His deep voice was filled with doting gentleness. G3, who had jumped down from the car, saw this and felt goosebumps all over his body. Then, he coughed in a low voice. The V8 in front seemed to have its own receiver and decoder, and in a second, it accurately interpreted his comrade's low cough. He quickly and accurately translated it. Guys who had dated more than 10 times were indeed different. They were so experienced that they were at the point of perfection when it came to seducing girls. While they were still thinking about how to open their mouths, his hands were already on the female soldier's shoulders. What was worse was that he didn't share his experience with his comrades in advance, leaving them standing there like wooden pillars. When the female soldier came over, he only nodded reservedly. The female soldier, Wu Ziwei, indeed needed someone to help her up. Han Zheng had saved the damsel in distress, making her extremely grateful. "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you." She was still speaking so softly. V8, who was the closest to them, was dumbfounded. Damn, she still had to thank him. As the target approached, V8 decisively and casually stretched out his leg. Han Zheng, who was talking to the female soldier, seemed to have a detector installed under his feet. He nimbly avoided his comrades tripping and took a step before turning back. "Let's give them all the hot water in the car. They're all so cold that they're shivering. I'm afraid they'll catch a cold." He spoke worriedly, making V8, G3, and the others feel a toothache. The female soldier was left in Han Zheng's care. Xia Jinyuan, who had already exchanged a few words with Li Jinyan, ordered loudly, "Get the snow shovels. Try to shovel the road out in 5 hours." It was not a small area of collapse. 5 hours was considered a conservative time. Li Jinyan only saw the figures of the Snowfield Brigade and knew that his comrades from the Storm Commandos had not come up. His eyes darkened slightly as he shoveled the snow, and he said to Xia Jinyuan, "I plan to apply to enter the northwest of Xinjiang every winter to complete winter training. When the time comes, I'll need your guidance. Not only do we need to enter the highlands to complete winter training every year, but we also need to strengthen our land operations. Your water combat skills are already quite advanced. Next, raise your land combat skills. After 3 years of hard work, you will have some results. Look up to the SEALs of West America and aim to surpass them." The Western SEAL Special Forces were one of the top 10 special forces in the world. They were known as the Western American Amphibious Commando Team. They were established in 1962 and had a history of nearly 40 years. They had become the Western Americans' trump card to carry out local wars and deal with emergencies. Hearing this, Li Jinyan shoveled a large piece of snow down the cliff and said calmly, "The Special Forces team you lead is the real amphibious commando team in our country. If you and I didn't work together this time, I wouldn't have known that you're so strong. You're my target now. As for the SEALs..." At this point, Li Jinyan lowered his head slightly and did not continue. The sound of shoveling snow was heard. He seemed to have said something else. His thin lips moved slightly, but no one knew what he said. Chapter 1808. Xia Jinyuan tossed the snow in the engineering shovel away. Wearing gloves, he raised his hand and patted Li Jinyan, whose eyebrows were tightly knitted. He sneered, "With your ability, we all believe that such a day will come." He shoveled the snow quickly, removing a large chunk with each shovel. In just a few sentences, he had removed a few square meters of snow. There was no way he could be unhappy. Du Jiari, the snake, was right beside his little fox. Although he knew that his little fox was a smart girl, Du Jiari was a woman who knew how to conduct herself well. She was also very good at talking. When he talked to her, he felt that she was a very cultured woman. This was her appearance, the appearance that had fooled countless people. The real Du Jiari was a venomous snake. No one knew when she would bite someone, and the person who was bitten might not even know that the person who bit them was Du Jiari, who was kind, caring, and considerate of others. This woman's methods were even more ruthless and scheming than a man's. If his little fox were to encounter her, he was really afraid that she would be at a disadvantage. When Li Jinyan saw this, he thought that Han Zholi was speeding up so that he could see Yi Qian earlier. He couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. He also caught up with him and threw large chunks of snow down the cliff. You have to be bold, meticulous, and accurate to know what they need from a man at that moment. Just like just now, a few female soldiers were swaying as they walked. It was obvious that they needed someone to support them. Then, I helped them into the car and said a few words of concern and consideration. They would only thank me if I said something considerate. How could they be angry? I wasn't like a hungry wolf who pounced on them and touched them. I was very gentlemanly, okay? Didn't you see that I only supported them by their arms and shoulders when I helped them into the car? If they couldn't get up, I would let them kneel on my knee and climb up by themselves with one hand on my shoulder. I didn't do anything inappropriate during the entire process. This is called gentlemanly. Han Zheng shared his experience generously so that the group of bachelors would be able to resolve their confusion. When the group of bachelors heard this, they really felt that listening to a gentleman's words is better than studying for 10 years. His ability to date more than 10 girls was not a bluff, he really had some ability. Receiving the gazes of admiration from his comrades, Han Zheng enjoyed it very much. Alright, I'll teach you more in the future so that you'll know how to please girls when you go out. Each of you will marry a good wife. Let's get to work first. Shovel the road open in 5 hours. It's a big project. The Snowfield Brigade members helped Yi Qian loosen her bones, massaged her shoulders, and warmed up her hands. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her body, they picked up the engineering shovel and started shoveling the snow. They needed to restore traffic as soon as possible and try to drag the car in front back onto the road as soon as possible. Du Jiari looked at Yi Qian, who was treated like a princess by the male soldiers, and sneered. She was definitely a female soldier who liked to flaunt her superiority and wanted to perform well. Otherwise, why would she be the only one climbing up the car when there were so many male soldiers around? She had seen many female soldiers like her. They didn't have any background, could endure hardships, were a little ambitious, and were smart. Just like Liu Yuan and Wei Jiayue in her regiment, they were only 30% capable, but they had to grit their teeth and pretend to be very capable. No matter how beautiful her voice was, it couldn't hide her competitive nature. Chapter 1809. Those male soldiers really knew how to lower themselves. A few of them were actually serving one person, rubbing her hands and massaging her shoulders. Was there a need to care so much for a soldier? What kind of soldier was a soldier if they didn't suffer? On the other hand, Du Jiari's face was dark and gloomy. She caught sight of Instructor Gao trying to get up, but due to his fractured arm, even a simple movement was so stiff that it looked like he was about to fall. The sharp-eyed Du Jiari immediately ran over and reminded Liu Yuan, who was the closest to Instructor Gao, Liu Yuan, help our instructor up. Liu Yuan, who was a prisoner, had been guarding the instructor who had a bandage around his hand. As everyone successfully escaped, she suddenly woke up from her sleep and got up in a hurry. Instructor, do you want to walk around? Let me help you. Let me help you. You were asleep just now, right? If you're tired, go back to sleep. I'll help you walk around. Du Jiari walked over quickly and reached out to support the instructor's uninjured arm. Wei Jiayue's complexion doesn't look right. Hurry up and take a look. Is she sick? I saw that the rescue team brought some commonly used medicine. See if Wei Jiayue needs it. Instructor Gao was a little anxious. Hurry up and take a look. You're the only one in our group who knows how to nurse. All right. Call me if you need anything. Liu Yuan glanced at her empty hands before turning to look at Du Jiari, who had pushed her out of the room without a trace. This person really doesn't change. Does she think that everyone is like her, only knowing how to act in front of the leaders? Du Jiari maintained a polite smile in the face of her comrade's indifferent gaze. She lifted her chin slightly and replied with an air of arrogance that matched her temperament. Thanks to Liu Yuan's knowledge of nursing, our group was spared a lot of trouble along the way. Thank you, Liu Yuan. She thanked her sincerely. No one would doubt her sincerity. Yi Qian, who was carrying the commonly used medicine, paused for a moment before walking over with a normal expression. Sorry to disturb you. Here are some commonly used medicine. Do you need it? J5 and the rest started shoveling the snow, while she was given a temporary break and a mission to communicate with the art troupe to see if they needed any more help. The members of the Snowfield Brigade would appear in places that might not be suitable for military personnel. Therefore, it was not suitable for them to appear too many times and leave a bad impression. Yi Qian was different. She was a female soldier. Even if she joined the Snowfield Brigade, it would still be 3 years later. It was more appropriate for her to show her face now than any of them. Just like Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian could only see her eyes, which were as dark as the night. She wore a cold mask over her nose and lips, so Instructor Gao and the others could only see her eyes. You always appear when we need help the most. I really don't know how to express our gratitude. Du Jiari took the bag of medicine. After she finished speaking, she smiled at Instructor Gao, who had just moved his stiff body a little, and said, "Instructor, this female soldier in front of you is called Yi Qian. You should remember her name. When you return to the capital, you must mention her to your superiors. Look, she spent 3 hours alone on the carriage to save all of us. She didn't even need the help of the male soldiers. 3 hours of back and forth exhausted her. Fortunately, the male soldiers knew how to care for her. They massaged and rubbed her hands for a long time before her complexion improved slightly." Chapter 18:10. Speaking was indeed an art. Depending on the person sitting at the right height, they would hear different things. Their understanding of the situation would definitely be different from people of different heights. The higher one stood, the more he could tell if there was a deeper meaning in a sentence, if there was a hidden meaning, if the speaker wanted to express something secretly, or in other words, what kind of state of mind the speaker was in when he said those words. Instructor Gao was an instructor in the arts regiment and had a high level of political training. He could tell several meanings from Du Jiari's words. Firstly, the female soldier Yi Qian's courage was commendable, but she was too brave and did not handle the situation well. Secondly, as a female soldier, she was naturally weaker than the male soldiers. Knowing this, she still persisted. This showed that she was a female soldier who loved to show off and lost her composure. Thirdly, since she chose to persist, she was so tired that she needed the male soldiers to serve her. This showed that she lacked the spirit of a soldier. Fourthly, the male soldiers were not strict enough and cared too much about the female soldier. This showed that their relationship was messy. This was what Instructor Gao understood from Du Jiari's words, but it was undeniable that if not for this female soldier who loved to show off persisting for 3 hours and gritting her teeth to save them, they might still be stuck in the carriage, frightened. Therefore, Instructor Gao smiled and said, "You're right. We must report this to the higher-ups and reward the soldiers who risked their lives to save us. Yi Qian, you've worked hard tonight. If it weren't for you, we would probably still be in the carriage." As he said this, his words became more sincere. However, you need to think twice before you do something like this. Don't tire yourself out too much. After all, Instructor Gao was not a soldier in the arts regiment. He could only give a few pointers in a very reserved manner. If he said too much, it would make people dislike him. Liu Yuan gently weighed the plastic bag with the medicine. The soft hua-hua sound seemed to have interrupted Instructor Gao's words. Then, she smiled at Yi Qian, full of kindness and gratitude. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who already knew how to deal with this, said politely, "You're right. My comrades were also very worried when I went up like this. They were afraid that I would increase the weight on the carriage and cause the entire carriage to fall off the cliff. Fortunately, my body is light. Although it made my comrades sweat in their hearts, I can be considered to have successfully completed the mission given to me by my comrades." Yi Qian was never a pushover. Facing Du Jiari's gratitude on the surface and all kinds of words to trip him up, he humbly accepted Instructor Gao's advice and politely used a different method to explain why she, a female soldier, had to climb up the carriage. "You've considered everything thoroughly. It's because of this that we're all safe. Our unit needs female soldiers like you." As he said this, his gaze landed on Du Jiari. He then turned his head to look at the other soldiers who were still breathing. Then, he sighed. "Jiai, you all need to learn from her. Just now, the carriage only shook a little, but you all were so scared that you screamed." Yi Qian, on the other hand, was able to remain calm and continue to rescue us. You all need to learn from him. Chapter 18:11. Du Jiari was someone who could keep her composure, especially when it came to dealing with matters in front of her superior. Upon hearing those words, she reined in her emotions and replied humbly, "You're right. We're indeed lacking in courage. Even though we're performing arts troupes, we're still soldiers. A soldier's courage and bravery mustn't be lacking." She was really something. She even gave her a soft rebuff. With just a few words, she changed the instructor's impression of her. Du Jiari maintained a polite smile as she stared at Yi Qian and sized him up secretly. She had a pair of good eyes. They were dark and clear. Female soldiers like her were used to pretending to be innocent. She was wearing a cold mask so she couldn't see what she looked like. It was a pity. It didn't matter. As long as she knew her name, she would find out when she returned to the capital. It had always been easy for Du Jiari to find out a person's background. She originally wanted to make things difficult for her now, but the instructor obviously admired her. She could only keep her cool for now. It wouldn't be too late to deal with her later. She had seen her at her worst and was still suspicious of her. She even gave her a soft rebuff. She loved to deal with female soldiers who were naturally rebellious. There was no hurry. She would deal with her until she didn't even know who she had offended. Du Jiari, who was obviously excited, smiled sweetly after she finished speaking. She kept looking at Yi Qian. It wasn't a polite gaze, but a gaze filled with arrogance and prejudice. Yi Qian calmly smiled at her and turned to look at the instructor who was speaking. "That's right. No matter what kind of soldier you are, as long as you wear this uniform, you're a soldier. You can't lose the face and image of a soldier." Instructor Gao was very satisfied with Du Jiari's answer. He looked at her approvingly and said to Liu Yuan, "If there's anything you can solve, try to solve it yourself. Don't cause trouble for the army." A male soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment walked over. Perhaps he had something to say to Instructor Gao, so he greeted Du Jiari and nodded at Yi Qian with a smile. He said, "Sorry to disturb you," and then helped Instructor Gao over. Liu Yuan answered Instructor Gao with a straight face, "Understood. Don't worry, we won't cause any trouble for the army. I'm always at ease when you guys handle things." After Instructor Gao finished speaking, he left with the help of the male soldier. When he got up, Liu Yuan immediately said politely to Yi Qian, "Come and rest with us for a while. The male soldiers are exhausted from shoveling the snow. We'll take over their duties midway and shovel the snow together. What do you think?" Du Jiari, who hadn't left, seemed to have heard a joke. She pursed her lips and laughed. "As long as the male soldiers aren't afraid of us causing trouble, just let us know if you need anything. We definitely won't embarrass the female soldiers. We have to show them that female soldiers are not to be trifled with." She looked at Liu Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Liu Yuan, you can't be like last time where you fainted before you even started working. We can't embarrass the Arts and Crafts Regiment. We have to show the soldiers in the army that the female soldiers in the Arts and Crafts Regiment don't just know how to sing and dance. As the female soldiers in the Arts and Crafts Regiment, as long as there's a need for us, we can beautifully complete the tasks given to us by our superiors. Yi Qian, please take care of my comrade. If there's any problem, you can come and find me anytime. If you feel unwell, you have to tell us immediately. Don't force yourself just to save face, understand?" Chapter 18:12. It was fine if she didn't get thanked for saving someone. She didn't save the person because of the gratitude, but because it was her duty as a soldier to save the person. The problem was that the person she saved didn't say thank you, but instead started to create trouble for her. Yi Qian wasn't a soft-hearted person, and he wasn't magnanimous enough to forgive Du Jiari for causing trouble for him. When he heard what she said, his voice turned cold, and he said sternly, "Female soldier, with your intelligence, I don't think you'll always say things that will cause misunderstandings." After he said that, Liu Yuan's eyes lit up, and Du Jiari's face darkened. Since he had already spoken, Yi Qian wouldn't go back on his words. He stared coldly at Du Jiari, whose eyes had darkened, and said sternly, "Can I understand you? First, you said that I was putting up a strong front to save face, then you said that I saved someone, and in the end, you asked my comrades to help me. You said all these things on purpose to tell everyone that I'm only this capable, and that I'm just putting up a strong front for the sake of showing off. Du Jiao's originally gloomy face abruptly changed. No one had ever dared to give her such a straight face, and no one had ever dared to criticize her so boldly. Moreover, no one had ever criticized her in front of the leaders. She wanted to stop Yi Qian from continuing, but Yi Qian wouldn't give her the chance. You won't explain anything to me. You're a smart female soldier, so everything you say should be clear and accurate. As a soldier, you should say whatever is on your mind. You shouldn't always say things that are either digging up old scores or have hidden meanings. And don't tell me that I misunderstood you or misunderstood you. Based on what you said to Instructor Gao just now, if I didn't explain, Instructor Gao would have misunderstood me. I'm giving you face now by waiting for Instructor Gao to leave. I hope you can cherish the face that others have given you. Liu Yuan, who was flabbergasted, almost laughed out loud because of what he said. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Her words made Du Jiao, who had always maintained a good image in front of her superiors, change her expression and put her on the spot. Yi Jian was not the kind of person who was eloquent. She always knew when to advance and when to retreat. She also knew how to treat the right people. It was very tiring to get along with someone like Du Jiao. No matter when, she was the only one who could play the lead role, and the others could only play the supporting roles, and the supporting roles that obediently followed her orders. If anyone dared to overstep her, as long as that person's mistake was caught in her hands, she would definitely take it out again and again. Yi Qian, who had already noticed something was amiss, did not intend to get involved. This was the Arts and Crafts Regiment's matter. Even their instructor did not say anything. As a soldier from the Marines, she only needed to watch quietly. But of all things, she shouldn't have stepped out to step on Yi Qian and deliberately ruined her image. She was a soldier, and soldiers had to maintain their image at all times. They could not allow others to destroy their image and tarnish their reputation. The first time she took a small step back and clearly told her not to push her luck. She probably used her silence to tell her not to push Yi Qian, which made her misunderstand that Yi Qian was easy to bully. Since that was the case, she didn't mind not giving her face and warning her. She wanted her to restrain her evil intentions. Chapter 1813. Although the military had iron-like discipline, not everyone could be impartial. Instructor Gao was biased towards Du Jiao, but that was mostly due to her ability to get things done. Moreover, every word she said was true to the bottom of her heart, and she never violated any discipline, causing the leaders to worry about her. Naturally, they would admire her. Originally, after leaving the borders, there would be no more social interactions, but she insisted on doing some dirty things. How could Yi Qian allow her to do so again and again? Du Jiao was so angry that she almost fainted. Hearing this, Liu Yuan trembled in fear, but she also felt relieved when she saw Du Jiao's expression turn darker. She quickly stood up and said softly, "Forget it, it's just a small matter. Jiao, don't be angry. Look, I'm not even angry at you." Liu Yuan was shocked and angry at the mention of that old incident that she still couldn't let go of. That was the only time she made a fool of herself, and it became a topic that Du Jiao would use to make fun of her. No one liked others to talk about their mistakes, and Liu Yuan didn't like it either. But what could she do? Du Jiao wasn't an ordinary soldier. She didn't like Yi Qian from the start. Now that she heard what he said, her uncertain expression made her even more afraid. "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I really didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a straightforward person, and I'm not good with words. If I've offended you, please forgive me." Du Jiao's uncertain expression only took a few seconds to adjust. Her bright eyes under the hood were filled with sincerity. "I'm very, very sorry. Please forgive me." Liu Yuan originally felt that her anger had been vented, but now, following Du Jiao's apology, she felt an extremely cold chill run up from the bottom of her feet. Based on her understanding of Du Jiao, the more amiable she was, the more it meant that she had set her sights on someone and would make that person suffer. Seeing her gaze on Yi Qian, Liu Yuan's fingers trembled violently. It was one thing for her to be scolded by her. That incident was indeed her fault. But what about Yi Qian? Not only did she not thank Yi Qian, She even hinted to Instructor Gao that Yi Qian was just a stubborn female soldier and made things difficult for him. How could she do this? It was one thing to trample on those new recruits from time to time, but how could she make things difficult for Yi Qian, who had saved her life? Now that Yi Qian was angry, she still thought that Yi Qian was wrong. He even targeted Yi Qian. Du Jiari, do you really think you're a big shot? Instructor Gao, who had said something to the male soldier, walked over again. Du Jiari was used to destroying peace. She held Liu Yuan's arm and said to Yi Qian, I'm very, very sorry, and I'm very, very grateful. Instructor Gao wanted to go over to see how much snow needed to be shoveled. He did not give Du Jiari a chance to continue speaking. He came over and said, come with us to see how the snow is being shoveled and discuss the situation with the army. He reminded Liu Yuan to take good care of Wei Jiayue and left. Finally, Instructor Gao showed concern for Yi Qian. You have to be careful too. You've been exposed to the cold wind for a few hours. We brought some winter coats with us. Put on a few more and sit next to Liu Yuan and the rest. You can keep each other warm. Liu Yuan noticed that Du Jiari's eyes narrowed slightly. She gave Yi Qian a faint smile before leaving with Instructor Gao and the male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Yi Qian, just you wait. I wanted to punish you lightly, but now. Just you wait. I'll deal with you slowly. Chapter 1814. The smile in her eyes did not shock Yi Qian. Instead, it made Liu Yuan clench her fists. She did not know if it was because she was too agitated, but her chest felt stuffy. Even after taking a few deep breaths, she did not feel better. From the moment Du Jiari apologized to the moment she left, Yi Qian remained indifferent. Even his aura did not change. Therefore, Instructor Gao did not notice anything strange when he walked over. Du Jiari was not the only one who knew how to destroy peace. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, knew how to do it too. Du Jiari saw Yi Jianli's familiar shift between smiling and Yi Jianli's mood a second ago, so she apologized again and again. Coincidentally, Du Jiari saw the familiar shift between Yi Jianli's mood and smile. Because she knew that she had encountered a tough character who could see through what she wanted to do with a single glance. Just as Yi Qian said, Du Jiari was a very smart female soldier. Compared to the ignorant Yi Ying, she was much smarter. When interacting with such a person, one either had to be submissive or warn her not to go overboard. Yi Qian was not one to be submissive. In her previous life, she had lived a cowardly life. In this life, she wanted to control the world and live a carefree life. Of course, as a soldier, she could not act in vain. Acting in vain was destroying one's own future. She would not do something so foolish as to destroy one's own future. With a faint smile in her eyes, she sent Instructor Gao off. Turning her head sideways, she saw Liu Yuan staring at Du Jiari's back view with an unfathomable gaze. Even she could tell that they had some conflicts in the past, so how could Instructor Gao not be able to tell? I'll go with you to see your comrades. Now that the roads are disrupted, a small cold will cause big problems. The smiling voice pulled Liu Yuan's attention back. Yi Qian looked at the female soldier who was looking at her with a complicated expression. She pretended not to notice anything and glanced at Wei Jiayue. She whispered, "It looks like something is wrong." Liu Yuan originally wanted to say a few more words to Yi Qian, but hearing this she immediately trotted over to Wei Jiayue's side. She saw that Wei Jiayue and Ma Minute were leaning against each other with their eyes closed. They were so tired that they had fallen asleep. Wearing an oxygen mask to sleep, Wei Jiayue did not have a fever, but she looked very tired. Fortunately, the Zong soldiers had already set up the tents that were originally for the sentries and were calling them over to sleep. He woke up the 2 people who were fast asleep and helped them to the tent. "Sleep in the tent. Watch your feet first," Yi Qian reminded Wei Jiayue, who was so sleepy that she was stumbling. He put his arm around her shoulders and put her weight on him to make her feel more comfortable. Du Jiari is the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital. She is 24 years old this year and has a brother who is 9 years older than her and has real power in the Nanguang military region. "We belong to the Nanguang military region's art troupe," so everyone has to give in to us. Fortunately, you're not from the Nangguang military region's army. Her sister is 7 years older than her, and her brother is 1 year younger than her. He's also quite capable. Last year, he graduated from university and worked in the provincial government. Du Jiari has a sweet tongue and knows how to coax people, so she's quite popular in her family. You can check which official in the capital has the surname Du and has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Then you'll know her background. Also, her mother, Madam Li, is also a very powerful person. If anyone dares to bully her daughter, she will not let them off easily. However, this family is very prideful, so they will be amiable on the surface. Just like just now, no matter how angry she was able to put down her pride and apologize to you. Chapter 18:15. Yi Qian, who was listening quietly, had a dark look in his eyes when he heard the words Madam Li. They were only 5 meters away from the tent. Wei Jiayue spoke quickly and softly into Yi Qian's ear. Even Liu Yuan did not hear her. Why did she have to tell Yi Qian? Because this was the only thing she could do to help. She only hoped that Yi Qian would be more vigilant and avoid them in the future. The Wei family was considered a big family, so even they had to give in to the Du family. Yi Qian, who had been listening quietly, said, "Thank you." Then he reminded her, "Sleep a little deeper. We only set up 1 tent." They did not know when they would be able to shovel the snow away, so the Tibetan soldiers used 2 tents to avoid the cold. Liu Yuan, who had not noticed anything, walked out of the tent and said to Yi Qian, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. You saved so many of us. Although I can't mention your name in the report and let the army reward you, I will always remember that there was a female soldier who took the risk to save others. Thank you, Yi Qian." Compared to Du Jiari's gratitude, Liu Yuan's gratitude was much more sincere. She straightened her back and looked at Yi Qian with a sincere expression as she saluted him. "Thank you, Yi Qian. Thank you. If not for your timely appearance, she and her comrades would not have dared to climb onto the roof of the carriage, and it would not have been possible for them to save so many people in just 3 hours." She stood at the side and listened to the creaking sound of the carriage. She was so scared that her knees went weak. On the other hand, Yi Qian, who was lying on the roof, was so calm and brave. Even when they screamed in fear, he was still calm and collected until he saved everyone. Even if Du Jiari had her eyes on Yi Qian, she was not afraid. She belonged to a different division and branch. No matter how powerful she was, it was impossible for her to cross divisions and branch to cause trouble for Yi Qian. Looking at Yi Qian, who was working for them, Liu Yuan, who felt apologetic, bit her lip, as if she was making a big decision. After a while, she said, "Du Jiari and I were both female soldiers for 2 years. We were friends for a year, so close that we could share meals together. Later on, when new soldiers joined the army, their opinions differed from hers, and the conflict began to deepen. But it's only about class affairs. Last July, when I got close to Wei Jiayue, who was transferred here, our relationship deteriorated even more. In the end, I applied to be transferred to Wei Jiayue's dormitory, far away from her. The further I was from her, the clearer I could see Du Jiari's character." Liu Yuan could not directly tell Yi Qian to be careful. Based on her understanding of Du Jiari, if she really said something, it would be difficult for her to successfully leave the army. Liu Yuan's behavior just now was clearly because she had her eyes on Yi Qian. If she did not say anything, she would feel guilty. Yi Qian should have sensed something. Otherwise, he would not have said something so indifferent, causing Du Jiari to be at a disadvantage and earning Instructor Gao's praise. Whether or not Liu Yuan knew or sensed something, Liu Yuan could not lose her conscience. "I rarely get along with people, except for Du Jiari. Fortunately, you're not from our military, so we won't see each other much in the future. If we meet again, just pretend we don't know each other and avoid her." Actually, Yi Qian, who was in a mess, did not have the heart to listen. But she was talking about Du Jiari, so she had to listen. Because Yi Ying's mother-in-law's surname was Li. Her husband's surname was Du. Sun Dongqing had complained in the village that Yi Ying's sister-in-law was not easy to get along with. Chapter 18:16. Yi Qian's heart was in a mess. In her previous life, She had been harmed by Yi Ying until she was like a stray dog. She was the golden phoenix that flew out of the ravine of Shuiku village in Fujian town. She had provoked all the relatives of the Yi and Sun families to try to get close to Yi Jifan. As for herself, she was always the target of ridicule. Whenever Yi Ying was mentioned, she would be mentioned. When she was mentioned, she would be said to be a disgrace to public morals and that she had disgraced 8 generations of her ancestors. Why did those people support Yi Ying? Simple. Because Yi Ying married into a noble family. Yi Jifan also rose through the ranks and became a high-ranking official. At first, Yi Ying didn't dare to make things difficult for her. She only warned her not to go home and embarrass her family. She also said that her father was successful in his career and that if she went back and ruined her father's reputation, the whole family would want to beat her to death. In her previous life, she was a coward. She didn't dare to go back to the village after being threatened by Yi Ying. When she was 18, she went back to get an ID card and was scolded. When Yi Ying returned from studying abroad, she went back happily but was chased away. Later on, she slowly grew up and learned how to resist. Yi Ying got married. The most tragic days came. Yi Ying, who got married, seemed to have found the strongest backing. She started to use all her power to make things difficult for her. She made things difficult for her and wanted to take her life at all times. She knew that it was Yi Ying who had caused her to lose her job, be evicted, blocked her way, and even set her house on fire. Only then did she realize that Yi Ying did not make things difficult for her before she got married. Most of the time, it was just that her words were a little harsh. She got a job but couldn't get paid. She was chased after getting off work in the middle of the night. Her door was broken into when she slept at night. These were the real difficulties. She used to be ruthless. If she had the chance, she would make Yi Ying's life a living hell. She would make her lose everything. She used to beg the heavens to give her a chance. She even went to Buddha and made a wish that Yi Ying would lose everything in the future. And now, thinking of all the things from his previous life, Yi Qian suddenly laughed. It was not a hearty laugh, but a low, deep, and oppressive laugh. It seemed to be a joyous laugh, but it also seemed to be filled with hatred. Liu Yuan, who had not yet left, stared blankly at Yi Qian, unable to react for a moment. Du family. If this Du family was Yi Ying's in-laws in her previous life, then could she directly cut off Yi Ying's path to climb up the social ladder? Would he be able to solve all the worries in one go and make Yi Ying in this life truly have nothing? In her previous life, she had so much hope, but in the end, her wish did not come true. In this life, since the heavens had allowed her to return to the starting point, to the source of all tragedies, how could she let them down? How could she let them down? Because of Yi Jifan, Yi Ying was able to marry into a prestigious family. In this life, how could he fulfill Yi Ying's wishes? Just you wait, Yi Ying. The show is about to begin. Lowering her head, Yi Qian raised her hand to wipe away the tears that were about to overflow from her eyes. She gently closed her eyes and calmed the waves in her heart. Liu Yuan was shocked by the sudden anger that she was emitting. She could not help but take a small step back and carefully asked, Are you okay? Is it because of Du Jiari? Don't be angry. She's just like that. You're not even in the same unit as her. She doesn't have the ability to cross the military and cross the military to make things difficult for you. Liu Yuan was just an ordinary military soldier. She did not know about Du Jiari's family background. Chapter 1817. She didn't know, so she had nothing to worry about, unlike Wei Jiayue, who was worried and fearful because she knew. Yi Qian knew that her emotions had fluctuated just now, and there was even a hint of murderous intent. She had already calmed down and looked up. Even though the windshield mask covered the smile on her face, her clear eyes were still smiling. Thank you for your concern. I just thought of something, not because of Du Jiari. Oh, that's good. For some reason, Liu Yuan suddenly felt a little afraid of this female soldier in front of her. She felt inexplicably afraid and said uneasily, Then I'm relieved. You go do your work, I'll go back to my tent to rest. Without waiting for Yi Qian to speak, she turned around and went back to her tent in a panic. Her heart was beating a little fast, and she couldn't continue talking to her. She had a feeling that she would throw a knife at her at any time. It was better to leave quickly. She couldn't afford to offend Yi Qian and Du Jiayi. Yi Qian didn't take Liu Yuan's strange behavior to heart. He turned around and saw her enter her tent, then stand by the roadside and look up at the male soldiers on the snowy mountain. There were 4 engineering shovels in the car, and together with the 2 that Yi Qian brought over, there were enough shovels for 6 people to shovel the snow together. J5 and the other members of the Snowfield Brigade were the first to shovel the snow, while Qin Xiu, the Tibetan soldiers, and the 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment were on guard. They stared at the snowy mountain in the dark like a hibernating monster. Once they noticed that the snow was loose, they would immediately inform the male soldiers who were shoveling the snow. Qin Xiu's gaze would always inadvertently fall on Yi Qian. The usually sharp Yi Qian was walking directly towards him. The 2 leaders of the Arts and Crafts Regiment were instructing their soldiers to unconditionally cooperate with the soldiers from the army to clear the road together. As Yi Qian walked closer, he heard a male soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment say worriedly, "The Mazha army hasn't arrived yet. I suspect that there might be an avalanche ahead. Maybe they're also trying to save people." The Tibetan route through Mazadaban was a very big S-curve. If the curve ahead was blocked, they would not be able to see anything. There's no need to be suspicious. Since we haven't arrived yet, there's definitely an avalanche ahead of us. Let's clear the path for the 2 vehicles first. The rescue commander frowned as he looked at the huge pile of snow. At this rate, it would be difficult for him to complete the task within 5 hours. Qin Xiu, who had already noticed Yi Qian walking out, lowered his head and said something to instructor Gao, then strode over. Yi Qian looked at Qin Xiu, who was not affected by the cold at all, just like the J5 and the others. He could not help muttering in his heart, "He looks like a gentleman who is painting by the window, but why does he look like a marching soldier now?" The other 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment were so cold that they wrapped themselves in thick winter clothing. Fortunately, their backs were straight enough. Otherwise, they would look like brown bears in the mountains. They were very clumsy. "Are you looking for me?" Qin Xiu came over and asked, "Are you worried about when the road will open?" Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. "You kept looking at me just now. I thought you were looking for me." If he was looking for her for no reason, then why was he looking at her? He only looked at her occasionally, and it was not on purpose. He only looked at her from the corner of his eyes. How did she notice him like that? Qin Xiu wanted to laugh. He was indeed a soldier. His sensitivity was indeed shocking. Chapter 1818. It seemed like he could not sneak a few glances at her in the future. He might as well look at her openly. If he was caught, he could still smile. Qin Xiu, who had always had a clear goal, was already thinking about how to get along with Yi Qian. There is indeed something. It's about my identity. Since she was already here, he could not let her come for nothing. Qin Xiu gestured for her to speak further away. "I have something to do here. Originally, I came here with another interpreter. When I arrived at 30 Miles Camp, I heard that the Nanguang military's art troupe was here, so I followed them as a reporter. The people in the art troupe have always thought that I'm a reporter. That's why I need your cooperation." Yi Qian's face was serious. "I will definitely cooperate. I regret coming here to look for you now. Actually, I could have pretended not to know you. It would have made things easier for you. If she pretended not to know Qin Xiu, she would not be watched by Du Jiayi." Speaking of Du Jiayi, she thought of her background. Yi Qian could not help but purse her lips. Qin Xiu was also a person of status. She often appeared on television. It was impossible that Du Jiayi did not know Qin Xiu. "Are you sure that everyone in the art troupe thinks that you're a reporter?" Since they had worked together before and knew Principal Cao, Yi Jian, who had always been quiet, could not help but ask. Qin Xiu pointed at his windshield. There was a deep smile in his eyes. Although Qin Xiu couldn't see his handsome face clearly, he could tell from his elegant eyes that he was a handsome and elegant man. He chuckled and said, "With me like this, if I hadn't spoken first, would you have recognized me? I didn't take it off on the way here. It was too cold." No one wanted to get frostbite from the cold. If everyone was like that, then there was no weirdness. That was indeed the case. Yi Jian could not help but smile. That was also the reason why she directly confronted Du Jiari. Du Jiari had been staring at Yi Qian for a long time. Who would have thought that this Yi guy would know a reporter from the National News Department? Looks like he's not a simple person. That's right, only someone with a powerful family would dare to go against me. Thinking of this, Du Jiari's eyes darkened. She was thinking about Yi Qian's family background based on his style of speech, aura, and posture. The more she thought about it, the colder Du Jiari's eyes became. From the looks of it, the female soldier Yi Qian's family background was not simple. No other female soldier had such a strong aura. No wonder he was so daring. It turned out that he had a powerful background. Previously, he had thought that she was trying to show off and was trying to be brave. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Instead, it was because she had confidence, and even more so, she knew that even if something really did happen, nothing would happen. She would naturally deal with it. It was because of this confidence and her family background that she dared to behave like this. For a moment, Du Jiari was a little annoyed at herself for being too careless. Go back to your tent and rest. Bring that female soldier back with you. Instructor Gao instructed her in a low voice, when the road is clear, the soldiers will wake you up. If we can continue moving forward, our plan will remain unchanged. If not, we can only go back the way we came and come back in spring. Choosing to come to the northwest of the border in the middle of winter was not a wise decision. The journey was too dangerous and would cause a lot of trouble for the various military outposts. Du Jiari, who had specially come to look for Yi Qian, would not agree. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Instructor, I think we can continue moving forward. Think about it. The worse the environment, and the more we experienced such an earth-shattering avalanche, we did not back down. Isn't this the courage and bravery that a soldier should have? I think the best way is to move forward and not retreat." Chapter 18-19. Du Jiari was not a woman who would retreat when faced with difficulties. She always knew what she wanted and what she needed to do to get what she wanted. There was no doubt that such a person would not be eliminated by society. She would always keep pace with the times and would never be at the bottom. However, the terrifying thing about Du Jiari was that once she found out that there was someone or something that was stopping her in the process of getting what she wanted, her destructive power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, such a person was the most dangerous person because you would never know what she would do in the next second. Would she attack her friends? Would she suddenly turn her back on her friends? Would she suddenly turn her back on you one day? She knew what she wanted, and she knew how to get it. She also had the ability to control things, so when interacting with her, one must always be clear-headed and carefully avoid her minefields, lest one be blasted into nothingness one day. Since such a person came with a purpose, how could she retreat so easily? In addition, she was already out of danger. If she continued to move forward, she could deepen the leader's impression of her. As smart as Du Jiari was, she would choose a beneficial path for herself. Obviously, the instructor was also moved by her words. He looked around and his gaze fell slightly on Qin Xiu, who was talking to Yi Qian. He said in a low voice, "What you said makes sense. There are also 2 reporters from the news department. Especially the reporter surnamed Qin. Although he doesn't like to talk much and doesn't walk around much, there were several officers who accompanied him to join us. It can be seen that this reporter Qin has some status in the news department. Your brother asked me to give you a slap. Since you're not afraid, then go ahead. It's not easy to get credit for the military arts, but since there's an opportunity now, there's no harm in fighting for it." Instructor Gao was acquainted with the Du family and had a good relationship with Du Jiari's brother. With such a relationship, Du Jiari's days in the regiment were much better than others. After speaking in a low voice, Instructor Gao frowned slightly. His voice was even softer than before. "The person you're looking for is only known to be serving at the border. He might not be here now. If you want to find him, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." He didn't know who she was looking for. Her brother didn't tell him, so he wasn't afraid to ask too much. I'm sorry to have made you worry. This person is indeed not easy to find. However, I was entrusted by someone to do my job. It doesn't matter if I can find it or not. I'm only responsible for looking for it, not that I have to find it. Du Jiayi said disapprovingly. Aunt Xiao was a sentimental person. This time, she asked her to find her son by the way. Maybe she would forget what she asked for. But since he had already promised, he had to put in some effort and not be careless. Besides, family Xia and the Du family had different political views. Auntie Xiao had asked her to look for her son, so she wasn't a good choice. It had been 10 years since she last saw Xia Jinyuan. Who knew if he still recognized her? However, if she saw him, she would definitely recognize him. She didn't know how many times she had been bullied by him. Every time they had a group of people, he would never give her any face. He would always gang up with the Han family to bully her. She had been bullied so much when she was young that the memory was still fresh. She always wanted to get back the face she had lost back then. Since Auntie Xiao asked her to look for her son, she would do it. Instructor Gao didn't say anything else. She had always been a person with her own ideas. As long as she didn't cause trouble, it didn't matter. Chapter 1820. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped even further. J5, Chang Ying, and the others shoveled snow for 3 hours straight before they were called back to the tent by Yi Qian, who had just woken up from his nap. Along the way, Yi Qian sternly warned them that if they continued like this, their limbs would freeze to death. The male soldiers were not angry at her scolding. Instead, they were quite happy. Although it took longer, it was not a big deal. Every year during winter training, it was common for them to be suddenly woken up in the middle of the night to run with weights. 3 hours was not a big deal. Furthermore, they were divided into 3 groups. The Snowfield Brigade had 3 hours and the Tibetan soldiers had 2 hours. Once the road was cleared, the Tibetan soldiers had to drive. The 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment and the 2 reporters from the news department were in one group. They only needed 1 hour. The Tibetan soldiers couldn't help but laugh heartily. He was quite protective of his own people. It was good to have female soldiers in the team. They knew how to protect their comrades. As they walked towards the tent, J5 joked, "Oh no, Q King is going to have a lot to worry about in the future. He wants us to talk less and work more. Shoveling snow increases lung exercise. He likes to make us work and train at the same time." Yi Qian said, "That's not the same. That's a compulsory training in the team. We can divide the work and work together to recover the energy we expended. I don't think we should do everything just because we're soldiers. It's better if we work together. All right, we'll listen to you. Let's rest now. You should go back to the tent and rest too." J5 agreed readily and reminded him, "Don't call us by our code names. You don't know our names either. If you have anything to say, just come over and talk. You can't say your code name either. Our reports only have code names, not names. Remember, don't reveal each other's code names." So when he reminded him, he called out Yi Qian's name. There was Yi Qian's information in the military system, but it was as good as nothing. Even if someone knew his surname, they would not be able to find anything. The code names of the Snowfield Brigade members were much more important than their names. The commander of the rescue team and the injured instructor Gao were still in the tent. Yi Qian could not go in with them, so he left amidst the chuckles of his comrades. He took 2 steps and said, "I'll watch you guys enter the tent." His comrades were stunned. Then, they laughed louder. "Young Sparrow, I suddenly feel like I'm being controlled by my girlfriend." As soon as he said that, his comrades' laughter stopped. "Of course. Of the tiger. Of the tiger. Of the day. Whose girlfriend was Yi Jian? Of. Yi. Heh, of course it's Q King. How dare he say something like that to Q King's girlfriend? He was asking for a beating. Young Sparrow did not know. He continued, "I've always been bold. Didn't they say that a gentleman's wife is a fair lady? I can't even say that. Which tiger is so domineering? I want to meet him." Yi Qian. "Go back to the tent and rest." The reason we don't let young Sparrow talk is because sometimes he doesn't know how to talk. It's easy for him to offend people. He was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. J5 dragged young Sparrow, who was not afraid of death, back into the tent. Damn, he did not want to be taught a lesson by Q King. Chapter 1821. Young Sparrow Hawk was baffled by his actions, but his mouth was covered. He wanted to ask for an explanation, but all he could do was whimper in his throat. Why are you still struggling? I'm trying to save you, you know? Behave yourself. Don't start a dye shop just because I gave you some color, J5 warned in a low voice. There was an indescribable seriousness in his voice. Is Yi Qian your girlfriend? Can you woo her? With his mouth covered, young Sparrow Hawk's eyes widened, and the whimpers in his throat grew louder. He had no intention of doing that at all. J5 slapped his head again. Shut up. If you have something to say it later. Chang Ying, who was chasing after him, also said, you never say anything nice when you open your mouth. Although you said what was on our minds, do you think we were as direct as you were? Think about it. Yi Qian is a female soldier and doesn't have much of a reputation. How awkward would it be for you to say such things in front of us? Can't you see that the smile on her face is a little stiff? Young Sparrow Hawk, who finally realized what was going on, obediently allowed himself to be dragged away by J5. Seeing this, Chang Ying was relieved, but he was still a little nervous. Young Sparrow Hawk wouldn't really have feelings for Yi Qian, would he? He clearly knew that Q King looked at Yi Qian in a strange way, so how could he have feelings for her? J5 was really troubled. He wasn't worried about Yi Qian being embarrassed, he was worried that Q King would teach him a lesson. Among his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, only J5 knew about Xia Jinyuan's feelings, and he had known about it since a long time ago. He had been worried for a long time, afraid that Major Xia would fall in love with the underage girl Yi Qian and ruin his bright future. Later on, because the Shuiyu Battalion was newly appointed as the Soldier King, their training became more difficult day by day. The two of them only saw each other once or twice a year. Only then did J5 remove the little sharp knife in his heart and gradually let go of his worries. Now, he couldn't be more relieved. Yi Jian was already an adult and had become a military academy student. They couldn't be in a relationship openly. If the two of them really had any tricks up their sleeves, they would have to do it secretly. However, based on his understanding of Q King, this was a disdainful man. Would he have a secret relationship that couldn't see the light of day? With his arrogance, it was impossible. Therefore, he was reassured that Yi Qian would be able to continue his 4 years at the military academy. Then, he would graduate and join the army. According to the regulations, there was an age limit for both male and female soldiers to get married, and the Snowfield Brigade's age limit was even higher. Even after Yi Qian graduates, ha ha ha, J5 would laugh every time he thought of this. Even if Yi Qian graduated, the two of them could only date and not get married. This was because Yi Qian had not reached the age required by the Snowfield Brigade. The girl he fancied would have to wait more than 10 years before she could bear fruit. If someone stupid jumped out and said that he wanted to pursue Yi Qian, J5's forehead would break out in cold sweat just thinking about the scene. That scene would definitely be brutal. No, he had to teach the bachelors in the unit a lesson. He had to tell them not to have any ideas about Yi Qian. If anyone dared to have any ideas, the consequences would be unimaginable. When they were only a few steps away from the tent, J5 finally let go of young Sparrow Hawk. Although he was dragging the shorter scout in the unit, it was still very tiring. Young Sparrow Hawk, who could finally speak, took off his cold mask and pulled J5 to the side. I'm not thinking about that. You're thinking too much. Pursuing Yi Qian? He knew his own limits. He was a scout, he was a scout. He had a pair of eyes that were good at scouting. He was not blind. Chapter 1822. Yi Qian, who had rested for 3 hours, didn't feel sleepy. Seeing that her comrades had obediently returned to their tents, she walked over to the pile of snow that still looked like a small hill. After shoveling for more than 3 hours, it didn't seem to be working. There's too much snow piled up there, and the snow on the mountain slid down several times during the shoveling, covering up the road that we worked so hard to clear. Qin Xiu shook his sore wrists and looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze. I'm afraid it's going to take 5 hours. Although they're shoveling snow over there, I'm afraid they're in the same situation as us. The snow was connected to the mountain. As they shoveled, the snow on top of the mountain would sink down. As long as the snow on the mountain was separated from the avalanche, the snow wouldn't slide down and affect their progress. Close to her, the white light shone on the side of her face. Qin Xiu could clearly see her delicate and full forehead. Her skin was as delicate as jade, and further down, he could see her long and black eyelashes. When she blinked, they were like a small feather that lightly tickled his heart. He wanted to look at her more carefully so that he could engrave her face deeper in his heart, but the girl who had been looking up suddenly changed her expression. Retreat. Seeing this, the Tibetan soldiers didn't hesitate and quickly retreated. Yi Qian pulled Qin Xiu's sleeve and ran away. On the other side, Xie Jinyuan, who didn't know that the scouts in the team were so good, suddenly put away the snow shovel. He suddenly grabbed his comrades on both sides and shouted, "Retreat!" G3 and Li Jinyan reacted quickly and quickly retreated. They saw that the snow connected to the mountain was stacking up under the layer of snow. After a minute, the large amount of snow connected to the mountain was stacked up like a pile of sand with a boom. 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 Snow and dust flew everywhere. White fog suddenly appeared in front of them, and thin snowflakes instantly covered their faces. This was the largest area of skiing. When the snow and fog dissipated, the mountain was separated from the snow. Several searchlights shone towards the mountain. Xie Jinyuan signaled his comrades behind him to turn off the searchlights. Then, he turned off his own searchlights and continued to flash. They could see the light on the other side. It seemed like the J5 and the others hadn't rested either. They intended to clear the path tonight. Very soon, the searchlights on the other side went off as well. Yi Qian also flashed his searchlights repeatedly in response. This was the contact information of the Snowfield Brigade, and it was asking if they were safe. Everything was fine, and he could rest assured. J5 and the others who were preparing to rest ran out when they heard the commotion. Even the female soldiers in the tent ran out. The commotion caused by the collapse of the snow was a bit loud, even the ground seemed to be shaking. I've just contacted my comrades on the other side. They're all fine. The Tibetan soldiers said that we don't have to worry about the snow on the mountain sinking down again. We just need to shovel the snow to clear the way. Yi Jian explained to J5. She also told Du Jiari and the others who were running over and panting heavily as if they were about to pass out. Du Jiari directly asked Qin Xiu, "Reporter Qin, how long will it take to restore the channel?" "I'm not too sure." Qin Xiu didn't want to talk to Du Jiari. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "According to the original estimate of 5 hours. So Reporter Qin knows Yi Qian, the female soldier who saved us. Please give me her contact information. I want to thank her properly." Du Jiari had a motive for coming over to talk to Qin Xiu. Because she had just woken up, her voice was a bit drowsy and cute. Being polite and cute really made people have a good impression of her. Chapter 1823. But Qin Xiu acted as if he heard a joke. He looked at her indifferently and replied, "I don't know her. I was rejected when I wanted to interview her." "Really?" Du Jiari didn't quite believe it because she trusted her intuition more. "I see. Sorry to bother you." If he didn't want to talk about it, she would investigate it herself. The leader of the relief command wanted to stay with them, but he was politely asked to go back to his tent by J5. He also wanted to ask Yi Qian to go back to his tent with the female soldiers. But when he saw the smile in Yi Qian's eyes, he turned around and left without saying anything. Obviously, he couldn't persuade her. Qin Xiu also wanted to persuade her, but he stopped when he saw the faint smile in her eyes. He immediately changed his words. "You can go to the front and watch for us. If there is more snow, we can hide in time." Well, he could talk to her for a while. Once the road was cleared, they would have to go their separate ways. He didn't know when they would meet again. He didn't have her contact information yet. It was a bit presumptuous to ask now. He might as well go back and ask his uncle. At this time, The soldiers from the Marjar military station had cleared the road blocked by the avalanche. Half an hour later, the slightly yellow but extremely bright headlights shone from the curve. Yi Qian, who didn't leave, looked at the approaching headlights. The smile in his eyes deepened. The road ahead should be cleared. Yi Qian reminded the Tibetan soldiers who didn't look back. He smiled and said to Qin Xiu, "That's good. You don't have to worry that I will say your identity by mistake." The headlights didn't hide the curve. Qin Xiu looked at it and then looked away. This was not good. Once the road was cleared, he would go to Immortal Bay, and she would have to go back to her unit. "Which unit are you in now? Is it convenient to say?" Qin Xiu, who originally wanted to ask Principal Cao, asked directly without thinking. "Thank you very much this time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with it. Although I can't repay you with my life, I can write a thank you letter." Du Jiari reminded him that he could use the same excuse to ask for Yi Qian's contact information. "I was sent to the village, and I'm still a student." It was normal for cadets from military academies to be assigned to the army. There would be cadets from the 3rd and 4th years, but it was not normal for a freshman to be assigned to the army. Yi Jian smiled bitterly and said, "Something happened and I was reprimanded. I'm here to experience the hardships of border soldiers." Hearing this, Qin Xiu smiled. "My uncle has been full of praises for you, saying that you are the most obedient and best student in Nannan Middle School. It seems that it is not true. How can you be sent to school?" It turned out that she was a military school student. Qin Xiu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Mrs. Qin liked girls who studied the most. They did not chat for long before Yi Qian stopped. Qin Xiu was a diplomat, and a very capable one at that. If she spoke too much, she was afraid that there would be loopholes, so it was better to remain silent. With the arrival of the soldiers from the Marjar military station, it was even more inconvenient for the group to talk to Qin Xiu after they rested in their tents. The arrival of the soldiers from the Marjar military station was undoubtedly good news for the art troupe. Du Jiari, who had just closed her eyes, heard the commotion and was the first to walk out of her tent. Wei Jiayue, Liu Yuan, and Ma Minute came out one after another. When they saw the truck, they secretly clapped their hands. "You're finally here. I thought that I would be stuck here for a few days. The leader is talking to the instructor. Keep a low profile," Du Jiari warned Ma Minute in a low voice. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Yi Qian again, and then on Qin Xiu, who was standing in front of her. Did they really not know each other? Chapter 1824. Without giving Du Jiari a chance to stand quietly and speculate, Instructor Gao asked her to take the lead to pack up the tents of the female soldiers, while the soldiers of the Mazher military station picked up the ice shovels and began to shovel away the last layer of snow that was blocking the path from Kudadarban to Mazher. The snow pile became smaller and smaller, and gradually, the sound of shoveling could be heard. G3 threw away a piece of snow that was frozen at the bottom and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "There are more sounds of shoveling snow from the opposite side. It's highly likely that people from the military station are here. We can withdraw now." It was better for them not to show up too much for the secret training. At most, they would be able to clear the path in another hour. Han Zheng said softly, "If I remember correctly, we are all soldiers serving in the border area. If they really see us, they will only think that we are doing winter training." The military would always make careful arrangements for the training of a group of special forces with the country's hidden strength. They would also list out all the possible problems that might arise. Even if other troops knew about it, they would think that it was just a group of special forces in the military region undergoing winter training. G3 did not agree. They had also patrolled the secretly built satellite base with the soldiers of the Mazher military station. It was better to be cautious. "Withdraw." Xia Jinyuan agreed with G3's words. It was indeed time to withdraw. Previously, he was worried because of Du Jiari. Now that a few hours had passed, if anything had really happened, it would have happened long ago. If he appeared and confronted this hypocritical woman who he had not seen for almost 10 years, with her narrow-mindedness, it would be more troublesome. When he met with Little Fox, he would ask her alone. Han Zheng felt that it was a pity and silently said in his heart, I still want to meet Du Jiari and talk about what happened between us back then. I really want to see her clearly angry, but she has to pretend to be magnanimous. Sigh, I really miss it. Muttering silently did not escape Xie Jinyuan's eyes. He turned around and glanced at him coldly. Han Zheng immediately stood at attention and made a shut-up gesture. Yi Qian saw Xie Jinyuan at 4:17 in the morning. The snow blocking their vision was shoveled away, and their searchlights shone directly at each other. Their eyes met and they saw each other immediately. The soldiers at the Mazher military depot, Kudi military depot, and Sanli military barracks were the first to speak. Then, the commander of the construction team stepped forward. Yi Qian moved to Xie Jinyuan's side and stood quietly by the side as he watched the J5's eloquent speech. Upon receiving Xie Jinyuan's signal, J5 took on the role of leader. Well, it wasn't really a role since he was the instructor of the Snowfield Brigade. Du Jiari is a difficult person to deal with. Did you suffer any losses? That was the first thing Major Xie asked. Yi Qian sensed something and raised his eyebrows slightly. An old acquaintance. There was something wrong with the intonation of these three words. It seemed to have some other meaning. Major Xie, who was keenly aware of it, turned his head and glanced at her. Within a few seconds, he reacted. No wonder it sounded a little strange. It turned out to be jealousy. There was a smile in his handsome eyes. You can say that I'm an old acquaintance. About 10 years ago, when I was still a prince, I caused a ruckus. There was a hypocritical beauty snake. I had a deep grudge with her. How is it? Are you satisfied with my answer? Ahem. I guess I'm satisfied. Yi Qian felt a little uncomfortable. He had been jealous too much. There were many types of old acquaintances. Captain Xie's tone was so cold just now, yet he did not notice it. Chapter 1825. After exchanging a few words with Xie Jinyuan, Yi Jianqian noticed that there was an inquisitive look in her direction. He couldn't help but glance over to see who it was. He said to Xie Jinyuan, I didn't lose out, but I was targeted. They belong to the category of people who don't get along with each other. I don't even want to say one more word. It's good that you didn't lose out. It doesn't matter if you're targeted. When Xie Jinyuan heard that he did not suffer any losses, the smile in his eyes deepened. He said with relief, you won't suffer any losses in her hands. I feel relieved in the future. Although he hadn't seen Du Jiari for more than 10 years, this woman already had the ability to distort right and wrong. With the Du family's extreme education, it only made things worse. Xie Jinyuan wasn't worried that he would be recognized. Other than Chang Ying and Yang Zizi, who were the main scouts, the rest of his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were all at least 185 meters tall. He wore his snow boots, a winter jacket, and a winter mask. It would be strange if Du Jiari could recognize him. He didn't even recognize Du Jiari from the group of female soldiers. But it really made him feel helpless. Why was Du Jiari the one who was trapped? Could it be that she had done too many bad things and started to have bad luck when she reached a place without the protection of the Du family? It was fine if she was unlucky, but she even had to be rescued by Little Fox. Bad people really lived long lives. Du Jiari's gaze fell on Yi Qian. She saw him standing among a group of tall and straight army soldiers. Her figure looked even more slender, as if she was being protected by the male soldiers while she was being pampered. Fortunately, she had seen reporter Qin, who was calm and composed and had the temperament of a scholar, and knew Yi Jian. Thus, she had guessed that this female soldier had some background. But now, it seemed that her first impression was right. She was just an ordinary female soldier who had some ability and was willing to be cruel to herself to climb up the ranks. If someone like her entered the capital or the military, would she try to stand out? She would be beaten back to her original state at any time. With that thought in mind, Du Jiari's apprehension toward Qin Xiu dissipated in an instant. As she stared at him, she even lifted her chin a little. When Yi Jian looked over, she happened to see Du Jiari, who had her chin slightly raised and did not hide her arrogance. She didn't wait for him to notice and calmly retracted her gaze. She stood side by side with Xie Jinyuan, and while waiting for J5 to speak with the station commander, she also spoke with G3 and the others in a low voice. It wasn't a formal occasion, so they could talk on their own. G3 looked at the female soldier who was almost half a head shorter than him, and there was a hint of a smile in his usually hoarse voice. Your courage is commendable. You have guts. He looked at the carriage that had not been dragged up yet. The entire carriage was supported by the front of the carriage. Although he had made sufficient preparations, the danger inside was too great. Even if he had made sufficient preparations, there was still a possibility that he would fall off the cliff with the carriage. Yi Jian climbed down just like that. She was able to rescue everyone trapped inside by herself. It was not enough to be brave enough. She also had to be calm enough. She was getting closer and closer to the requirements to enter the Snowfield Brigade. She was getting closer and closer to meeting the requirements. Xie Jinyuan listened to his comrade and Yi Qian's conversation. His eyes were dark, but there was a deep smile in them. He was worried for her, and even more so, he was cheering for her growth. As a Special Forces soldier who walked on a knife's edge, she danced with death every time she carried out a mission. Courage, perseverance, calmness, and so on were all indispensable. Only then could she defeat death and return to the team with glory. Chapter 1826. Qin Xiu had also secretly glanced at Yi Qian, but he was very good at hiding himself, so Yi Qian didn't notice. As a diplomat, he had the ability to observe people from head to toe. Now that he had used this ability, Yi Qian really didn't notice. Otherwise, why would Qin Xiu be the youngest and most promising diplomat? Qin Xiu couldn't get Yi Qian's attention even after glancing at him several times. Qin Xiu couldn't help but rub his forehead and smile helplessly. Seeing that the meeting had ended, Yi Qian only focused on the tall and imposing soldiers after returning to his team. He didn't even look at Qin Xiu from the corner of his eyes. It seemed like she thought that he was just a stranger she was familiar with. Qin Xiu didn't notice that Xie Jinyuan's gaze had swept over him the moment he lowered his head. Major Xie had only glanced at him for a moment before looking away. Why did this guy who looked at Yi Qian 6 times look a little like Qin Xiu? Why was he with the arts team? Also, there was something wrong with the way he looked at Qin Xiu. It was as if he was hoping for something. Major Xie, the Soldier King, was not someone to be trifled with. He had only taken a few more glances at Yi Jian, and he immediately caught her. Perhaps because Yi Qian didn't give any response, Qin Xiu didn't look at him anymore. Major Xie didn't think too much about it since he didn't see him clearly. In front of them, the station master thanked J5. Then, Instructor GAO and the leaders of the rescue team thanked them one by one. After about 10 minutes, the meeting finally ended. The female soldiers of the arts team were shivering from the cold. They hugged their winter clothes tightly and had to maintain their image, so they could only stomp their feet occasionally. When they were finally allowed to board the car, Yi Qian saw that they all heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Jiayue, who was standing by the side, looked back at Yi Qian before getting into the car. She only stepped into the car after being urged by her comrades. If Du Jiari really did something, how should she contact Yi Qian? Should she ask her family to help her check? Come in, I'm freezing. If I stand any longer, I'm really afraid that I'll fall straight down in front of the leaders. I really want to drink some hot water, even if it's 70 degrees Celsius. Right now, I feel like my heart is cold and there's no warmth at all. I'm afraid I'll be skinned alive when I get back to the outpost. As the vehicle swayed as it drove, the female soldiers who were too cold to sleep started chatting with each other. The sky seemed to be brightening. Wei Jiayue, who was sitting at the outermost part of the carriage, pulled the curtain to a gap. There was a truck in front of them driving in the opposite direction. The female soldier whom she admired was getting further and further away from them. She could hear her comrades discussing her. They all thought that Yi Qian was the most outstanding and the bravest female soldier they had ever met. Wu Ziwei, who came from a liberal arts background, suddenly sighed. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. After some time, Liu Yuan said softly, after Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. But I don't know if there will be any Yi Qian in the future. Du Jiari's gaze towards Yi Qian was like a brand in her heart. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. If Du Jiari really wanted to make things difficult for Yi Qian, then there will be no Yi Qian. I'll retire the year after next. I don't know if I'll be able to see Yi Qian again. A female soldier like her is really admirable and worthy of respect. Don't talk about retiring. It makes me uncomfortable. Chapter 1827. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations being discharged from the military was always a topic that soldiers didn't want to talk about. Even Wei Jiayue, who hadn't joined the conversation, couldn't help but frown. When she heard them speculating that Yi Qian was a female soldier from the border troops, Wei Jiayue interrupted them. Her comrades were chatting excitedly and said calmly, "Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. You all know why I'm saying this." The atmosphere in the car was originally quite good. Everyone had survived the disaster and met a powerful female soldier, so they were in a good mood to chat. But now, the atmosphere was cold. They looked at each other and no longer had the interest to chat. After a soft sigh, the car returned to silence. Only the heavy sound of the wheels grinding on the snow could be heard. Let's not talk about it anymore. If we really got Du Jiari involved, no one would have a good ending. While the members of the Snowfield Brigade were chatting happily, V8 smiled and said to Yi Qian, "Captain knew that you went to save people, so he drove at a speed that made everyone tremble in fear. After driving for more than 3 hours, all of us underwent a physical and mental tempering. Our psychological endurance improved again. Qing Neo, this time we've trained our courage again. When I got out of the car, my back was sweating a few kilograms. It was all because I was scared by Q King." Listening to their cheerful voices, Yi Qian's lips were about to curl up. It was still more comfortable to be with his comrades. Even his mood was a lot better. When J5 heard this, he looked meaningfully at Major Xia, who was sitting next to Yi Qian, and said slowly, "That's for sure. Qing Neo is the only female soldier in our team. How can Q King not be anxious? If it were me, I would be anxious too. How could he not be anxious when he knew that his comrades were in danger? Any member of the Snowfield Brigade would be anxious. Otherwise, why didn't V8 remind Xia Jinyuan? And why didn't his comrades in the car remind him either? Because they all wanted to rush over as soon as possible. However, they did not know that there was another reason why Xia Jinyuan drove so fast. Only Han Zheng knew the reason. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan chased Han Zheng to another truck. Hearing that J5's tone had changed, Major Xia smiled and squeezed Yi Qian's palm lightly with his big hand. He leaned over to her ear and said in a low voice, "Now you know how anxious I was at that time. I was afraid that you would be at a disadvantage in the hands of that woman. Stay away." His breath was right next to her ears. It turned out that this part of her body was sensitive. Furthermore, she had been frozen earlier. Now that her skin was warm in the car and her sense of self-awareness had recovered, he was talking so close to her, her ears were tingling. They were sitting very close to each other. If she tilted her head and made a noise, J5 and Xia Jinyuan, who were sitting opposite them, would definitely feel that something was wrong. To put it bluntly, she was actually feeling guilty. She was feeling guilty that she was talking to Xia Jinyuan and they were unaware of it. Xia Jinyuan was a man who was both fun and a little evil. Seeing this, he raised his brows slightly. Instead of keeping a distance, he leaned closer and grabbed Yi Qian's right hand with both hands. His voice was as low as the strings of a zither. "You heartless little fox. I was so worried about you. How could you bear to reject me? You should at least give me some benefits. For example, come closer and talk to me like I'm doing right now." If she really leaned over, he would take advantage of the bumpy ride to tilt his head and let her kiss his cheek. He was prepared. Otherwise, why would he take off his windbreaker and windbreaker hat when he got into the car? His intentions were indeed good. Chapter 1828. Today, Yi Qian was no longer the prickly Yi Qian who kept everyone at a distance and was always vigilant. He was also no longer the young girl who was so flustered that she didn't know what to do when Major Xia pressed her under his body. After interacting with him for so many years and being intimate with him for so long, Yi Qian now had his own way of dealing with Major Xia's thick skin. In the past, He would have blushed and sat on pins and needles whenever he heard such words. Now that he heard this, Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with interest, "Captain Xie, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied with the sweetness you want to taste. But if you're not satisfied with it, I'm afraid there will be more to discuss. However, at the end of the day, Captain Xie, you're worried about whether I will be taken advantage of because of an old friend. You know Du Jiuri first, so you know her well. Because you know her well, you're worried that she will get into a fight with me and cause me to be taken advantage of." Hearing this, Major Xie's eyelids twitched slightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, he heard Yi Jian's faint smile. "Actually, if Captain Xie didn't know my old friend, he wouldn't have thought that I would be at a disadvantage and wouldn't have rushed over so anxiously." Major Xie immediately sat up straight. Even if the car bumped, he still straightened his back and didn't dare to act rashly. If Commander-in-Chief Xie was here, he would definitely clap his hands and laugh heartily. He would also say to the daughter-in-law he approved of, "This is the right way to teach him a lesson. We can't let him have the chance to take advantage of us." Why did Commander-in-Chief Xie recognize Yi Qian as family Xie's daughter-in-law after only meeting a few times? The reason was simple. Yi Qian could subdue the former devil incarnate in the family. Xie Jinyuan didn't dare to say anything now. He needed to listen to what Yi Jian had to say and ponder over it before he opened his mouth. Family Xie was a little strange. There was one type of person in the family that a family Xie man didn't dare to offend, and that was his own wife. The men of the Xie family could do whatever they wanted outside, but when they were at home, they were all filial men who loved and coaxed their wives. They had no choice. They were in the army all year round. It wasn't easy for them to come home and get together with their wives. If they didn't behave well and dote on their wives, if their wives ran off with someone else, they would suffer a huge loss. Major Xie had inherited the Xie family's excellent family style very well. At this moment, he was also listening to whatever Yi Jian said seriously and did not dare to suddenly open his mouth and interrupt. It was also because he loved and respected Yi Jian from the bottom of his heart that he was willing to put down his pride. "In the end, you're worried. Because you're worried. If you're not, of course, you're because I don't teet. If I didn't know him, based on my understanding of the Major, he would have definitely sat high up in the stands. No matter how worried or nervous he was, he would have let me face it alone instead of rushing over in such a hurry. Major, am I right?" Xie Jinyuan didn't dare to talk about giving him a taste of the sweetness and changed the topic. If he continued to talk about the sweetness, he would only have to suffer. "You're absolutely right. If he didn't say yes now, when would he? If he didn't go along with his girlfriend's wishes, he would be an idiot." Without any hesitation, Xie Jinyuan immediately expressed his absolute approval. "I know her first, that's why I'm worried. If I didn't know her and didn't know her, I would have waited for you at the military depot." This was the truth. There was no lie. Chapter 1829. The smile on Yi Jian's face deepened. She believed him because he would tell her the truth when it came to serious business. "We're not afraid of anything. Missions of life and death are nothing. These are things we have to face. I won't step in because this is something you have to face as a special forces soldier." Xie Jinyuan was Xie Jinyuan after all. With just a few words, the smile on Yi Qian's face gradually disappeared, and she listened to him attentively. "You're a soldier brought up by Uncle Chen and Uncle General. They brought you out with the hope that you can go further in the military and stand at a higher position. I, on the other hand, am taking you on a more arduous and dangerous path filled with thorns. Little fox, your life is my life. I cherish it very, very much. I can't bear to see you in any danger. The more it's like this, the more I have to let go. The more ruthless I have to be. As long as I'm not resting, I'm only your superior and not your boyfriend. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to be with you for the rest of our lives. Sweet nothings didn't need to go back and forth like you can't leave me, I can't leave you, I love you, you love me, you're the wind, I'm the sand. And so on. Sentimental but easily forgettable sweet nothings. Words of love could be like Xie Jinyuan's, full of bloodthirst, ruthlessness, and ferocity. However, this was just the surface. Once this surface was peeled off, you would see his sincerity. He only wanted to be with you for the rest of his life, to be with you through trials and hardships, and to be able to survive through the smoke of war. If you could withstand the smoke of war, withstand the rain of bullets, and temper it with blood, then your love would be stronger than gold, and you would have no regrets in life. Yi Qian was a female soldier who didn't like to hear overly emotional confessions. After living 2 lives, she had seen too much hypocrisy. Instead, she preferred the truth. Therefore, Xie Jinyuan's words were always able to move her. Major Xie, who originally had some ulterior motives, saw her solemn expression and became even more serious. We will meet many different kinds of people in our lives. Today, let's talk about villains. I'm worried about you because the most dangerous kind of villains have appeared. You have to be careful when villains appear. Otherwise, you will become a stepping stone for them. Especially people like Du Jiari, who is kind on the outside but cruel on the inside. She looks kind and generous on the outside, but secretly stabs you in the back. You have to be even more careful. I've known her for a long time. I used to be a gangster. Not many people dared to offend me because of my family background. I had a few friends who didn't want to study. One of my friend's sister was good friends with Du Jiari. One time, when a good friend of his went abroad to take an exam, he accidentally lost his well-kept admission ticket. He couldn't find it even when the exam started. Du Jiari. As a good friend, Du Jiari was anxious. A few minutes before the exam, she went around looking for her friend's exam ticket. Du Jiari also had to take the exam. She was in a different exam room. A few minutes before the exam, she was worried and worried. She comforted her friend and said that they would think of a solution together. She really did make a few calls to see if there was a solution. Everyone thought that it was worth it to have a friend like Du Jiari. When Xie Jinyuan said this, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. I believe it too. I feel that this little girl is quite loyal. I even told my friends that a girl like her is better than a boy and is worth befriending. Chapter 1830. In the end, Du Jiari was the one who picked up the admission test long ago. The reason was because his brother's sister had said that her dress wasn't pretty. Han Zheng had overheard this by accident. Otherwise, no one would have believed that his good friend would miss the entrance exam just because someone said that her dress was ugly. What was even more frightening was that she had been quite anxious for her good friend at the time. His friend's family had wanted to use their connections, so they didn't care about Du Jiari's presence and told her all the countermeasures. Du Jiari, who was anxious in front of others, took the initiative to cut off her good friend's escape route. She directly went to the examiner and told him that someone had lost their admission ticket and was looking for connections to take the exam without a permit. She pretended to help you time and time again, and cut off your escape route again and again. Only when you no longer have the strength to fight back would she stop and quickly kick you out. This kind of villain is the scariest. She has the ability, and the ability to keep her composure. She can kill people without batting an eyelid. Du Jiari is already so terrifying when she was in her teens. 10 years later, Du Jiari will be even more difficult to deal with. Yi Qian was really dumbfounded when he heard this. Just because his good friend had said that her dress was ugly in front of others, she had kept it in her heart. She had taken action to cut off his good future. Moreover, she was only in her teens at the time. The two of them sat side by side. The lighting in the car was dim. Although Xie Jinyuan couldn't see Yi Qian's expression, he knew that he must be very surprised. When Han Zheng told him that year, he didn't believe it. Just now, Little Fox said that she didn't suffer any losses. It was clear that the two of them had met. Major Xie raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Come, tell me how you met her. With this woman's tolerance, she will definitely secretly investigate your identity when she returns from the border. We need to come up with a countermeasure first." He was not afraid that Du Jiari would make any moves. He only hoped that she could make some big moves. In the end, he would definitely give advisor Du a headache. When Yi Qian heard this, she felt that something was not quite right. He seemed to be hoping that Du Jiari would secretly investigate her identity. She suppressed her suspicions and told him the whole story of how she met Du Jiari. I climbed onto the roof of the car to ask about the situation inside, but Du Jiari was the first to speak. After everyone was rescued, when she was talking to instructor Gao, she was implying that I climbed onto the roof of the car without caring about my own safety because I wanted to show off. I didn't argue with her before because I didn't want to waste my breath on such a person. But now that she's slapping my face so blatantly, I won't tolerate it. But later on, he didn't think that Du Jiari could be Yi Ying's aunt. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, even though he didn't laugh out loud, his eyes were full of smiles. That's right. With our status, we can't take the initiative to bully them. But if they bully us, it's fine if it's just a commoner, but for people like Du Jiari, there's no need to tolerate it. Even if you go against the Du family for me, it's fine? Yi Qian seemed to ask casually, but in fact, her left hand was tightly clenched. She didn't believe that the Du family didn't take action in her previous life. Just as Wei Jiayue said, the Du family was a family that cared about their reputation. They wouldn't make things difficult for her openly, but secretly. Therefore, she didn't believe that the Du family in her previous life didn't know that Yi Ying was always making things difficult for her. She also didn't believe that Yi Ying was brave enough to hide her in-laws to kill her. Chapter 1831. She did not resent the Du family for not doing anything. After all, in her previous life, she was just an insignificant person to the Du family. They would not deliberately make things difficult for her. At most, they would turn a blind eye. But now, if Du Jiari really wanted to take revenge for something that was her fault in the first place and she was merely retaliating, then she would really go against the Du family. Yi Ying was related to the Du family, but she would directly go against the Du family. Yi Qian only now felt that the battle between her and Yi Ying had begun. In such a cold weather, Yi Qian, who was waiting for his answer, felt his palms sweating. If he went against the Du family because of her, would he be willing? Xia Jinyuan did not answer immediately. He first took off the glove on his left hand, then the glove on Yi Qian's right hand. He then held her right hand tightly and stared at her with a heavy gaze. Why do you ask such a question? Du Jiari's family is not simple. I'm worried. Her answer made Major Xia chuckle softly. He said somewhat arrogantly, in the capital, if a family Xia dares to claim second place, then no one dares to claim first place. Du Jiari's family is not simple. Then let me ask you, do you think my family is simple or not? This was the real Xia Jinyuan. Arrogant, disdainful, and domineering. It was not repulsive, but natural. Yi Qian was a little lost in thought. She looked at him quietly for a long time without looking away. The two of them talked back and forth. They did not hide their conversation from their comrades in the carriage, but when Xia Jinyuan glanced at them, they all consciously looked away. Even the J5 did the same. Probably feeling that something was wrong, the J5 sitting opposite them looked over slightly. He only glanced at Yi Qian for a moment before immediately looking away. He nudged G3 with his elbow. G3 turned his head and saw the J5 winking at him. He said softly, "Why do they look like they're fighting?" He and the J5 were comrades who knew the relationship between the two of them, so it was best to sit opposite them. Hearing this, G3 glanced at Xia Jinyuan from the corner of his eye. He lowered his head and said softly, "It doesn't look like it. They're not angry. If a couple quarreled, their faces would be dark. If he quarreled with his teacher's girlfriend, it would not be like the two of them sitting opposite them." G3 judged whether the two of them were fighting or not based on experience. They're not fighting. Why do I feel like they're different? J5 was a little worried. In the past, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would ruin his future by dating an underage girl. Now, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would give Yi Jian to other troops if he was not careful. As an instructor, J5 felt that he had been worrying too much. Between the two of us, there's no need to talk about it with outsiders. You don't have to worry. Q King is a calm person. He knows what to do. G3 said a few words and stopped talking. He was a man of few words, so he only spoke a little more than K7. The J5 thought for a while. He listened to his comrade's words and did not pay attention to them. Yi Qian, who had been silent for a long time, sighed softly and said, I'm just afraid that I'll drag you and Commander-in-Chief Xia down. Little fox, if my old man Xia heard what you said, he would scold me until I was black and blue. He would definitely say that I'm not very capable. That I'm usually very good at causing trouble. That I'm very arrogant outside. Since I'm so capable and arrogant, why can't I get my own wife? Why can't my wife treat my family Xia as her own? Chapter 1832. Fortunately, the venue was small and there were many people around. Otherwise, with Major Xia's thick skin, he would have hugged Yi Qian and cried about how difficult it had been for him. Major Xia's thick skin was just as thick as his skills. As long as there was a chance, he would show Yi Qian just how thick his skin had grown. Yi Qian thought of Commander-in-Chief Xia's past and couldn't help but chuckle. There's no such thing as dragging you down. You're my girlfriend, the love of my life. Commander-in-Chief Xia only recognizes you as his daughter-in-law. If the Du family dares to plot against you, the first person who won't let the Du family off is Old Man Xia. By the way, let me tell you something that Old Man Xia doesn't want to be mentioned. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Yi Qian immediately interrupted. She was just short of covering her ears. She was just a military school student. She really didn't have the guts to listen to the Commander-in-Chief's private matters. Xia Jinyuan said disapprovingly, Old Man Xia has many private matters that he doesn't want to be mentioned. Du Jiuri's mother had a lot to do with the divorce between him and his ex-wife. Back then, his ex-wife was hesitating whether to divorce or not. Old Man Xia was still trying to salvage the marriage. Mrs. Du introduced a talented man who could write a good love poem to Old Man Xia's ex-wife. Then, in order to pursue true love, his ex-wife resolutely divorced Old Man Xia and left the country. Can you stop talking? Yi Qian was already scared out of her wits. As a daughter-in-law, this was definitely not something she could listen to. No, it was something she could listen to as a military school student. No, I have to say it. Major Xia decisively refused, and the more he spoke, the brighter the light in his deep dark eyes became. Old Man Xia originally wanted to pursue her again after the divorce, but who knew that once his ex-wife went abroad, as a soldier who couldn't go abroad for personal matters, he was stunned. Mr. Xia acted like a great general and didn't blame Mrs. Du. However, Advisor Du, who was also a regiment commander at that time, reported Mr. Xia's behavior in order to compete with his ex-wife. After his ex-wife found out, she resolutely divorced him. Yi Qian really didn't want to listen, but the man beside him was talking excitedly. He was just short of clapping and talking at the same time. She didn't understand why he was so happy when his mother was gone. In short, Advisor Du Jiuri and Old Xia have been at odds with each other for decades. So, if Du Jiuri dares to plot against you, well, don't blame Old Xia for taking action. Major Xia said with a smile. He saw that his little fox was holding her forehead with her left hand, so he added, and I am really grateful to Madame Du. It was all thanks to her that I have a good life today. Old Man Xia really didn't have a good eye for choosing a wife back then. No wonder my old madam was against it. If that ex-wife of his is still in the family Xia, I doubt if I can walk the right path. After living for 2 lifetimes, Yi Qian really heard a son talk about his own mother like that for the first time. What did Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife do to make her own son treat her so coldly? About me and Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife, I'll tell you next time. I'm afraid you'll be disgusted. As for the Du family, Xia Jinyuan stopped smiling and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, as for the Du family, you don't have to worry about them. I'll protect them. If Du Jiuri dares to touch them, well, her military career will come to an end. If I can't even protect you, I don't deserve to be your boyfriend. Chapter 1833. If I can't even protect you, then I don't deserve to be your boyfriend. There was no need for him to be so affectionate. Just from his calm tone, it was clear that Xia Jinyuan valued Yi Qian greatly. Xia Jinyuan would never say who he would protect. His status and family background made him a reserved, and steady man. He wouldn't make promises easily, much less agree to anything easily. He said, before he met Yi Qian, he had never said that he would protect anyone. No one had the honor of receiving a promise from this noble man. But now, He was clearly telling Yi Qian that he would protect her. Not just for a while, but for a lifetime. Because he was her boyfriend, her lover. Yi Jian felt tears welling up in her eyes when she heard this. No one had ever said such words to her in her previous life, not even words that were similar to this. In her previous life, no matter what she did, she ended up with nothing because of Yi Ying's interference. Not only did she end up with nothing, but because of Yi Ying's instructions, those who didn't dare to offend her were full of malice towards her. Thinking back to her previous life, only the security company gave her a sense of security and the medical school gave her a temporary peace. After a long time, she gently shook his strong hand and said softly, "Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from being homeless in this life. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know what it's like to be pampered. Thank you. Thank you for letting me not be afraid anymore. Thank you even more. I only know what it means to be complete with you in this life." Yi Qian was a girl who was easily satisfied. Xia Jinyuan had always known that she had never made excessive demands of him. She had never thought of relying on him to solve those troublesome matters. Even when it came to the matter with Yi Zhifan, she had never said that she wanted to use him to explain. She was a girl who had always relied on her own efforts to move forward. Even though she had suffered a lot in her previous life, she still maintained a sincere heart. She was kind and grateful. How could such a girl not move Xia Jinyuan? Xia Jinyuan's meeting with Yi Qian was the beginning of his happiness, and also the beginning of Yi Qian's happiness. Her sadness did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. It could be said that Yi Qian's every move could be instantly detected by Xia Jinyuan as long as there was a slight change in her emotions. Gently holding her hand, he said in a low voice, "The Du family has always disliked our family Xia. Ever since old man Xia became the regiment commander, they have been making things difficult for us. Therefore, Du Jiari dared to do something to you. To the family Xia, it was a piece of evidence that they could use against you. Your thank you is in vain. Family Xia and Du family are not on good terms." Yi Qian was still a little worried that she was trying to coax him. He frowned slightly and asked carefully, "Are you saying this because you're afraid that I'll feel guilty? Who would dare to make things difficult for the family Xia of a military aristocratic family? This family was tough enough, right? Who would dare to offend them? Did this person not want to live long enough? If he wanted to make an enemy out of the Xia family, he would have to weigh his own abilities first." Chapter 1834. You're just a silly fox. Do you think I would make up such a big lie out of fear that you would feel guilty? Her cautious expression pierced his heart deeply. His girl had suffered a lot since she was a child. Before she met Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen, she did not receive the love and protection she deserved. Therefore, she was so afraid of losing her family and everything beautiful. She was even more afraid of implicating the people who cared about her. Clasping her fingers tightly, Xia Jinyuan said word by word in a low voice, "The matter between the two families can't be explained in a few words. If you are interested, I will tell you another day." Only then did Yi Jian believe her. Her frown visibly relaxed as she smiled. No wonder I didn't like Du Jiari the moment she opened her mouth. It's because of you. Seeing her smile, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. Before the age of 14, no one loved her, no one protected her, and she was bullied by Yi Zhifan's family everywhere. Even in such an environment, she was still able to be physically and mentally healthy. In the words of old man Xia, the daughter of a martyr must be different. She was indeed different. It was Xia Jinyuan's fortune to have met such a different girl. Therefore, he did not want to see her sad because of the past. His girl should be happy. Even if the road to the military was full of thorns, he still wanted his girl to be happy. If she was not happy, he would use his own way to help her walk out of her sadness and regain her happiness. Major Xia, who prioritized Yi Jian, gently squeezed the slender little hand in his big hand. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. "I actually don't want to accept your thank you. If I accept it, I won't be able to make any other requests. But if I don't accept it, I'm worried that you will feel uneasy." Her sadness did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Therefore, he began to show his mischievous nature again. "How about this? I'll accept your thank you, and then you can give me some benefits. For example, a kiss. Speaking of sweetness, Major Shia, who had forgotten the pain after his scar healed, became energetic again. He glanced at all his comrades in the car and saw that all of them had their eyes closed. He leaned over and said, "Just once, not too much." Every time this happened, Yi Qian felt helpless. Why was it that the dignified Major Shia, who was always so proper in front of others, could only be proper in front of her for less than 5 minutes? Other than in battle, there was no one else who could be so serious the entire time. The moment she heard that bad tone, she just couldn't feel any disgust. Fortunately, the comrades who had been running around for a day and a night had already fallen asleep. Even the J5 and G3 sitting opposite had their heads leaning against each other. They hugged their rifles tightly and closed their eyes as if they were sleeping soundly. With their eyes closed, they saved Yi Qian from a lot of embarrassment. "Are you shy? Then I'll close my eyes too." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qian suddenly leaned over. She found her target and kissed him directly with her slightly cold and delicate lips. Her target, Major Shia's thin lips. Major Shia was a little stunned when he felt her slightly cold lips. His little fox was so bold as to kiss him on the lips in front of all his comrade. And he actually had his eyes closed and wasn't looking at her properly. "How is it? The dessert tastes good, right?" Yi Qian had already sat up straight and asked him calmly, "Compared to the dessert you wanted, I think Captain Shia would like this dessert more." Although it was a light kiss, what did he mean by that? It meant that his girl was beginning to accept him completely. Chapter 1835. It wasn't just a little bit of pleasure, it made him so happy that he really wanted to do it again. But that was obviously impossible. Only Major Shia, who looked regretful, casually glanced at the J5 opposite him and said, "Since when did you suddenly attack?" "It was over before I could react." What a pity. The sky was already bright outside. In the hazy morning light, Yi Jian, whose eyes were curved like a painting, was smiling. Her gaze was slightly tilted as she looked over with a woman's coquettishness. "As long as Captain Shia likes it." Major Shia nodded repeatedly. He really liked it. He didn't mind doing it from time to time. He really liked her sudden attacks. She was simply a sweet bomb. Major Shia, who had kept his back straight from the beginning to the end, looked the most serious on the surface, but his hands never stopped moving. One moment, he would use his fingers to rub the back of Yi Qian's hand. The next moment, his fingers would hook tightly around Yi Qian's fingers. The next moment, he would grab Yi Qian's hand and stuff it into his pocket to warm it up with his body heat. There was no other way. He still had regrets. His heart was itching. If he didn't find something to do, his heart would feel terrible. The Tibetan route to Daban was full of twists and turns, and there were countless dangerous roads. The 2 trucks carrying dozens of special forces followed this dangerous road that had sacrificed countless engineering soldiers to reach the same destination that everyone had arrived at together. The J5 moved slightly. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What quarrel? Their feelings were clearly sweet. Yi Qian was bold enough to kiss him directly. Their captain was stunned for at least 3 seconds. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Qian to suddenly kiss him. TSK, TSK, TSK. This sweetness made his mouth feel like it was full of sweetness. He wanted to look a little longer, but unfortunately, their captain didn't let him. A cold gaze inadvertently swept over, making him quickly close his eyes. He thought he had hidden it well. Who knew that everything was exposed? Ha ha ha, this was probably why Yi Qian was stunned when he kissed him. Even when taking a shower in the unit, he had to draw the curtains. Q King, who valued privacy very much, wouldn't let others see his girlfriend kiss him, not even his comrade. It was quiet in the car that was filled with friendliness. Everyone's body was swaying along with the bumpy road. Sometimes they were leaning forward, sometimes they were leaning backward, sometimes they were shaking left and right. In such a dynamic environment, all the Special Forces soldiers in the car, including Yi Jian, were sleeping soundly. It was amazing. Occasionally, the back of a member's head would suddenly hit the hard surface of the hard car. With one eye half open and the other closed, They didn't even need to rub the back of their head and went back to sleep. At night, they met up with the remaining members of the Storm Commandos and began to complete all the tasks in the altitude training. Qin Xiu and the rest arrived at the outpost at Shenzhen Bay around 2 in the afternoon the next day. When they arrived at the outpost that was close to the sky, he and another translator who rarely spoke or showed up got out of the car and went into the camp arranged by the outpost. They never came out again. The sky above the outpost was very blue. There were no trees or grass. Under the white snow, there were brown gravel. Because the oxygen content in the air was less than half that of flat ground, but the ultraviolet intensity was half that of flat ground, it was extremely difficult to plant trees in Shenzhen Bay. The arrival of the art group made the outpost lively. Red lanterns were hung up even before the spring festival. Although the water was only 70 degrees, it was a temperature they could hold in their hands. Chapter 1836. Singing, dancing, and skits were all performances that the art troupe could perform. There were still 10 minutes before the 2-hour performance ended, but the soldiers in the outpost were still reluctant to leave. Du Jiari suggested to instructor Gao and the leader in charge of the construction to see if they could increase the interaction between the soldiers and the art troupe. Company Commander Feng of the outpost looked at the time and saw that there was still a familiar figure who had not returned. He agreed readily. When the soldiers and the art troupe sang together and the atmosphere reached its peak, Company Commander Feng quietly stood up and left. Not back yet. He walked directly to the platoon leader who was standing guard on behalf of the soldiers tonight and whispered, "If he doesn't return in half an hour, quickly send soldiers out to receive him. If something were to happen to a diplomat and a specialist of a certain heavy and powerful weapon right under his nose, he would be a sinner of the country. The place he went to has to avoid being noticed, so it will be a little slow. If he doesn't return in half an hour, I will immediately send someone to receive him." The platoon leader nodded lightly with his windbreaker mask covered in white frost. He looked around the barracks vigilantly and said, "Half an hour ago, a soldier reported to me that the female soldier with the rank of captain in the art troupe asked him which outpost a military officer named Xie Jinyuan was at. He graduated from the National Science and Technology University. Graduates from the National Science and Technology University all had military ranks, so he was definitely not an ordinary soldier." When Company Commander Feng heard this, his eagle-like eyes shone brightly. Although he did not know who Xie Jinyuan was, it was a little abnormal for him to come to the outpost to ask about a military officer who graduated from the National Science and Technology University who might be assigned to the border. What was even more abnormal was that if it was a normal person, he could have asked him directly and not a normal soldier. As a sentry at the border, any military officer's alertness was definitely not ordinary. Only the female soldier with the surname Du is a captain in the art troupe. Ask the soldiers to keep an eye on her and not let her wander around. Company Commander Feng no longer had a smile on his face. He became very serious. If she asks the soldiers again, ask the soldiers to bring her to see me. As he spoke, a few small black dots moved faintly. The platoon leader immediately looked through his binoculars. "Company Commander, the political commissar is back. Keep an eye on the inside. I'll go pick them up." Compared to the performance of the art troupe, Company Commander Feng naturally placed more importance on the commissioner who came for the border defense, as well as the diplomat who was also a translator. The translator accompanying Qin Xiu was not a translator, but a missile specialist who carried an important object with him. The satellite launch base at the northwest border of the entire frontier had entered the final phase of testing. At the same time, there was also the construction of a national defense base. The snowy mountains in the northwest of the frigid winter border were sealed off, but it was also the best time for some national defense to be launched. Qin Xiu accompanied the commissioner here and was in charge of completing the exchange between the commissioner and an important figure of a certain country that purchased our country's missiles. Exchanges between countries that could appear on TV could be widely publicized. Exchanges that could not be released could only be considered core exchanges that were completed in secret. Qin Xiu, who was protected all the way back, saw the national flag fluttering in the wind in front of him. Although he could only see the outline of the flag, Qin Xiu still felt a sense of security, as if everything had finally been arranged. As a citizen, Only in his own country could he truly feel a sense of belonging and security. Qin Xiu, who had finally completed his mission, declined Company Commander Feng's invitation to watch the art troupe's performance. Du Jiari was present, so he did not go. He did not want to be recognized. Chapter 1837. As for Mrs. Qin's advice, Qin Xiu chose to forget about it. The commissioner didn't go to watch the performance either. He returned to the barracks with Qin Xiu, closed the door, and rested. Their mission was complete. They could finally have a good night's sleep. Qin Xiu lay on the bed and didn't fall asleep immediately. Although his body was very tired, so tired that he couldn't even open his eyes, the image of Qing Yang, who was full of spiritual energy, still appeared in his mind. She was an interesting girl. She didn't resemble any of the girls he had seen before. The real socialites in Beijing were all capable, but compared to Yi Qian, they were still a bit lacking. His first impression of Yi Qian was her unforgettable face. The sunlight shone through the clouds and through the glass, scattering light on the girl sitting by the window. As he waited, he inadvertently looked up. The girl bathed in the sunlight had delicate skin. When she looked back, her watery eyes seemed to gather the purest spiritual energy in the world. She was attractive at first sight. She was very beautiful. At the time, he thought so. Moreover, he used the pillars as a cover to blatantly admire her smile. At the time, he didn't hide his bad nature at all. Her youthful face, youthful figure, bright smile. Later, when he saw her again, he recognized her at first glance. A second-year high school student could accompany a leader overseas. Which socialite in Beijing had such an honor? If he wanted to pursue Yi Qian, he would have to tell his rigid Mrs. Qin. Only if she agreed could he succeed. Otherwise, with Mrs. Qin's feudal mindset, she wouldn't accept a daughter-in-law with an ordinary background. Thinking of this, Qin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. He was really daydreaming. Daughter-in-law? With Yi Qian's talent, she had the right to choose a daughter-in-law, not her. However, Mrs. Qin and the Qin family had to pass before he could pursue Yi Qian. Regardless of whether he could win her heart in the future, he didn't want her to be humiliated because of her family. Suddenly, the faint sound of a woman's voice came from outside the window. Qin Xiu, who was resting with his eyes closed, didn't stay for long, but when the voice came from outside the window, he inadvertently heard it. Company Commander, is there really no soldier named Xie Jinyuan in our outpost? But why did I hear that he was serving in the most remote outpost in the border? Are you afraid that I'll disturb him, so you purposely said that you don't know him? Or did he serve here before and was transferred away? It was Du Jiari's voice. She was asking about Xie Jinyuan's whereabouts. You're wrong, there's no doubt that he's in the outpost. The most remote outpost in the border. There are many outposts. There are many outposts. Of course, you have to be sure that he is assigned to the northwest outpost of the border. Company Commander Feng smiled as he looked at the captain of the Arts and Crafts Regiment who had come to look for him after the ceremony ended. His dark purple face had a faint smile as he patiently explained, a military academy graduate from the National University of Science and Technology has a military rank. If he was really assigned to our outpost, as the company commander, how could I not know? Captain Du, I can tell you with certainty that there hasn't been a single officer named Xie Jinyuan assigned to our outpost in the past few years. He was quite stubborn, insisting on getting the answer he wanted. But how was he supposed to answer when there was no one here? Chapter 1838. Du Jiari finally believed that he wasn't lying to her. It seemed that he wasn't at this outpost, but at another outpost. She immediately put on a dignified smile and said, I'm sorry, Captain. Xie Jinyuan and I are old friends. He never contacted his mother after he joined the military. I was only looking for his whereabouts because his mother asked me to. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Company Commander Feng had already learned about the situation from Instructor Gao and knew that there was no problem with Du Jiari's identity. He smiled brightly and said, It's not a problem at all. It's a pity that I couldn't help you. Company Commander Feng had a good impression of the staff officer's daughter, who was polite and didn't put on airs at all. He was very willing to help her. How about this, Captain Du, you write a letter, and I'll ask around at each outpost. If there's any news, I'll send a letter to Barracks 30 Li. What do you think? When Qin Xiu heard Du Jiao's overjoyed reply, his lips curled into a smile. That's for the best. She was so anxious to find Xie Jinyuan. It seemed that the daughter of the Du family liked Xie Jinyuan. The two families had a dead knot, and Xie Jinyuan was a strong-willed person. Du Jiao would probably be frustrated. Of course, that wasn't his main concern. His main concern was that he could explain to Mrs. Qin that the daughter-in-law she liked already had someone in her heart. As her son, he wouldn't be the bad guy and ruin Du Jiao's plans. With the Qin family's traditions, they didn't want rumors to spread about the daughter-in-law they liked. The first person to object wouldn't be Mrs. Qin, but the old master, who was enjoying his old age. The Qin family had always been strict. In the early years of the war, the Qin family went abroad to avoid trouble. After they returned, the old master Qin restrained the younger generation of the family from doing anything rash in order to prevent them from ruining the foundation of the Qin family. When it came to the grandchildren's generation, the Qin family was considered stable. However, the old master Qin couldn't help but feel a little angry when it came to history. Therefore, even if the Qin family returned to its prosperous state before the war, the family's traditions were still strict. The slightest deviation would anger the old master Qin. If one of the grandchildren married a woman who had a bad reputation before she got married, the old master Qin would remove his name to correct the family's traditions. The conversation outside gradually quieted down. Qin Xiu heard Du Jiao ask, "How are reporter Qin and his colleagues?" Only then did he know that Company Commander Feng and the others' excuse. He didn't know if he would tell Du Jiao the truth or not. As a company commander of the outpost, he couldn't possibly make such a big mistake. The sound of footsteps and conversation gradually faded away until the surroundings were quiet again. Qin Xiu, who was lying flat on the bed, closed his eyes again. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had probably solved another worry, so he fell asleep after a while. The charcoal stove emitted a certain aura. Smelling the unpleasant smell, Qin Xiu slept until dawn. The next day, Qin Xiu began to do what he was supposed to do as a reporter. He interviewed the company commander, platoon leader, and comrades. Then, he followed the company commander up to the high-altitude outpost. It took Qin Xiu 2 days to finish. During this time, Du Jiao made excuses several times to come and read his manuscript, but she was rejected. In the end, Du Jiao's face was livid. She didn't calm down even when they returned to the 30-mile camp together. Xie Jinyuan, who was about 300 kilometers away from the 30-mile camp, found out that Du Jiao was asking about his whereabouts on the 4th day after Qin Xiu and the others returned to Beijing. At the same time, she also inquired about which army Yi Qian belonged to, what the number of the army was, and other information about his identity. Chapter 1839. In response to her inquiry, the leader of Camp 30 Li said, "This is what a soldier should do and also a soldier's duty. You don't need to repay me to avoid ruining the atmosphere." His words directly blocked Du Jiao's words, making it impossible for her to ask other leaders. She had no choice but to return to the Nanguang military region with regret. When Xie Jinyuan found out that Du Jiao had asked about him while asking about Yi Qian, his eyes suddenly sharpened. "She found out that I was serving at the border. She didn't know that he was training at the border, but she found out that he had been serving there since he graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. On the 3rd year of Yi Qian, he had entered the Snowfield Brigade and received a mission to protect the construction of a satellite base in the border. His comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, such as J5, G3, Z7, and so on, had accompanied him. Because of some unknown reasons, this group of comrades had to travel to the border of a certain country to meet with the military there. In addition, the two sides had to exchange information. Only a few of them, who only had military ranks and no military information, had information about their military service at the border. Previously, Han Zheng had said that he still remembered that he belonged to the border army, which was why he had served in the army. It was understandable for her to ask about Yi Qian, but it was incomprehensible for her to ask about Xie Jinyuan's whereabout. What's more, she was actually asking about him at the border. It was obvious that she was very certain that he was serving at the border. The only way to find out that he was serving at the border was by using his identity to protect the construction of the satellite base. The Major General had already investigated this matter thoroughly, so he said, "The border is at the level of the Deputy Military Region. This is Staff Officer Du's hometown. It's not difficult for Du Jiari to find out if she wants to. She's really something. Just because it used to be his hometown, she can casually reveal the location of a soldier's military service." Xie Jinyuan's face immediately darkened. There was a strong sense of hostility between his handsome brows. "You've stretched your hand too far. Be careful not to get stomped." The Major General was shocked when he heard this. Du Jiari had directly investigated Yi Qian and Xie Jinyuan from the system and triggered the warning system. The head of the military's top-secret department immediately reported to him. In less than half a day, he had investigated the entire matter, including how Du Jiari knew about it. There was obvious hostility in Xie Jinyuan's voice. Major General Lu knew a thing or two about the Xie and Du families. Because he knew about it, he had to settle it properly, in case Xie Jinyuan brought it up without knowing it, which would give Staff Officer Du another chance to go against the family Xie. He then said, "All of your information is now classified as top secret. Your identities are not in the entire system. Therefore, there is no leak of information about the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Furthermore, even the fake identities you used to enter the satellite base were classified as top secret. Even Advisor Du did not have the authority to investigate them." Xie Jinyuan said in a low voice, "I trust the military on the confidentiality aspect. Please tell me how she found out that I was serving at the border." "She found out that you were serving at the border from Staff Officer Du then. She didn't ask Staff Officer Du personally, but..." The Major General paused for a rare moment. When he spoke again, even his tone was much softer. "It was the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife who asked Staff Officer Du. Staff Officer Du said that he knew you were serving at the border a few years ago, but he didn't know anything else." Chapter 1840. Du Jiari knew that you might be serving at the border. This was what the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife told her and asked her to find out. When she left 2 letters. One was in the hands of Company Commander Feng at the outpost, and the other was left at Camp 30 Miles. Wasn't Madame Xiao the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife? Why would Madame Xiao, who had brought her son along when she was having an affair, suddenly want to find out about him? He didn't tell Mr. Xie about her affair, which was considered repaying her for giving birth to him. When you went to the border to ensure the construction of the base, you went there as an ordinary officer. Staff Officer Du was the one who approved you, so it's normal for him to know. Moreover, he only said that you were serving at the border, but he didn't say anything about the army or other details. You should calm down a little." Major General Lu didn't want him to lose his mind, especially when the Commander-in-Chief's ex-wife, Madame Xiao, was involved. In this family, the person who didn't want to contact Madame Xiao the most was Xie Jinyuan. It was already unbelievable that Du Jiari wanted to find out where he was serving, but in the end, it was actually Madame Xiao who asked her to do it. Xie Jinyuan couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sun didn't rise in the west and set in the east today. "You don't have to give me the letter. Just destroy it. As for the anger in my heart, to be honest, I'm not angry at all." He originally wanted to find out what Du Jiari's motive was, but now it was completely unnecessary. Didn't Madame Xiao see her as her biological daughter? Madame Xiao asked her biological daughter to do something, so her biological daughter had no choice but to accept it. Xie Jinyuan, who contacted Major General Lu through the ground navigation system, smiled faintly and said, "Since she was asked by Madame Xiao, it doesn't matter much. However, you still need to keep an eye on Yi Qian. She can't find out Yi Qian's information just because she wants to. Moreover, her information is classified as top secret along with yours. If anyone searches for Yi Qian's information in the system, the military's confidential department will immediately know and contact me. Yi Qian hasn't joined the army yet, so she can't find anything even if she wanted to." The Major General was not worried that Yi Qian's information would be investigated, nor was he worried that someone would find out about Xie Jinyuan. Instead, He was worried that Xie Jinyuan would do something irrational because of Ms. Xiao's interference. The Snowfield Brigade did not belong to any army. In some cases, every member of the Snowfield Brigade was an unregistered citizen without any information about their identity. They had enjoyed all the privileges of our country's soldiers when they were alive, but if they died, they might not be able to enjoy the glory that a soldier should have. Only the Major General of the army had access to the information of everyone in the Snowfield Brigade. Even Commander-in-Chief Xie did not have the authority to do so. However, Xie Jinyuan wanted the Major General to be careful, so he told him about the friction between Yi Qian and Du Jia. It's not that I'm overly worried, but Du Jiayi is a vicious and merciless person. Major General, you still need to inform the school. With Xie Jinyuan's reminder, the Major General frowned and said coldly, she's so narrow-minded. She repaid kindness with ingratitude. If she dares to do anything to Yi Qian, she won't be able to wear her military uniform for long. Yi Qian was the focus of the military's training. She was not at fault for rescuing Yi Qian, but she used her family's power to harm Yi Qian just because he replied to her. The military was not the Du family's military. It was also not a place where the Du family could cover the sky with one hand. With the Major General's nod, Xie Jinyuan felt a lot more relieved. Then, he listened to the Major General talk about the meeting between the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Commandos. He picked out the main points of the meeting and told him about it. The military has decided to train 2 special forces teams, sea, land, and air. Chapter 1841. The Snowfield Brigade is already one, and the Storm Commandos will be the 2nd special forces of our country. In the future, no local troops will be involved in the training of these 2 forces. This decision was made because, with the development of the Internet, all kinds of eavesdropping and stealing methods were directly related to high technology. In addition, China's self-developed high-tech weapons were unveiled during the Great Celebration, and all the developed countries had already turned their attention to them. Since the Great Celebration until now, the various countries had already caught countless spies who had tried to get close to the troops and bribe military personnel. The Snowfield Brigade was not only the top special forces of our country, but also the most mysterious special forces of our country. In the future, as the country's military strength increased, this mysterious special forces would receive more and more difficult missions. Therefore, the Snowfield Brigade would also usher in a brand new reform. We will discuss the reform proposal you proposed 3 years ago again in the meeting. We agree that the Snowfield Brigade will be divided into 2 teams, and we will use Chinese and English as a substitute for each other. We agree that each team will have 2 combat commanders, but you still have to be the overall commander. Regarding the reform of the Snowfield Brigade, Xie Jinyuan had already mentioned it to the military in the form of a document 3 years ago. However, because the changes were too big, the military did not make any moves. After the Great Celebration, the spies in the country suddenly became rampant, and there were even a few cases of intelligence leaks. The military immediately attached importance to the reform plan proposed by Q King. One of the reports mentioned that in the future, the stolen intelligence would mainly be high technology. The Snowfield Brigade would have to cut off cooperation with the local troops, which was a big disadvantage. They would have to exist in an absolutely confidential form and become a true independent force, a true secret special forces. Whenever the Snowfield Brigade arranged for training in the country, if they needed the cooperation of the local troops, the military would directly give the order to the person in charge of the local troops. They would not mention the number or the name of the person, but would only report the number to the person in charge of the local troops. No one would know what kind of troop had trained here before, and no one would know what kind of troop they had cooperated with before. It was like a ghost troop that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. Just like the training this time, there was still the cooperation of the local troops, which was precisely what Xie Jinyuan could not accept the most. In the end, he ran into Yi Qian's junior high school classmate. Even though he wasn't sure if that boy was Yi Qian, it still made him suspicious. After the confrontation, he immediately reported it to the military. With this incident, coupled with the increasingly rampant illegal activities, the military finally agreed to Xie Jinyuan's reform policy. 3 years ago, Xie Jinyuan had already seen it. 3 years later, He had even focused on analyzing the reserves of special forces in various developed countries. He had also clearly pointed out that there were too few special forces in China for tri-terrain combat and that they had to be nurtured. The Storm Commando team was originally an amphibious frogman assault team, but because of Xia Jinyuan's document, they directly became a reserve amphibious assault team, and all their training programs would be improved. Li Jinyan was a little stunned when he learned that they had become a reserve amphibious assault team. He immediately asked the Navy commander, "Why did you suddenly make such a decision?" There was no news at all before this. He didn't receive any news at all. When it was first established, it was positioned as an amphibious unit. How did it become a reserve tri-terrain unit without him knowing anything? It made him feel that it was too rush. Chapter 1842. He also didn't know how the Storm Commandos he led had suddenly become a preparatory tri-amphibious special forces. Indeed, Demon King Li was a major who could withstand the storm and the test of surprises. He didn't panic or be surprised. He only asked calmly. Naturally, he had to ask clearly. It was impossible for him to lead his men into a tri-amphibious special forces in a daze. Not only was this irresponsible to himself, but it was also irresponsible to all his team members. It can't be considered sudden. The military already had a plan 3 years ago. The meeting ended at around 2 o'clock in the morning last night. The Navy commander had been waiting for Li Jinyan to call to report on the progress of the training. He was very happy in his heart, and his tone was rather calm. He didn't show it. "I didn't expect to choose the Storm Commandos led by you in the end. After all, our team hasn't even been established for 2 years. The military decided to put another tri-amphibious team on the agenda after the celebration. They chose from several special forces in various military regions, and in the end, they chose the Storm Commandos led by you. Jinyan, your ability is obvious to all. Although I'm surprised, I also think that this is the responsibility you should bear. You have to shoulder this responsibility that has been given to you. I'll hand the Storm Commandos over to you. I hope that you can achieve something. Chase after your goal, and one day, you will truly surpass that SEAL team in the West." As a member of the Navy, Li Jinyan had set the Western SEAL team as his goal from the very beginning. He had led all his team members to train day and night. In less than a year, he had submitted an outstanding result to the Navy and the military. The SEAL team was the top tri-amphibious force in a certain Western country. If the Storm Commandos could surpass it one day, it would definitely be something that would shock the entire world. However, Li Jinyan knew how big it was to achieve this goal. However, no matter how big it was, he would not give up. If he couldn't do it, he believed that the captain of the Storm Commandos could do it. As long as he didn't give up, hope would always exist. After listening quietly, Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. When he looked at the blue sky, he was even more determined. He said calmly, "Okay." Only the word good meant that he already knew, and that he would definitely shoulder the responsibility given to him by the country. No excuses, no concessions, no hesitation, and no timidity. As a Marine, Li Jinyan knew his mission and responsibilities. He was a soldier. In the face of challenges, he would be calm and collected. He would never allow himself to panic. Instead, he would challenge and win. He would never admit defeat and sacrifice himself. He was already prepared to welcome a brand new future. Although Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan had completely different personalities, their beliefs and perseverance were the same. One could see the brave and fearless spirit of modern soldiers from their figures. Xia Jinyuan didn't tell Yi Qian about how Du Jiari had left the border to gather information about her after the Highland training ended. She didn't want to distract Yi Qian during the most dangerous individual combat training on the Highland. Take the hiding in the snow training as an example. If a person directly hid in the snow without moving for a few hours, they would be like a popsicle. He really couldn't bear to let someone like Du Jiari distract Yi Qian. She not only gathered information about you in the border, but also about me. Now that the Major General is keeping a close eye on her, she hasn't made any moves yet after returning to the Nangguang military district. Chapter 1843. Xia Jinyuan didn't hide anything. He even told Yi Qian everything that Du Jiari had asked about him. I reminded the Major General. Now that the Major General is helping us keep an eye on her, if she dares to do anything, she won't be the only one who will suffer. Staff Officer Du will suffer too. Ask about Captain Xia? Why is she asking about you? This was Yi Qian's main concern. Even his tone was much colder. Why would she come to the border to ask about you? Where did she get the news that you're in the border? Is it from her father's place? Captain Xia didn't show up that night. If she knew that he was in the border, it would be a very serious matter. It was an important matter regarding Captain Xia's safety in the country. Xia Jinyuan had already seen Yi Qian's sharp senses. Now that she had grasped the main point and asked directly, he wasn't surprised at all. He gently brushed off the frost that had gathered on her eyebrows and explained, "She didn't know that I was training here. Do you still remember that year when we fought together in the snowy highlands? I was on a mission at that time. For some reason, I became an ordinary platoon leader in the border. The border was where Staff Officer Du had worked his way up. At that time, he only knew that I graduated from the National University of Science and Technology and was serving in the border. Madame Xiao found out from Staff Officer Du that I was serving in the border, so she asked Du Jiuri to ask about me. As for why she asked about me, I don't want to know. It couldn't be anything good. Moreover, he didn't want to have anything to do with Madame Xiao." Yi Qian was relieved. He was afraid that she knew that Captain Xia was training in the border, so she directly asked about him. She also noticed that his tone was especially cold when he mentioned Madame Xiao, even with a hint of disgust. Yi Qian knew who Madame Xiao was. Although she didn't know why he had such an expression, she was definitely on his side. Just ignore her. It's not worth getting angry over someone you don't like. She advised him with some heartache. During this period of time, he had been planning the training. Sometimes, he didn't even have time to give her homework at night. If you're tired, don't let someone you don't like affect your mood. Xia Jinyuan wasn't someone who would get angry over Madame Xiao. He just simply discussed. Affect his mood? Heh, she really didn't have that right. As it was a private matter between the two of them, they chose a place where no one else was around. After glancing around to make sure there were no comrades around, Xia Jinyuan suddenly bent down and gave Yi Qian a quick peck on the cheek. His thin lips curved into a wanton smile as he said, "You guessed wrong. You should be punished. Your Captain Xia is not someone who is easily affected by others. Of course, this little fox in front of me is an exception. Just a small look or a small action from her can make my mood fluctuate." Indeed, it didn't affect his mood at all. It could be seen from his indecent behavior. Yi Qian, who had just been kissed, glared at him. There was no anger in her eyes, only coquettishness. "You're getting more and more mischievous. Status. Mind your own status. I pay a lot of attention to my identity. I don't dare to forget it at all times, but I do need to relax occasionally, especially now that it's rest time." Major Xia had always known how to strike a balance between work and rest. They had left the highlands at night. Now, it was equivalent to taking half a day off to wait for the helicopter from the aviation team to arrive. He could take advantage of the rest time to have some sweetness. It could help him sweep away the stress of the past half a month. The two of them didn't leave alone for too long. Just as Yi Qian said, they still had to pay attention to their status. In addition, Li Jinyan came looking for them, so Yi Qian left first and seized the time to revise her homework. Returning to school would be the midterm exams, so she had to hurry. Chapter 1844. It was bitterly cold in the northwest of Xinjiang, but the sun was shining brightly in Nangguang. The lowest temperature today was only 8 degrees Celsius. Compared to the dozens of degrees below zero in Xinjiang, Nangguang was as warm as spring. Yi Zhifan, who was in a suit for the first time, was in a sharp contrast with the soldiers in dark green uniforms. Seeing that the door of the office building was guarded by heavily armed soldiers, Yi Zhifan could not help but swallow his saliva. He had been an officer for nearly 20 years, and this was the first time he had interacted with a senior officer in the army. He put his left hand into his pocket and touched the cold jade pendant. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Yes, uneasiness. The reason why he could talk to the young master of the Du family was because he received a call from the mysterious man again. It had been more than 10 years since he received a call from the mysterious man. When he received the call again, the disguised voice did not change much. Probably because he was older, the voice was not as impetuous as it used to be. When the voice came from the phone, he almost thought that he was going to take back the jade pendant, because he didn't let Yi Jian become useless at all. Instead, he watched her go further and further away and stand higher and higher. Even he, a dignified bureau chief, couldn't do anything about it. So he was afraid. He was afraid that the owner of the jade pendant, who had sent him to his official career, would take back everything he had and leave him with nothing. But he did not expect that the mysterious man, who he had not contacted for more than 10 years, would say, "Try to send Yi Ying to the army. He will provide the opportunity." Sending Ying Ying to the army. This was what he had been dreaming of. He followed the order and went to Nanguang to save the young master of the Du family, who was attacked by the mafia during dinner. He was the commander of a brigade in the Nanguang military region. He had racked his brains in the Nan province but still could not do it. But in less than 4 days, he had done it easily in Nanguang. Although he had been stabbed in the back, it was worth it. It was really worth it. "Commander, Bureau Chief Yi is here." The guard knocked on the door and told him the purpose of his visit. There was no immediate answer. Just when Yi Jifan was feeling a little uneasy, the half-closed door suddenly opened. A soldier in his early 30s with a medium build opened the door personally. His eyes fell directly on Yi Jifan, and he laughed loudly. "Bureau Chief Yi, I have been waiting for you. Please, have a seat." This was Chief of Staff Du's eldest son, Du Kaiwei, 33 years old. He was the commander of a brigade in Nanguang military region. His enthusiasm suddenly made Yi Jifan's heart, but when he saw Commander Du's smile. "Director Yi, you should have time to have a meal with me after we're done with work." "I of course. And I." Director Yi had blocked the knife for him. If he hadn't blocked it, the knife would have landed on Du Kaiwei's neck, and his head would have fallen to the ground on the spot. Just because of this, he could not neglect it. Yi Jifan smiled very elegantly. Facing the warm hospitality, he was still calm. He did not show how happy he was. Chapter 1845. Before Yi Jifan went to Nanguang for the business trip, he had already roughly learned about the Du family's situation. Although it was not a real prominent family, it was still quite rich. Chief of Staff Du's family was relatively simple. There was an elder brother who was the second most powerful person in Nanguang province. His children had already joined the army. Although Chu Yunsheng didn't know what they were doing, with an elder brother who was the second most powerful person in Nanguang province, it shouldn't be too bad. Chief of Staff Du was the second son. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Commander Du was the eldest son. He was only 33 years old. He also had a younger sister who was a member of the Standing Committee of Jiang Province. This Mrs. Du was in her early 40s, she only had 1 daughter, and she was still studying abroad. But the most noteworthy one was Chief of Staff Du's wife, Mrs. Li. It could be said that the reason why the Du family could become what it was today was largely because of Mrs. Li. She was a very knowledgeable and decisive woman who relied on her family's connections to raise the Du family, which was originally just a peasant family, to its current status. Yi Jifan deliberately learned about Mrs. Li when she was young and what had happened in recent years. He knew that her status in the Du family was quite high, and everyone in the Du family respected her very much. Chief of Staff Du also listened to her every word. Mrs. Li was in charge of everything in the Du family, and she never asked about it. However, it was also understandable that a woman who relied on her family's connections to raise her husband's family to its current status would treat her like an ancestor. This commander in front of Chu Yunsheng also respected his mother very much. It was because of this Madame Li that Yi Jifan had no choice but to be cautious. Facing Du Kaiwei's warm hospitality, Yi Jifan, who purposely learned about it before coming here, took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Commander Du, you are too polite. The thing you told me last time, I have thought about it again and again. My daughter is studying abroad in France. If she suddenly drops out of school and joins the army, once she stops studying, It will be very difficult for her to pick it up again. She just turned 19 years old a few days ago. I'm afraid that she won't be able to handle the hardships if she joins the army at such a young age. It was not that he didn't want to bring Ying back to Nangguang province, but with Mrs. Li, a powerful woman who didn't like other people forcing her to help him, he needed to know what she wanted. In the Du family, only when Mrs. Li nodded her head would things go smoothly. Moreover, he didn't believe that Mrs. Li didn't know that he saved Du Kaiwei. He even suspected that it was Madame Li who suggested to let Ying join the army. She wanted to test him. If he had really met Du Kaiwei by chance, it would have been fine. However, he had been arranged step by someone else. The Du family was not an ordinary family, so he felt a little uneasy. He had to be careful at every step. Du Kaiwei's eyes flickered when he heard this. It was a little strange that he had actually refused. Du Kaiwei gently placed the teacup in his hand back on the solid wooden coffee table. He rested one arm on the back of the sofa and spread his legs slightly. He sat casually and had a domineering aura. He couldn't help but smile and ask, "Director Yi, you don't believe me, right?" According to his investigation, in order to send his daughter to the army, Director Yi had put in a lot of effort and tried to establish a relationship with the Southern Province military region. Unfortunately, he failed every time. In his opinion, the biggest failure of Director Yi was that he married a wife who was as stupid as a pig. It would be strange if Director Yi could establish a relationship with the Southern Province military region after offending a national treasure like that. Du Kaiwei did investigate Yi Jifan's affairs. When he learned that the person who saved him was the director of the construction bureau of the Southern Province, he was a little relieved. He originally suspected that it was a trap. Chapter 1846. She also found out that Yi Jifan's political achievements were excellent, but he didn't have any connections with the military. She wanted to build a relationship with the military, but he was always rejected. So she completely believed that saving him was not a trap. But Mrs. Li was right. No matter what the result of the investigation was, seeing was believing. After he finished speaking, Du Kaiwei, who had been very polite the whole time, stared at him without blinking, patiently waiting for him to answer his question. "Commander Du, this is not a matter of whether I believe you or not. I just don't want my daughter to stop studying. Also, my daughter is still young and naughty. She made a big mistake in the college entrance examination, so she can't take the college entrance examination for the next 5 years." Yi Jifan said very slowly. He told Commander Du the truth about Yi Ying's situation. He didn't believe that Commander Du didn't send someone to investigate these things. Since he couldn't hide it, he might as well tell him everything. At least, he could leave a good impression. At that time, I thought that I couldn't let my daughter go to the military. Since she can't take the college entrance examination, then she should go to the military. But I didn't know, Sai, because of some things in my family, my daughter also fainted in junior high school. When she went to the People's Hospital for a checkup, they found out that she had a heart problem. All these reasons made it even more impossible for her to go to the military. Although I wanted to, I had no choice but to accept the fact. After thinking for a while, I finally decided to send my daughter to study abroad. Yi Jifan let out a long sigh and said, "It's all because I didn't teach her well when she was young. Fortunately, she is not a bad girl. Otherwise, I would have a headache." After he told Commander Du the truth, the smile in Commander Du's eyes deepened. What he said was not different from his investigation. It was reasonable that Director Yi didn't want to talk about his family's problems. If she has a heart problem, she can go for a more detailed checkup. Other things are not important. It's just my daughter's little mind. Du Kaiwei had a little sister who was even more troublesome, so he didn't think that Yi Ying's things were out of line. "Director Yi, you can think about it carefully. You don't need to answer me in a hurry. Director Yi is now in a high position. I can't help you with other things. Only if your daughter goes to the military, I can say something. Also, when my family found out that it was Director Yi who saved me, my parents really wanted to come to Southern Province to thank Director Yi in person. Unfortunately, both my parents were busy and couldn't get away. They could only wait for an opportunity to express their gratitude to Director Yi." When Yi Jifan heard this, He knew that he had made the right move. The Du family was indeed trying to rope him in. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Fortunately, he knew about Madame Li's past, so he did not rush to agree. When the Du family was investigating Yi Jifan had already investigated the Du family. However, he had always been cautious. When he found out that Madame Li was actually in charge of the Du family, he hurriedly investigated Madame Li's character. As a result, he found out that Madame Li had done something back then, which made him break out in a cold sweat. The old madam of the Du family had a cousin who had once lent half a liter of rice to the Du family during their most difficult time. About 10 years ago, that cousin saw that the Du family had become rich. He had not visited the Du family for a long time, so he took this opportunity to visit the Du family. He wanted to help his grandson, who had not been admitted to a good university, get in through the back door. Mrs. Li immediately agreed and sent her grandson to university. As a result, he was directly assigned to the most remote place after graduation. Chapter 1847. The cousin tried to get in through the back door again, but was rejected by Madame Li. She said, "I've already repaid the debt of half a liter of rice." "Cousin, are you trying to force me to repay your debt?" "I'm sorry, but I won't fall for that." It wasn't easy to investigate this incident, and it came from Staff Officer Du's hometown. If he didn't know, he would have brought his daughter's information to them. Taking things slowly was Yi Jifan's rule as an officer. He was never aggressive and never took risks. With someone supporting him from behind, he just needed to walk steadily. He knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would have a meteoric rise. Therefore, Yi Jifan was so cautious that he wouldn't take action immediately. No matter how much he wanted to send Yi Ying to the army, he would stay calm. Because of his cautiousness, he avoided the minefield again and didn't let the Du family notice anything suspicious. With Du Kaiwei's words, Yi Jifan left Nanguang with a smile on his face. So what if Chen Dongfeng was capable? So what if Uncle Zhen was respected by so many soldiers when he was alive? He didn't care about Commander Liu and political commissar Yang. With the Du family's position in the army, he wouldn't give up on what he wanted for his daughter. Yi Jifan didn't mention to Sun Dongqing that he had a relationship with the Du family. Before the matter was settled, it was enough for him to keep it to himself. He didn't even want to mention Yi Ying for the time being. Xie Jinyuan only found out that Yi Jifan had a relationship with the Du family at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon after the training in the mountains ended. Yi Qian said that he didn't want him to get involved, but as Yi Jifan's position increased, he couldn't really let his guard down. Since he wasn't in Nanguang, he naturally had to ask someone to keep an eye on him. If there were any big movements, he would know immediately. The person on the phone with him was none other than Xie Yiwei. The person who asked him to keep an eye on Yi Jifan was naturally her, the secretary of the southern province. About 40 days ago, Yi Jifan saved the life of Du Kaiwei, who had been at odds with his elder brother since he was young. He returned to Nanguang, and about half a month ago, he made another trip to Nanguang. His accompanying secretary inadvertently mentioned that Director Yi had gone to the Nanguang military district, so I guessed that he did indeed have dealings with the Du family. Yi Jifan actually saved Du Kaiwei's life. Xie Jinyuan furrowed his brows. How could things be so coincidental? Little Fox had just started a feud with Du Jiari when Yi Jifan had already made friends with the Du family. Have you investigated who wants Du Kaiwei's life? Yes, Du Kaiwei led soldiers to cooperate with the relevant police to clear out a drug manufacturing village in Nanguang. When he showed up, he was seen by someone. The villagers cooperated to pay for his life. Xie Yiwei explained very clearly and also investigated very clearly. The person who helped her investigate was none other than Hu Zi, who was still showering in the bathroom. Sundays in the depths of winter were suitable for lying lazily in bed. Xie Yiwei rested her head on a soft, white pillow and looked at the falling snow outside the window. Her voice was charming but sharp as she said, "This time, it's really all connected. Our family Xie and the Du family have always been at odds. Who knew that my sister-in-law would come into conflict with Du Jiari in advance, and in the end, Xie Yiwei described the network of relationships one by one. It was really complicated. In one sentence, she concluded, "It's really fate that my sister-in-law and our family Shia are fated. I'm also fated to be with your family Shia." A familiar male voice suddenly came through the phone. Shia Jinyuan did not even frown and said, "Help me ask Brother Z about the progress in France." Chapter 1848. The other side of the phone suddenly went silent, as if someone had covered it. After dozens of seconds of silence, Hu Zi, who had eaten her fill, lazily opened her mouth and said, "I can't delay the matter you asked me to do. Don't worry, everything is fine." Hu Zi, whose shoulder was pressed against the phone, stuffed Xia Yiwei, who was trying to snatch the phone back, into the blanket and said coldly, "Both of them have the surname Yi, but your Xiao Yi is much more interesting. She's like that woman in France who pretends to be aloof and flaunts her relationship with Yi Ying. I just need to move my hands and she'll take the bait. She'll be busy now." Xia Jinyuan did not ask about the process, nor did he ask how Hu Zi was going to deal with it. When he found out that Yi Ying was studying in France, he immediately contacted Hu Zi. Originally, he wanted to ask for his help to destroy Yi Ying in France, but when he remembered that Hu Zi had blown up the underground gun warehouse in his villa in Mount Dalang, Xia Jinyuan changed his mind and asked Hu Zi to help lead Yi Ying to the bad path. Xia Jinyuan knew that Hu Zi must have countless ways to lead Yi Ying to the bad path. As long as Yi Ying took the bait, she would suffer. France was Hu Zi's second hometown, and he knew a few people from all walks of life. Hu Zi, who had always done things appropriately, knew what to do and what not to do. "Thank you, Brother Z. I'll treat you to a drink when I go to Nan province." "You're welcome. I've been quitting drinking and smoking recently. Your sister has cut off all forms of entertainment that are harmful to the liver and lungs. If you want to treat me to a drink, I don't mind, but your sister does." Hu Zi used the blanket to wrap Xia Yiwei, who was struggling to get out of the blanket. His flirtatious peach blossom eyes smiled as he looked at his beloved woman who was blushing. He held the phone in one hand and the blanket in the other to prevent her from jumping up and making a fuss. He had been an underground lover for most of his life. It was time for him to become an official lover. Xia Yiwei's face was sullen, and her eyes were filled with anger. "Hu Zi, if you don't let go, I'll make you pack up and leave right now. Let go of me, do you hear me?" Xia Jinyuan heard her words clearly. The two of them had been entangled with each other for so many years and had gone through so many times, but they had never really cut off all ties. It was impossible for the two of them to break up. Hu Zi had hardened his heart and cut off his underworld ways. It took him 2 years to clear his name. He knew that Xia Yiwei would not be able to dump Hu Zi and marry another man. Seeing that the two of them had reconciled, Xia Jinyuan did not say much. He only said one more thing before hanging up the phone. "Brother Z, old madam has been waiting for my sister to get married and have children. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll definitely let old madam get what she wants. I'm hanging up first. I'm still a little scared of your sister's temper. Last night, she wanted me to kneel on 2 bowls. Now, she's so scared that she wants me to kneel on cactus." "Hu Zi, shut up. Give me the phone." Xia Yiwei, who was wrapped up like a cocoon, roared. Just by listening to her voice, one could tell that Secretary Xia was not as intellectual and dignified as she usually was. Xia Jinyuan was not interested in eavesdropping on other people's private matters. He was about to hang up, but when he heard that Xia Yiwei still had something to say to him, he moved the phone away from his ear. He did not want to overhear the fun between the two of them. Yes. Baby, are you going through menopause? Why is your temper getting worse?" Hu Zi was a gangster and did not mind talking dirty. Now that he had finally won the heart of his beloved woman, he coaxed her and approached her step by step, making it impossible for her to leave him. Chapter 1849. Xia Yiwei, who struggled out of the blanket, was choked by the word menopause. If it weren't for the fact that she had something to discuss with Xia Jinyuan, Xia Yiwei would have rushed into the bathroom and poured a glass of cold water on his face. Since she had something important to discuss, she only gave him a cold stare. Her snow-white arm came out of the blanket, revealing the kiss marks on the inside of her arm, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere. "Old Six, tell Xiao Yi to be careful. We've been investigating the person behind Yi Jifan for several years, but we haven't been able to find any clues. If they can still guarantee his promotion, the water here is not ordinary. She could see how much Old Sixth cared about Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi was indeed not bad. It was Old Sixth's blessing to be able to marry her. She only hoped that the two of them could be safe and sound and not have any twists and turns. I tried to ask the governor, but I didn't get anything. Yi Jifan's resume was clean, and his political achievements were excellent. It could be said that he could achieve some political achievements no matter what position he was in. It was as if he was born to be an official. The more he was like this, the more suspicious it was. Xie Yiwei treated Yi Qian as her family. Otherwise, she would have completely ignored him. After several years, she still couldn't find any information. It was clear that the person behind Yi Jifan was extraordinarily powerful. Xie Jinyuan had always known that the person behind Yi Jifan was extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, with Yi Jifan's seemingly good political achievements that didn't bring any benefits to the people, it was impossible for him to be promoted so quickly. Now that he had connections with the Du family, it gave family Xie a chance. Hearing this, she said calmly, "Continue to help me keep an eye on him. If you can't find any loopholes in him, his daughter will become his loophole." With Hu Zi's methods, Yi Jifan's daughter must be living a prosperous life in France. As if thinking of something, his eyes darkened and he said, "Sister, ask his secretary to find an opportunity to ask if he still has the intention of sending his daughter to the military. If there was, then Du Kaiwei would definitely arrange for Yi Ying, who had heart problems, to enter the army. Her reputation in the country was ruined, and she had a bad record abroad. Regiment Commander Du, if you really want to repay that stab, then please arrange for Director Yi's daughter to join the army." Xie Yiwei was the secretary of the leader of the southern province. It was much more convenient for her to keep an eye on Yi Jifan. Moreover, Yi Jifan's secretary was friends with Xie Yiwei. It was not suspicious for her to ask some non-work-related questions. Tell sixth brother that he doesn't need to worry about France. Just focus on his own things. I'm not capable of handling the matters in the army, but I can still contribute to the matters outside. Hu Zi, who was about to get dressed, leaned over and kissed Xie Yiwei on the cheek, leaving the two siblings alone. He had to go downstairs to prepare lunch for his wife. If he didn't prepare lunch now, dinner would be ready. Xie Jinyuan didn't talk for a long time. He had just finished the training, so he was actually a bit tired. When he took out his phone and saw Xie Yiwei had sent him a few text messages, "Call me back as soon as you see me." In front of him, Yi Qian was still standing quietly in the same place. There was a smile in his dark eyes. He slightly moved his ankle that he sprained last night, and then strode straight towards Yi Qian. Everyone was wearing a jungle combat uniform. The paint on their faces was smeared with sweat, making them look even more unrecognizable. There were still a few comrades who hadn't come back yet. While waiting, they didn't forget to exchange their training experience and tactics with each other. Diving for a long time requires you to finish it in one go. You can't stop at will in case of insufficient oxygen. However, for a long-distance march in the mountains, we must strike a balance between work and rest. When we need to run, we must increase our speed. When we need to rest, we must stop. Only then can we maintain our stamina and keep our body excited. J5 was talking to a few members of the Storm Commandos. Yi Jian stood beside and listened carefully. Chapter 1850. Every member of the Snowfield Brigade was very outstanding. Their tactical experience and training were accumulated over a long period of time. After more than 40 days of joint training, Yi Qian was amazed by the abilities of each of them. The T6 soldiers had delicate baby faces, but once they held a sniper rifle, they could directly complete an accurate sniper shot with a golden hook hanging upside down from a tree. The Longhawks and Sparrowhawks were the scouts of the team. As long as the prey was targeted by them, it would be impossible for them to escape from their sight. Moreover, they could complete the reconnaissance in the shortest time possible. Yi Qian always felt that she was full of energy from head to toe when she trained and fought with them. Because they were all role models for her to learn from on her way to the military. Fighting with a group of role models, she would never relax or think about slacking off. She would always be spurred on. The Navy's main mission is anti-reconnaissance, anti-landing, beach raiding, and so on. The military skills and abilities you all have are incomparable to other branches of the military. Previously, you focused on naval combat, so you were limited. In the future, you will move toward a more large-scale tri-service systematic combat. With the ability of the Devil King, I'm guessing that within 3 years, you will be a very terrifying naval special forces. Brothers of the Storm Team, I'm looking forward to the establishment of the 2nd Tri-Service Special Forces. Your predecessor was the military's Emergency Mobile Combat Force in the 1990s. In case of an emergency, you can be directly commanded by the General Staff Department. With such a powerful predecessor, there should be a tri-amphibious special knife-wielding unit. Now that everything is finally settled, I'm looking forward to our next joint training. When the time comes, we can learn from each other again. I'm sure it will be very enjoyable. Just as J5 finished speaking, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the distance making a phone call, walking towards him. He smiled at him, then looked away and focused his attention on J5 again. Why did J5 say that he was looking forward to it? It had to be from the beginning of the 1990s when someone in Tai provoked our country, causing our entire army to be in a state of readiness for war from the second half of 1995. From 1995 to 1996, danger appeared again, and there was a transfer of troops from the south to the north. They only cared about one side and did not care about the other. It also made the military and the highest leaders in the Great Hall more aware of the lack of amphibious forces in our country. It wasn't until 1998 that the Nangguang Military District sent a division to be reorganized into another strong force of the Navy that the transfer of soldiers from the south to the north was resolved. After that, the military requested the Navy to launch amphibious operations. When the time was right, they immediately issued the order and ordered the establishment of a special amphibious frogman force. They were now known as the Amphibious Frogman Combat Unit. It had been less than 2 years since it was established the year before last, and now it was changed to amphibious. Such a big reform would make any soldier who knew about it happy. What did this mean? This shows that the growth of our country's national strength and military strength, as well as the conditions for war reserves, are maturing day by day. As a Special Forces soldier who guarded every inch of the country's land, how could he not be excited? Only when the country is strong can the people be strong. Only when the country is strong can the people be at peace. When they talked about the reform, Xia Jinyuan came over and made the atmosphere of the discussion more technical and academic. Wearing the jungle combat uniform, they were very clear that our country's current national defense technology and military equipment construction had entered a stage of rapid development. They needed to move forward with the times, and they could not be complacent and end up as useless chess pieces and retire with regret. When the devil came, the discussion reached an unprecedented level of excitement. Yi Qian, who was still a military school student, had his eyes shining, and his little face was faintly red with excitement. Chapter 1851. There will be big moves next. We are the Navy of South Island. Facing the complicated geographical environment of the sea in South Island, all navies must have amphibious capabilities. So the next move is to have the Navy engage in a full-scale amphibious operation to meet the current needs and future needs. This was Li Jinyan's speech. After hearing it, Yi Qian gave him and Xia Jinyuan many thumbs up in her heart. Although she didn't care about military affairs in her previous life, she had seen on TV that our army had held several large-scale exercises at sea in the next 10 years, which was the full-scale amphibious operation that Li Jinyan was talking about now. The future hadn't come yet, but they had already realized and prepared for it. Yi Qian could already hear the ups and downs of her excitement. The blood in her body flowed faster, and she was so excited that small beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. How lucky she was to be able to fight side by side with them. When we move from mechanization to digitalization, there will definitely be a full-scale 3-army drill. Those who sail on the sea, fly in the sky, and run on the ground will all gather. Brothers, when we meet again at that time, how delightful it will be. How delightful, how delightful. As a female soldier, Yi Qian was even more ambitious when she heard this, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Life was like a white steed passing through a crack, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared between heaven and earth. In her previous life, she died an ordinary and cowardly death, so in this life, she must not waste her time. She must live a vigorous life. Those insidious villains were nothing. They spent their lives calculating, but they didn't know that they miscalculated their own lives. Whether it was Yi Ying or Du Jiayi, their world didn't have magnificent scenery, only darkness like a trench. Yi Qian's world was vast and boundless, and the army was her life stage. She would dance the most beautiful dance and live the most brilliant life. Come on, stack one. Stack one for the many times we will train and exercise together in the future. When the time comes, no one can be left out. In the depths of the dense forest, dozens of big hands were stacked. As there were too many people, some of the brothers stepped on another brother's knee and sat directly on his comrade's shoulder. To the special forces, this kind of stacking was a piece of cake. 22 Army Special Forces soldiers and 22 Navy Special Forces soldiers formed two teams. Their outstretched hands were stacked on top of one another. Because they were all wearing camouflage suits for jungle combat, there were also strips of lucky camouflage on the outside. From afar, they looked like two big trees with vines growing out of them. It was a spectacular sight. Qing Neo, our bridge is yours. Let's go. The comrade sitting on the top floor shouted. Yi Qian, who was the last to reach the top, jumped and ran. The comrade on the second floor reached out and firmly grabbed her outstretched hand. With a lift, Yi Qian agilely climbed to the second floor, then quickly climbed to the third floor. She stood in the middle like a flagpole between the two teams. She stretched out her arms and placed her hands on top of the large hands of her comrades. 1, 2, 3, for our next meeting in the future, all the best. Come on, come on. All her comrades shouted together. Their voices weren't loud, but they were so uniform that it was as if one person was saying it. Although their voices were low, their momentum was great, like the low chime of a morning bell that reverberated in the depths of the valley. This was the friendship of a comrade, a friendship that went through life and death, and entrusted their backs to each other. Although they didn't make a sound, it was as deep as the sea and as vast as the sky. Chapter 1852. The promise of not one less was their promise to each other, as well as to themselves. However, they were special forces soldiers who walked on a knife's edge. Perhaps one day, they would fall off the knife and the cold gleam of the knife would pierce through their hearts. That would be an eternity. K7 chewed on this promise and committed it to memory. Looking at his comrades hugging each other and saying goodbye, he felt a slight warmth in his cold heart. Some people said that he was too cold and inhumane, and that it would be best for him to be reformed in the army. Perhaps he would be able to cover his face with his heart by going through life and death situations with the soldiers. He didn't say no, and a week later, someone sent him to the army. How many years had it been? It had been 8 years since he graduated from medical school when he was 19 years old, and now he was 27 years old. It had been so many years, but he had never thought of leaving the army. He had never thought of going home. The figure in front of him was so lively, so loyal, so why should he leave? This was his comrade who had gone through life and death with him. After folding his arms, K7 stood far away. Looking at his comrades hugging each other, there was a smile in his eyes. Then, there was a smile on his pale face. In the end, his lips, which were rarely curved, were raised high. He walked very quickly, as if he was chasing after something. When he walked in front of a member of the Storm Commandos, he suddenly reached out and hugged him tightly. See you next time, brother. It was the most common farewell hug, but the Snowfield Brigade members who saw it looked as if they had discovered a new continent. They stared at K7, who had never hugged his comrades before. The one who was hugged was Whale. He didn't know about K7's personal situation and habits, so he hugged him back and said, of course, of course. When he let go, the big smile on his face really blinded the eyes of his teammates in the Snowfield Brigade. His bad habit was gone. He could even hug his comrade. Fuck. When did it get better? Why didn't they know? Yi Qian didn't know either, but he noticed that Xia Jinyuan and the others' expressions were a little strange, so he asked softly, why are you guys so shocked when K7 hugged Whale? Isn't that normal? It's not normal. K7, who graduated from medical school at the age of 19, never hugged anyone. It was the same in the army before, and it was the same in the Snowfield Brigade. He has a psychological trauma, so everything is normal except for hugging, Xia Jinyuan explained in a low voice with a smile. He took this step, which means that he has overcome his psychological trauma. Hearing that, Yi Qian thought about it carefully and realized that K7 had never hugged his comrades before. Then, he saw him hug his comrades from Storm Commandos one by one. Yi Qian was very happy. Overcoming psychological trauma was not an easy task. Qing Neo, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to meet again after this farewell. You're a female soldier and the female soldier I admire the most. The great whale walked over. He couldn't give the female soldier a solid hug, so he just hugged her lightly before letting go. He looked at her with his bright eyes and smiled gently but reluctantly. Our team is also your team. You are welcome to come and train with us often. The Demon King will also be very happy to have you here. Xia Jinyuan heard the first part of the sentence very well, but the last part made him raise his eyebrows. Why did it sound like there was another layer of meaning? Yi Qian answered seriously, you guys still have a lot of skills that I haven't learned yet. As long as there are arrangements, I will definitely return to the team. Ha ha ha, sure, we'll all be waiting for you. Whale's laughter became louder. Chapter 1853. At this moment, they were all looking forward to meeting each other again. They could train together again. The sea, the mountains, the highlands, the Gobi Desert. They had been through all these together. If there was a chance, they would do it again. Big Whale did not know about the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. Now that the training was over, there were no rules between them. Seeing that she agreed readily, he raised his voice and shouted at Li Jinyan, Captain, do you really like Yi Qian to come over? His voice was loud and penetrating. With Big Whale as the center point, it spread in all directions. Basically, the members of both teams could hear him clearly. Big Shark, who knew a little about the situation, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. Big Whale, you're trying to steal Qing Neo away in front of Q King. You're really bold. When the members of the Storm Commandos heard this, they immediately laughed and continued to tease him. Of course our captain likes her. Big Whale, do you still need to ask? Look at how well they complete their cooperative training every time. Look at how good their chemistry is. How much do you like her to be able to cooperate so well? Meanwhile, Major Xia finally understood that these water ghosts had the same thoughts. They were trying to matchmake his little fox and the Devil King. When the members of the Snowfield Brigade heard this, they could not take it lying down. Brother, you're not being very nice. This is a female soldier in our team. One moment you were reluctant to let her go, and now you want to steal the beauty of our team. Brother, let's have a good chat. Who was the loudest just now? I can't tell that you guys have such thoughts. Let's go, let's find a quieter place to have a good chat. The people who said this were the members of the Snowfield Brigade who were unaware of the situation. The few who knew, such as G3, J5, Z7, and the scout, young Sparrowhawk, were already looking at their Q King sympathetically. How pitiful. His girlfriend was stolen from him, but Q King could not do anything about it. Z7 was different from the others. He loved to watch the drama unfold. At this moment, he was enjoying the change in Q King's expression. That's right, he was enjoying it because he was jealous that Q King could see his girlfriend every day. How could Xia Jinyuan not know what his bad friend was like? He glanced at him, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Yi Qian. After a few seconds, he looked at Han Zheng again. This time, his gaze was somewhat provocative. His thin lips curled up slightly. Even his smile was so provocative. That smile really made one's heart itch. It was as if she was directly telling Han Zheng, don't think that you can see a good show from me just because of this. Give up. He must have suffered a huge blow. It's a little abnormal. After being provoked, Z7 muttered to himself. Then, his gaze landed on Yi Qian. Q King was so calm and could even reply to them with a provocative look. Could it be that he was not angry because of Yi Qian? Because Yi Qian would do something to make him happy, so he did not mind. Not angry at all? Z7 knew Xia Jinyuan well. After sorting out his thoughts, he immediately put on a straight face and pretended that he had not seen anything. J5 immediately walked over and said in a low voice, "Calm down. They don't know about your relationship with Qing Neo. It's okay if they don't know. Don't get angry. Maintain your composure. Don't make things unpleasant." As a man, watching his girlfriend being paired with another outstanding man, as a man, he felt very embarrassed and aggrieved. Chapter 1854. It was indeed embarrassing to encounter such a situation, but Major Xia Jinyuan was not an ordinary person. Nothing that could make him feel awkward had ever happened before. If his girlfriend was to be mixed up with another man, it would depend on whether that man was interested or not. Li Jinyan did not have feelings for Yi Qian. Since he knew that, why should he jump out? Of course, the most important point was that his girlfriend did not have feelings for another man. All in all, there was no need for him to jump out. He would only feel awkward if he jumped out. He would make everyone feel awkward and Little Fox would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. It did not matter if he was embarrassed. He was a thick-skinned man after all. However, this matter had to be resolved properly. He did not want to make things difficult for Little Fox. As for himself, he was not angry. Other than feeling a little stifled, he was also a little worried. He was worried about when his identity would become open and above board. However, he still had to put on an act. He had to let Little Fox know how aggrieved he was as a boyfriend who could not be exposed to the public. When he heard this, he said, "Don't worry. I still have some manners. The ignorant are innocent. When they find out one day, I will find a way to talk to them about the past. We'll talk about it in the future. Bear with it for now," J5 said and felt like laughing. You have to understand that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. What's more, Qing Neo is extraordinary. Her talent and appearance are top-notch. The hormones in a man's body will cause trouble, and he will more or less have some fantasies about her. Cough. Do you want to take a breather now? Major Xia felt that his comrade was too good at backstabbing him. He had not thought of anything else, but his comrade had thought of everything. What did he mean by more or less fantasize about being with her? You're not here to comfort me so you can stab me a few times, right? Major Xia stared expressionlessly at his comrade who was trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fantasize about being with her? If you said fantasize about being with a girlfriend like Qing Neo, I might be able to accept it. When J5 heard this, he laughed and patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. He laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. I'm honest. I'm not lying. Please forgive me. An honest man can't go against his conscience and lie. It was good that she was not angry. He was really worried that a dispute would arise because of this. After laughing, J5 said seriously, but this also shows that as long as the two of you don't let the public know about your relationship, something like this will happen again. Q King, in my opinion, if you want to solve this problem, you should just ban the jokes between comrades. It doesn't matter to us guys. We're thick-skinned and flirty. She's a female soldier. If such jokes are made frequently, not only will it affect her mood, but it will also ruin her reputation. Yes, I'll make a statement after they leave. Xia Jinyuan, who had the same intention, nodded lightly. His gaze had already landed on Yi Qian. She still had to solve this problem herself. Due to his status, he had to wait for Demon King Li to make a statement first before he could stand up. Although the two teams trained together, they were two different teams after all. They had their own captains, so Li Jinyan had to be the one to stand up for the Storm Commandos. Xia Jinyuan, who was born in a military family, knew how to get along with his colleagues. He would not let himself make the mistake of overstepping his authority. Major Xia was also someone who would not let himself be taken advantage of. Since he wanted to let Yi Qian know that he was upset, his expression in the blink of an eye was so pretentious that even J5 silently distanced himself. As expected of a soldier king, he really knew how to act. Chapter 1855. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not realize what Big Whale meant at first. It was only when she heard their banter that she realized what Big Whale was implying. She was not embarrassed. They were just joking, and no one took it seriously. She did not take it to heart, but what about her boyfriend? Yi Qian, who understood what was going on, immediately went to look at her boyfriend. When she turned her head, she saw her boyfriend, Major Xia, looking at her with an extremely resentful gaze. When he saw her looking at him, he even sighed heavily, looking like a resentful husband in his boudoir. Yi Qian felt her scalp go numb. Captain Xia, you are really not suitable to be a resentful husband. She still needed to comfort him. If she put herself in his shoes and someone else used him to make fun of other women, she would also feel uncomfortable. Although she did not have any experience in love, she knew that love was about mutual respect, putting each other in the heart, and always being considerate of each other. Moreover, although the members of the Storm Commandos were joking, this kind of joke should be prohibited. She did not like this. You guys are really bold. You even dare to make fun of your own captain. Your captain is not just anyone, he is the Demon King. I can already foresee that when you guys return, you won't be able to escape from dozens of nautical miles of armed swimming. As soon as Yi Qian finished speaking, all the members of the Storm Commandos immediately looked over. It can't be, right? It was just a joke. With one look, the bolder members were so scared that their hearts trembled. Their Demon King captain already had a cold face, but now he was so cold that his face was expressionless. Everyone knew that the expressionless Demon King was the scariest. Xia Jinyuan was already laughing. Dozens of nautical miles of armed swimming was not an easy task. They only knew about Little Fox's abilities and character, but they did not know that Little Fox did not like to make such jokes, especially when it came to relationships. Li Jinyan's expression had already become extremely cold. He was a little lawless. There should be a limit to making fun of others. He walked to Big Whale's side coldly. Big Whale knew that he was in trouble. He lowered his head and immediately admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Captain. I was wrong. He had to admit his mistake immediately. Moreover, his attitude must be sincere. None of the members of the Storm Commandos saw this and immediately grabbed the neck of the comrade who had made a joke. We're in trouble because of your foul mouths. I still had a few days off when I went back, but now, it's all gone. Just as he finished speaking, the Demon King said coldly, I originally planned to give you 3 days off to rest. Now it seems that there's no need for that. Go back and challenge the 30 nautical miles of armed swimming. He couldn't say too much, but the punishment was very clear. Whoever dared to make such a joke again would be severely punished. All the members of the Storm Commandos stood straight and accepted their punishment without any objections. Xia Jinyuan walked to his side and fought side by side. His handsome face, which was always smiling, now looked just like the Demon King beside him, cold, sinister, and sharp as a sword. You can joke around, but remember that there's a limit to it. Normally, us men can sit together and chat. We're men and have thick skin, so it doesn't matter. Qing Neo can also take a joke, but you've all made the most basic mistake. Xia Jinyuan's words were not only for the water ghosts, but also for all the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. You've all forgotten that Qing Neo is a female soldier. You've forgotten that although we're comrades, there's still a difference between men and women. Chapter 1856. I hope that we won't hear jokes like today's in the future. I also hope that everyone can give Qing Neo some face and not make her feel too awkward. After all, she's the only female soldier in our team. With the two captains' statements, the soldiers from both teams realized that they shouldn't have acted this way. They only wanted to keep Qing Neo in their team, but they didn't consider whether Qing Neo would accept it or not. Da Jing was the first to apologize, and Yi Qian gladly accepted it. After today's incident, Yi Qian knew that there wouldn't be anyone from both teams who would make fun of him and the Demon King in the future. There wouldn't be any more problems like this either. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the outcome. The helicopter was already in position, and the signal to prepare to board came through the wireless communicator. It was time for the two teams to part ways. The handsome and cold Li Jinyan walked to Yi Qian's side, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. You'll have your exams when you get back. Do well, don't worry. There was no need to mention anything else. She was going to join the Snowfield Brigade for amphibious warfare, and she still needed to improve her naval combat skills. The chances of her returning to the Storm Commandos training were still very high. Yi Qian saluted this outstanding commander. Demon King, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to join the Storm Commandos and experience your devilish training. It's good that you're not afraid. If you're afraid, you won't come. Yi Qian replied quickly. If you're afraid, you won't come. What a big tone. After carefully studying her brows for a while and confirming that she was really not afraid, Li Jinyan's cold smile gradually spread into his eyes. It was like a warm spring breeze, adding color to his handsome face. This kind of female soldier was really admirable and breathtaking. It was as if they were influenced by her and sighed, so such female soldiers still exist. Li Jinyan nodded slightly, and finally said a word of praise. You're very good. You've never disappointed anyone. Never letting anyone down. It didn't mean that you only did a good job, but if you did it better than expected, then you would never let anyone down. In the end, Li Jinyan also gently hugged the female soldier who used to be in his team. He hugged her slender but unbending body into his arms. The softness that belonged to a girl softened his calm heart. Work hard. Don't bury your talent. I'm looking forward to your participation in the overseas tournament. With such a female soldier, the male soldiers would feel proud. The helicopter that would pick up the Storm Commandos would arrive in half an hour. Li Jinyan looked at the time and pointed at the rifle on Yi Qian's back. Before we leave, we need to confirm one last thing. We want to see how you shoot with our own eyes. This matter started when they entered the mountainous area and entered the search shooting competition as well as the accurate shooting with 100 bullets within a time limit of 300 meters competition. When Yi Jian's shooting data came out, she was 0.003 seconds faster than Devil King Li. This meant that when Li Jinyan finished his first shot, Yi Qian had already finished his second shot. For the 300-meter limited shooting, I realized that you don't need to aim at the target in advance to be able to shoot accurately. When Commander Dawn got your data, he couldn't wait to come over personally to watch you finish. We're even more curious and want you to teach us. When it came to training, Li Jinyan spoke more than usual. After Yi Qian heard this, he took the rifle from his back. Sure, no problem at all. There are still 14 blanks here. After I finish firing 14 rounds, you should be able to find out the reason. Chapter 1857. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who had been on missions with Yi Qian knew that she had skills that normal people couldn't learn. Even though they knew, they were all very interested when they heard Yi Qian say that she was going to shoot 14 blanks. She wasn't going to choose a target and then complete it. Instead, she was going to choose a target that needed to be hit. For example, 4 meters away, 7 o'clock, second tree, bird's nest. Or, 5 meters from the ground, a tree branch. Next, as long as the Snowfield Brigade announced the target, once Yi Qian's line of sight locked onto them, just like what Li Jinyan had seen before, she didn't need to aim. She just loaded the gun and pulled the trigger to complete the shot. Bang bang bang, continuous gunshots rang out. The water ghosts of the Storm Commandos saw Yi Qian shoot as if she was aiming at a huge monster. She didn't need to aim at all and just completed the shot. After the 14 blanks were fired, the water ghosts were shocked into silence. What kind of shooting technique was this? Were they a bunch of unqualified Special Forces soldiers? With 14 bullets, it would take some time for each bullet to aim and fire. Qing Neo was just shooting blindly. Bang bang bang. After a series of shots, she was done. The target was done, and so were the bullet. You really didn't have any aiming movements. How did you do it? Li Jinyan had a vague feeling that Yi Qian's shooting technique wasn't something that they could easily learn. Without any aiming movements, a 100% hit rate. Qing Neo, how did you do it? I have this gun in my heart. My eyes see the target, and the gun in my heart is already aiming. From the moment I raised the gun and pulled the trigger, the gun in my heart was alive. I could already feel the bullet eject from the magazine, the cartridge case jump out, and the bullet hit the target through the barrel. It was the same explanation as before. Yi Qian answered truthfully. As for whether they believed it or not, it was up to them. An inconceivable explanation, a visible fact. Even Li Jinyan, who had always been calm about everything, found it hard to accept in an instant. She had this gun in her heart. But it wasn't this gun that completed the shooting in the mountains. Raising the question again, for the first time, the calm Lieutenant Commander Guan Lai was a little anxious. Yi Qian smiled. Yes, as long as it's a gun that I'm familiar with, I'll always have that gun in my heart. Li Jinyan got another inconceivable answer, but he knew that this was the correct answer. After a long while, he slowly said, I think we won't be able to learn it. In the past, we all wanted to learn and tried, but in the end, we gave up. Xie Jinyuan smiled and said, because no one can have this gun in their heart when they get it. Only she can do that. Thinking about it, Yi Qian was groomed as a Special Forces member of the Snowfield Brigade, so the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade would definitely be the first to know about it. Since they were familiar with the battlefield, they would naturally want to learn as well. Unfortunately, no one could do it. Indeed, we can't do it. I know that without even trying. Li Jinyan got an unbelievable answer. He smiled helplessly and said, Commander Dong told me that since Qing Neo can't become a Marine, then we should learn her shooting skills. After a slight pause, he added, when I go back and report this, Commander Dong will be secretly upset for a while. After listening to her explanation, the shock on the faces of the water ghosts didn't disappear for a long time. They tried to think about it in their hearts and even raised the rifles in their hands. In the end, their first action was still to aim. Chapter 1858. Have a gun in their hearts. Yes, they all had a gun in their hearts, but this gun was dead, not alive. Unlike what Qing Neo said, the gun in her heart could still be aimed and fired. They couldn't learn this ability. Li Jinyan, who originally wanted to ask about how to quickly change the magazine, felt that it was unnecessary. He was afraid that he would get another unbelievable answer. However, Yi Qian said, because I have this gun in my heart, I know how many bullets have been fired and how many bullets are left in the magazine. When there are 3 to 4 bullets left in the magazine, I can change the magazine with one hand. During the process of changing the magazine, all 3 to 4 bullets have been fired, and I can just remove the old magazine and reload it with a new one. I don't need to wait for the tracer to appear or pay attention to the warning of the magazine. She explained the last question in his heart. Li Jinyan nodded lightly. I understand. It's all based on the fact that you have a living gun in your heart. As he spoke, he looked at Xie Jinyuan and lowered his voice slightly. Fortunately, you joined the army and didn't get buried. Fortunately, she was a Chinese soldier and one of them. If such an enemy appeared on the battlefield, they would tremble without thinking about it. Yi Qian nodded and said, you can say that. Previously, the Navy commander also told me that I also wanted all my comrades to learn how to shoot. However, Q King and the others have all tried, and they didn't achieve the expected effect. Because we can't do it, we'll never be able to achieve it. Xie Jinyuan said helplessly. At that time, he was very interested and thought that he might be able to do it too. However, it turned out that he was thinking too much. The water ghosts of the storm commandos touched their faces. All right, it was time for them to wake up. Don't think about learning Qing Neo's shooting skills. Before they saw it for themselves, they were all delusional. Outside the dense forest, the faint rumbling sound of propellers could be heard. It pulled the water ghosts back from their shock and they looked up at the sky. The helicopter to take them back to South Island had arrived. After receiving all the explanations, Li Jinyan smiled at the female soldier who had once again surprised him. He turned around and faced the water ghosts behind him. His cold voice rang out with extreme harshness, everyone, assemble. Li Jinyan, who turned around with a smile, was the cold and seemingly ruthless young lieutenant commander. It turned out that the 22 members of the Storm Commandos had gathered within a minute, and the last seat in the front row was empty. This used to be Yi Qian's seat. Without Yi Qian, their original number was reduced to 21. The empty space reminded them that the female soldier Qing Neo would not return to the South Island with them. Their resolute gazes fell upon Yi Qian. Even if they were reluctant to part, they still had to bid farewell. Attention, salute. As Xie Jinyuan's commanding voice sounded, All his comrades straightened their backs like steel plates, raised their right hands neatly, and saluted the departing figure. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again. Sigh, if Ching Neo was in our team, she might be sitting opposite me now. Daxia, who had boarded the plane, looked at the empty seat opposite him, and his reluctance to part with her was evident in his words. When the other commandos who came in with him heard this, they did not say anything. They only sighed and looked at the empty seat opposite them. If Ching Neo were to board the plane, she might be on the same plane as them. Chapter 1859. Soon, the empty seat was taken by a comrade who boarded the plane. Sea Anemone looked at Daxia, who was staring at him with a strange expression. What are you looking at? You're sitting in Ching Neo's seat. Sea Anemone turned to look at the cabin door. He remained silent until the door closed. She didn't board the plane, and she won't board the plane. Ching Neo isn't a soldier in our team. She can't board the plane with us. Also, we did something stupid just now. Q King scared me when he said that. We didn't consider Ching Neo's position. She's a female soldier who deserves our respect. We won't say anything like that again. You can't learn her shooting skills even if you want to. She can shoot accurately without aiming. I was a little shocked when I first heard her say that. It's not that she didn't aim, but she already did it in her heart. She also said that as long as it's a gun she's familiar with, that gun will live in her heart. Daxia, whose eyes were full of admiration, still found it unbelievable. From this point alone, it shows that she's more familiar with guns and ammunition than we are. I suspect that she's very familiar with all the known types of guns from all over the world. His words made the water ghosts who boarded the plane gasp. If that's the case, how terrifying is that? It's already terrifying. If it gets scarier. I'm just glad that she's a soldier from our side and not an enemy. Daxia sighed. His words were full of admiration for Yi Qian. Female soldier Yi Qian is rare. That's true. Fortunately, she's a soldier from our side. We can rest assured. We'll have to worry about the enemies she faces in her missions in the future. Aya, why isn't she a female soldier from our team? Wishful thinking. That's impossible. The water ghosts said one after another. Their admiration for Yi Qian could be seen from their expressions. Female soldier Yi Qian, codenamed Ching Neo, was a female soldier who was braver than the male soldiers. She had incredible shooting skills. The more he interacted with her, the more he was attracted to her unyielding spirit. The more he was attracted to her, the more he could discover each of her strengths. In the end, he would be convinced by her and admire her. This was probably the so-called charisma. Li Jinyan was the last to board the plane. When he reached the cabin door, he turned around and saluted all the members of the Snowfield Brigade who had saluted him. He then nimbly retracted his right hand and turned around to board the plane. When there was a reunion, there would be a separation, and when there was a separation, there would be a reunion. There would be a day when the brothers of the two teams would meet again. The members of the Snowfield Brigade raised their heads and watched the two helicopters pick up the storm commandos until they could no longer see the fuselages of the helicopters. Xie Jinyuan, who was standing at the front, turned around and faced all his comrades. He reorganized the team and gave them instructions on what to do next. First, everyone should submit a training report and a combat report. We can discuss in groups and submit one report. Second, we need to write down the suggestions for the exoskeleton power equipment we're going to wear in the Gobi Desert, as well as the problems we found when using it. The equipment experts are still waiting for our feedback. Marching and fighting were not a problem, but the report was a pain in the ass for this group of Special Forces soldiers who were trained in science and engineering. Everyone, including Xie Jinyuan, did not want to write it. Yi Qian looked at them and wanted to laugh. You're the one who said you wanted to write a report, but now you look like you don't want to. You'll affect the rest of the team when they write their reports. Chapter 1860. I was influenced by the veterans. It was my first year in the team. Do you know what the first thing the J5 said to me was? He said, "Finally, someone who can write a report." And from then on, I don't want to write anymore. The tired Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes as he spoke. They didn't leave in a helicopter like the water ghosts. Instead, they left in a truck, arrived at the military airport, and flew back to the base. This time, they didn't alert the local troops when they entered the mountain for training. They only used 4 trucks from the local troops and prepared enough fuel to drive the trucks into the mountain. Now, they naturally had to drive the trucks to leave. Yi Qian, who was driving, saw this and said softly, "Stop talking. Go to sleep." Xia Jinyuan, who was both physically and mentally exhausted, was already silent. His head was tilted to the side of the window. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and he had already fallen asleep. Yi Qian quickly sized him up. When he saw the obvious fatigue between his brows, his heart ached. The car was driven very steadily. Xia Jinyuan didn't wake up even when K7 came to take over. "Drive in a flat area." He's quite tired, Yi Qian whispered as he handed over the car keys. "Let him have a good sleep." K7 smiled and made an okay gesture. After Yi Qian got into the car, he glanced at Q King, who was sleeping soundly, and chuckled. "If you and Yi Qian can really develop a relationship, it's not bad." He didn't care that the sleeping person couldn't hear him. After he finished speaking, he started the car. After Yi Qian arrived at the airport, she flew to the city where the university was located. She followed Xia Jinyuan and took a direct flight to Beijing. Principal Chen was still in the hospital. She wanted to visit this person who still cared about her at the brink of death. She didn't allow Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yang to inform him. When the plane arrived at Beijing's airport, it was already past 2 in the morning. When they arrived at the military hospital, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Yi Qian, who did not even have time to wash up, got out of the car in his jungle combat uniform. He did not walk but instead ran towards the lobby. After taking a look at the hospital's map, he ran through the lobby and headed towards the sanatorium. Xia Jinyuan ran with her while contacting the sanatorium. Visiting Principal Chen was not something that could be done at will. The guards had to be ordered to let them in. Even though the Southern Province People's Hospital found out that it was indeed the nurse's mistake, the military did not let down their guard because of this. A world-class sniper had almost died due to a medical accident, so the Southern Province People's Hospital should be punished. Yi Jian ran all the way. It took her less than 5 minutes to get out of the car and reach Headmaster Chen's ward. The old squad leader is already resting. After recuperation, he slept quite well this week. His meals are also up to standard. All his bodily functions are up to standard for discharge. He can be discharged after another half a month of treatment. The guard already knew that the female soldier in front of him was the squad leader's only relative. He didn't even need Yi Qian to ask before he told her everything. The squad leader wanted to leave the hospital half a month ago, but was stopped by the commander-in-chief. After that, the squad leader never mentioned it again. But what? Through the glass in the ward, Yi Qian looked at Principal Chen, whose arm was still hooked up to an 4 drip. His face was much thinner than before. Yi Qian did not realize that she had already shed a lot of tears. The guard paused for a moment before she felt the saltiness of the tears in her mouth. The guard quickly looked at the teary female soldier and lowered his voice. The squad leader agreed, but one night, he wanted to sneak out. After he was discovered, the commander-in-chief sent 6 guards to keep an eye on him. This was indeed Uncle Chen's style. Yi Qian smiled with tears in her eyes. Chapter 1861. There was only one light in the room, and it quietly shone a warm light in the corner. The layout of a normal intensive care unit did not have as many terrifying instruments as the intensive care unit. A few green potted plants on the windowsill added a touch of gentleness to the snowy white room. Yi Qian did not go directly into the room. Instead, she chose to stand outside and watch quietly. Uncle Chen's sleep had not been very good. If she went in, she would wake him up. Yi Qian looked away and lowered her head to wipe away her tears. She thanked the responsible guards. "Thank you very much for your hard work during this period. You and your comrades can go back to your room to rest. I'll keep watch here. It's our duty to take care of the old squad leader. You don't have to be so polite." The guard was also very young. He was about 23 or 24 years old. He was a little embarrassed by Yi Qian's politeness. He said shyly, "We have 3 shifts. Our comrades in the morning shift will arrive on time at 7 o'clock. The 2 of us can go back to rest then. There's no need to rest. The 3 of us can keep watch. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. My comrades and I have always been here when the old squad leader was admitted to the hospital. We know more about the old squad leader's condition than the comrades in the morning shift. It was her duty to not leave her post at will. It was her fault. The normal intensive care unit arranged was very humane. It was similar to a bedroom and a living room. The only difference was that the living room was smaller, but family members could rest while keeping watch. There used to be a foldable bed, but it had been moved out and replaced with 2 round stools made of steel without backs. Although there were high stools, it was obvious that they were just for decoration. The guards had never sat on them before. The plastic packaging on the stools was in good condition. There were no traces of friction at all. Yi Qian moved the plastic stools out and began to ask Principal Chen about his condition during his stay. Another guard stood outside the corridor. The first day he was transferred from Nan province was indeed dangerous. All of his organs showed signs of failure. The first thing we did when we received the old squad leader was to send him to the emergency room. Yi Qian's heart clenched as soon as he heard the beginning of the story. His hands on his knees clenched into fists. His life could be in danger at any time due to organ failure. While she was gone, her family was experiencing life and death. The old squad leader's will to live is very tenacious. He survived 2 big risks. The experts later said that it was a miracle that he survived. After surviving the most dangerous week, the old squad leader will be able to speak a few words to us. Previously, when the old squad leader woke up during the day, he would only open his eyes slightly and would not be able to say a single word. Yi Qian's eyes reddened again, but he did not cry. This was because Uncle Chen had once said, "As a soldier, I would rather bleed than cry." She didn't want Uncle Chen to see her crying when he woke up. In this life, she could not disappoint those who wished her well. Although it was said that people lived for themselves, she understood that living for yourself meant being responsible for yourself. However, you still needed to take care of your family and live for those who wished you well. The old squad leader survived the most dangerous week. His organs were damaged. There was still a possibility of complications, but the risk was low. To be on the safe side, he stayed in the intensive care unit for another week before the experts confirmed that he could be transferred to normal intensive care. Chapter 1862. The guard was a male soldier with a sharp tongue. During the 1 month that Principal Chen had been in the military hospital, he finished speaking in less than 10 sentences. Even so, Yi Qian's nails dug into his palms as he listened. How was it just 1 week of resuscitation? It was clearly 2 weeks of resuscitation. If the wrong medicine was used during the 4 drip, the serious cases would go into shock and die on the spot. Uncle Chen discovered the wrong medicine within 3 minutes of the 4 drip and fell into a coma. What if the 4 drip lasted for another 3 minutes? Even though Principal Chen had made it through safely, Yi Qian's body trembled uncontrollably whenever he thought about it. Yi Qian clenched his fists even tighter to control his trembling body. He didn't show it on his face as he gently closed his eyes. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness nothing happened to Uncle Chen. Otherwise, she didn't know what kind of destructive things she would have done. Grandpa Zhen had already left her and Uncle Chen was the only family she had left. She only hoped that Uncle Chen would be healthy and live a long life. Outside, Xia Jinyuan had already obtained the detailed medical records of Principal Chen's hospitalization. He also received the results of the investigation by the Southern Province Police and the punishment by the Southern Province People's Hospital. The nurse was chatting and accidentally injected the intravenous medicine from a heart patient into Uncle Chen's 4 drip. The side effects of this medicine were vasodilatory headache, arterial spasm, respiratory paralysis, and death by asphyxia. Because Uncle Chen's medicine was not mixed with this medicine, even though it was discovered in time, there were still serious side effects. If the guards from the military hadn't discovered it in time at this very moment, his little fox would have lost her last family member. Xia Jinyuan didn't go in immediately. Instead, he called Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal cell phone. He needed to clarify the situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone at 3:40 a.m. When he saw who was calling, he answered the call and asked, "Are you at the airport or the hospital?" "Hospital. I'm sorry to disturb your rest, Dad." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing by the window in the corridor, glanced around and said in a low voice, "Dad, I just received 2 investigation reports. The military suspects that Uncle Chen may have been murdered." Did the military find something? When he received the investigation report from the Southern Province Police and the military, he found out that the first thing the military thought of when something happened to Uncle Chen was murder. Only then did he realize that although Uncle Chen had been sacrificed for more than 10 years, he was still in danger. Otherwise, the army would not have immediately thought of murder and not medical malpractice. Commander-in-Chief Xia put on a coat and got out of bed. He walked to the desk in the bedroom and sat down. Yes, that's what the military suspected at first, but after investigation, it was determined that it was a medical accident. What? Do you still have questions? Dad, my main point is that the military suspects murder. Is there any movement abroad? I've seen Uncle Chen's information. There's an organization abroad that hasn't given up looking for Uncle Chen, Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice as he looked around to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. His gaze was as cold as a sword as he slowly and naturally glanced around. Has Uncle Chen's whereabouts been exposed? No, you're thinking too much. Chen Dongfeng's whereabouts have not been exposed yet. While the Southern Province Police are investigating, the military is also investigating. There's no movement abroad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's tone was a little serious. He was sitting by the desk in his pajamas. The light from the desk lamp illuminated a corner. He warned his son, "It's fine as long as you know about this organization. I don't want to hear it from you again before the military mentions it. You need to keep Xiao Yi's side a secret. This is the military's idea and Chen Dongfeng's personal idea.